stopping me now. I'm taking back all of my freedom, 'cause I know there's only one crown. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. You know I'm living in freedom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom. I got the keys to the kingdom.
With their backs against the wall, 64 contending teams are all set to go to war. But while for many, this might be their last battle, for those chosen few, ladies and gentlemen, this will be a second chance at life. Welcome to BGIS 2024 in the wildcard stages. My name is Super Johnny. I'm going to be a presenter. And ladies and gentlemen, joining me right now, it's going to be none other than Fixes. Fixes, are you prepared? Because this time, unlike last week, we do actually send teams home.
I mean, at this point, it is very difficult to say anything. I'm super stoked for this event because right now, heading on, when we began our journey into the BGIS, never really thought that we would see these teams partaking in the wildcards.
Of course, and a lot of big names are here as well, who, as you mentioned, no one expected to be dropping down to the wildcard stages. But that is the harsh reality right now, that we have to witness what their destiny is going to be like. But along with them, we have a lot of underdog teams as well, who have struggled all throughout round 3, round 4, but still are here fighting to stay alive in this BGIS 24.
I mean, you've got to be thankful to the officials to give them another chance at life, right?
Yeah.
Finally, push has come to shove. And from here onwards, we just have only the top 16 teams out of the 64 qualifying. That means we've got to say adieu to 48 teams, and that is going to be a massive upset.
It is going to be an upset indeed, but as this journey unfolds, I mean, a lot of big changes will happen within these teams as well as they try to adapt to the format of the wildcard stages. Because a little bit of a recap, I mean, we are going to go back to something that happened in the grind itself, where the teams do play for the first 2 days and then a reshuffle happens. We will discuss this in depth, ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments. But as we are set to begin the wildcard stages, what are you thinking right now about the 64 teams that are present here?
Right now, when we did see them last, most of them from round number 4, they had that little bit of that cushion that has been lifted away.
Yeah.
But for the teams that made it from round number 3, right, the top 16, barring the ones that qualified for round 4, now they've had a very good chance at that. And now getting a second life at it, this is where they have to perform.
Of course, because if you do not perform right now, we, as Fixes mentioned, do bid you farewell. And then the teams, the top 64 teams, ladies and gentlemen, from here do eventually get to move forward to the semi-finals. And after that, we all know the stage of the grand finals. It awaits us all, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's prepared for that. But before that, let's have a look at the format of BGIS 2024. A little bit of a recap of how our journey began and where we are right now. And of course, what is yet to come in the future.
Certainly is. And BGIS has been a long-going event, and we did have our grind. We began from there. We had our round number 1 to round number 2, and all of that did happen. But taking a look at this, we had a round 4 from which we had certain teams moving on to the wildcard. Now, we had 16 teams from round number 3 and 48 from round number 4, making it into the wildcards. The tally up to top 64 teams, out of which they will be divided into groups of 4. This is going to happen for 2 days, where there will be 3 matches. But hold on, John. There has to be a reshuffle as well.
Exactly. We mentioned this, and this is what we were talking about. Regrouping of the teams after the first 2 days. And of course, the 4 groups that were there are going to be there, well, 4, because 64 divided into 4 groups. And then over the next 2 days, they play 3 more matches. And at the end of the wildcard stage, at the end of all 4 days, the top 16 teams, they get promoted to semi-finals and everyone else goes home. Once we reach semi-finals week 1, ladies and gentlemen, 16 teams from round 4, 16 teams from wildcard again get divided into 4 groups, and they go at it in a round-robin format over the next 4 days.
Indeed, and from here onwards, we are going to have our first grand finalist, the set of the top 8 teams that make it to the grand finals. And you must be wondering what happens for the remainder of them. They get another chance this time. The remaining 24, they move ahead into semi-finals week number 2. Now, they would be divided into groups of 3, where we will have all of these teams divided into 8 teams per group respectively. And they will also have a round-robin format, and that will go on for a span of 4 days. days, from which we will get our remainder of the finalists that make it to the grand finals.
As you mentioned, semi-finals week 2 is a second chance at qualification for the teams that do get left behind from semi-finals week 1, and of course 8 teams from semi-finals week 2 also get promoted to the stage of grand finals, and we all know about the grand finals. The city of Hyderabad is waiting for it as well. 8 teams from week 1, 8 teams from week 2, a grand total of 16 teams play over 3 days, 18 matches to be played at a LAN event, and of course it will be a fight for 2 crore rupees in prize pool once we make it to the grand finals.
Indeed it is, and we've been talking about the lion's share of that 2 crore rupees.
Yes.
The winners getting that trophy, and also along with 60 lakh rupees on the line for the champions. And whoever, like you said, makes it to Hyderabad gets a piece of the pie. For the second position, we've got 30 lakhs. For the third, we've got 20 lakhs respectively. But barring all of that, we also do have certain individual accolades. We've been talking about the MVP getting that 2.5 lakhs rupees, and certainly the title of being the best player in the country.
Yeah, it is going to be quite interesting to see which individuals do end up fighting for that title as well. And of course, the individual accolades do make the players happy at the end of the day as well. So it will be exciting and of course exhilarating to see what the journey looks like, and of course which 16 teams eventually make it to the stage of the grand finals, as you mentioned. But it's not going to be easy because of course we are in the wildcard stages. Only 16 teams out of the 64 we have do get to move forward, and of course if you want to qualify, we have been saying this from day one, make sure you are consistent because this point structure right now, it's very brutal.
It certainly is. And from here onwards, when you look at this points distribution, has been a recent addition into this year's BGIS, and this has completely changed how you really approach the game. We have seen certain teams, just by the virtue of those finish points, really making it out there. But what's even more painful, Johnny, is if you are positioned around 9 to 16, you get nothing.
Yeah, that is definitely something that does come back to haunt the teams at the end of the day. We have seen teams not qualify because they did not perform well in 1 or 2 matches. They weren't able to get finishes, and because of that, that 0 that was there on the scoreboard, it basically amounted to them missing out on qualification to the next stage. But it will be exciting to see who actually plays how, because as you mentioned, the play style has completely changed from everyone, and of course we did see a few teams experiment a little bit as well in the previous round, round 4, but now we have the 16 teams that will be taking the stage first. On our screens right now, the first group, ladies and gentlemen, and it is TWOB. We have Tribe Hindermen, who will be witnessing for the first time in this entire BGIS, and it will be exciting to see. They make their debut today.
Again, this is one of those teams that did come in from round number 3. Super excited to see how they perform, but barring them, we've got TWOB, we've got Acrobots, we've got Lifecraft. We've seen them in the past. Now, these are the 4 teams that have come in from round number 3.
Yeah.
They were the top 16, barring the ones that qualified, but the rest, they all come in from round number 4. But when we look at the second group that will be in action after the third game today, we've got certain new names. We've got 4KE, we've got Version 9, we've got NIY, and WinGod. WinGod being one of the bigger names in the community. Really excited to see even how they showcase their abilities tonight.
But if you want to analyze and figure out how difficult the competition has been so far, well, Mogo Esports is right there as well. The lineup that lifted the trophy the last time in BGIS 2023 in the city of Mumbai. This time they have to push through the wildcard.
Oh, they certainly have to, and not just barring them also, we've got THW, we've got even the bigger names like Gujarat Tigers there, and even for the players of Kratik, whom we saw perform exceptionally well during the grind. Now, this wildcard format kind of is very synonymous to grind, because now, again, like you can see, folks, you've got repeated matches. We've got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok for Group 1. Then again, we go for a reset in Group number 2, where it is also going to be Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok played respectively.
So Wake India has been taken away from us now. We're going to have to wait to witness Wake India for a while. Doesn't matter. We still have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, as you mentioned, the first 3 games played by Group 1 and the next 3 in the same order by Group 2. But let's bring our discussion back to Group 1, since they will play the first set of matches. Again, the difficulty of the competition just went through the roof once we hit round 3. Round 2, round 1 was still a little bit manageable for a lot of these sides. But round 3, think about this. TWOB, 62 points, and yet they weren't able to qualify for round 4.
Yeah, and the interesting part is the group that they were playing in, the kind of the cutoff went really high. We had teams that already crossed 143 points. Also, the toppers over there, I
Yeah.
think it was Reckoning, if my memory serves me right. So goes on to show that how challenging this format has been. But for TWOB, another chance at life. But
Yes.
let's not forget how intense things are going to be in that first group, because you've got Team Forever, you've got Revenant, and let's not again forget the fact that these are the two teams that placed first and second respectively in their grind.
That is what I was about to come towards next, because these two teams in particular are very well versed with this style, right?
Yeah.
You perform well in the first 3 games, you manage to be consistent, or at least you try your level best to be
Right.
consistent in the next 3, and if all goes well, you're going to be sitting at the top of the leaderboard as well. That is one more challenge that everyone needs to think about right now, because this time around, you don't qualify just by being in the top bracket of your group, being in the top 3 or top 4 of your particular group. You have to beat the other 64 teams and try to stay within the top 16 overall.
Indeed, and that just makes it so much more exciting, because 3 matches for this group would be played today. But before the matches begin, our folks from Crafton have always something exciting up for you guys. So here's a promo.
And of course, a lot of new things added inside of BGMI. Ladies and gentlemen, do go ahead and check them out. First spin of the day at 10 UC, but I'm going to talk to my companion
Yes.
Fixus over here. And let's start talking about the teams, right?
Right.
We have a lot of exciting names. You've talked about Acrobots. I mean, we've seen their performance in the past. TWOB, of course, quite intense. Their group and their journey in their group in round 3 as well. Unfortunately, they still have to fight again through the wildcard stages. But we spoke about Tribe Herdman. Now,
Yes.
this is a team that will make its broadcast debut today. And do you think it will be a fair fight when they fight against the likes of Team Forever, Revenant, the toppers of the grind?
Definitely the pressure will be there,
Yeah.
but considering that they've made it so far and now they've given that final opportunity, I think they will have to strike. There is no second way to beat around the bush over here, right? There's no second chances.
Yeah.
And considering from what we've seen from their stats and figures, this is one of those teams that loves to take those fights.
Exactly.
Now, this group, Johnny, is an absolute mixed bag. We've got teams like Acrobots, we've got teams like TWOB, even for the likes of Carnival that love playing around the center. But then there are a few others like PL Dominators who love to fight their way inside the circle.
And of course, you talk about fighting. How can we forget Hail India,
Oh,
right?
yes.
This is a team that does not care, or at least did not care how many points they got in the previous round, because every single game we saw them in, right off the bat, they would drop clashing some big name or anyone else they would lay their eyes on or feel like fighting and go for it within the first few minutes of the game. But let's talk about
Yes.
Forever and Tribe Herdman once again. It will be exciting to see what that entire situation also looks like. Or in fact, not just Forever, we have Revenant in the mix as well. I keep forgetting about Revenant. I mean, sitting at the first position of the leaderboard, but we do have all the 16 teams once again in front of us. And of course, can't ignore Lifecraft, can't ignore Jux as well. Jux had a pretty good run in the previous round.
They certainly did. Towards the second half, they managed to get a chicken dinner. It was such
Yeah.
a fighting chance for them, but they barely missed out. But like you said about Team Forever, just missing out from the semis just by that 1 point has to feel quite gutting. Even we've got the likes of UP50. Now, they were quite exceptional during the grind. In round number 4, you could see the pressure really hitting them up. This time, they have to prove the world that they've got what it takes. But along with that, we also have 7 Show coming back. We've got Rivalry Sports. We did talk about Rising Falcons. Gonna see how they perform as well. Raw officials. How could you forget about Yashu and his heroics in that map of Vikendi? If I'm not wrong, it was a 1v6.
I believe so. I mean, he took down a lot of individuals by himself. But Raw Official, I think a lot of expectations are always there from this team, considering this is one of the oldest names in the circuit of BGMI, and yet they always just fail to perform. Although, I want to focus on PL Dominators now, because PL Dominators in their run before round 4 began, their stats looked quite decent, right? But we saw a switch in their playstyle in round 4, and we saw a lot more aggression inside their playstyle, and we'll come back to that in a bit, but now we finally have it. Tribe Herdman up against Team Forever. What do you have to say about their numbers?
You know, for Tribe Herdman coming in from round number 3.
Yeah.
Yes, for Team Forever, the stakes were much higher. The competitive lobby was intense for them. But when you look at their stats and figures, right, like we said, right, this team, Tribe Herdman, they love to take those fights. And they also did manage to get a chicken dinner.
Yeah.
But for Team Forever, it was all about the initial 3 games where they were kind of all guns blazing. They were getting those constant points. But something happened. I think it was the pressure that took them over that they failed to qualify.
I mean, we never know. We can't say Team Forever was under too much pressure, because the lineup is filled with a lot of experienced players. So when you have that caliber within you, have been in this situation before, it is not expected that you will crumble under pressure. And I think today that is what Team Forever will have to prove to everyone, prove to all of their fans. The story of redemption will definitely be there. And for Tribe Herdman, as we keep talking about them, can they adapt to a lobby that is just gunning out for them at every single point?
And this is where the jitters also do come alive. The
True.
nervousness will be there. But for Tribe Herdman, I think it's that first game. Now, considering when you look at the overall grand scheme of things, now this is not going to be the end of the journey today. They're going to have yet another chance, because today they will be playing just 3 matches. After that, we did talk during the format, there is going to be that big reshuffle. You never know who you're up against in the next time around. There would be 15 other foes against you. So that is going to be exciting as well after that reshuffle. But today it's all about setting up that tempo, setting up that momentum, because if you kind of correlate it with grind, we had certain teams that played exceptionally well in their week number 1. I think, for example, Chucks and Amazing, they were totally phenomenal there. But heading on into week number 2, we could see finally those chinks in their armor. If you want to correlate with certain teams that stepped up in week number 2, it was the players of Mogo Esports. Week number 1 was pretty pathetic for them, but coming week number 2, they rised up their ranks, made it to the 3rd week.
But there is a reason why story of comebacks are impressive, because they are extremely
Yes.
rare. And it's very difficult to pull that comeback off when you are facing elimination in a position like this. Like, only 16 out of 64 get to move forward. So it's not going to be easy for them at all. But if they make it through from here to the semi-finals, we all know it eventually leads to the stage of the grand finale.
And it is going to be that coveted land that we've been talking about in Hyderabad High-Tech's Exhibition Center, ladies and gentlemen. And it's going to be hall number 4. So make sure you book your tickets already, because the prices might be skyrocketing later on.
Yeah, there's a ticker
Yes.
running down there, 28th to 30th of June, ladies and gentlemen. Mark those dates in your calendar. And of course, there are going to be a few privileged tickets as well, which will be available on the website. So do make sure you're updated upon that. And of course, you guys joining us on LAN will make our day, but will also make someone else's day better. But coming back to the discussion about the teams and the match that is about to begin, the map of Erangel, the first game, you have already mentioned how important it is to have a good start to your journey. But then again, not everyone will be able to pull that off.
Yeah, and it's going to be so important if you are Revenant Esports, right? When you look
Ouch.
at Sensei and his folks there,
Yeah.
He's got a dream team, and he's failed to deliver during the round number 4. And whilst you're thinking that, yes, they have their cushion, Revenant has to go all out today. They have to be hitting
Yes.
hard. They've got to be taking those fights, because, you know, when you look at the matches they played previously, it was nothing short of a disappointment, right?
Of course,
Certainly
yeah.
can't expect that the winners, in fact, the toppers of trying to kind of perform like that. So yeah, it's going to be important for them as well. Even for Carnival Gaming, we saw them struggle massively in round number 4, constantly be targeted by multiple teams. And today, with Hail India into the mix, I'm starting to get a little worried about them.
I think in this particular group, all you have to do is watch out for Hail India and just hope they don't drop with you and try to pick a fight against you, because that just ruins your momentum at the very start of the game. But as you were talking about Revenant and Carnival Gaming, now these are two names that everyone expected that, all right, guaranteed qualification for the grand finale, right? Some of the best players in the country, and there is also a probability or a possibility that one of these two teams can lift the trophy as well.
There definitely is, and we love that lower bracket story, right? When you're talking about the wildcard stages, imagining a team coming in, playing all the way out. I think we've got certain examples like Team Zero from the in-game qualifiers. They will also be playing their matches tomorrow, I believe, and that could be such a dream run, right? Go on from the lower brackets, from the wildcards, all the way through and clinch the trophy. That would be a story to tell. But again, we've got so many of these underdogs. They've been making those waves. We have been talking about a lot of teams. PL Dominator is one of those teams. I think this was something that you and I were both discussing.
Yeah.
This is a team that loves to pick up those fights. But now they've got their backs against the wall.
Exactly, and I think that switch in playstyle where they just went all aggressive, it just happened in round 4, because before that, PL Dominators was a balanced out team.
Yes.
They would take fights, but would not commit too heavily into those fights so as to risk getting wiped out early inside of the game, and they would manage to have a fairly decent amount of placement points at the end of the day as well. But once we saw them in round 4, all of that just faded away. Out of nowhere, PL Dominators were all guns out, guns blazing inside every fight, and the only thing they were looking for inside every game they played was finishes.
Only finishes. I think barely a couple of position points for this team, but today they ought to have a good start. And for all the ones, but a heavy have, and you watching us on the broadcast, let us know who do you think are going to be the favorites, in fact, to win it all. Who is going to win this first game of Erangel, as the big bird has taken it up to the skies as we venture into the greener pastures of Erangel. The flight path trajectory all the way from Lipovka towards the Snovka military base. I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams are going to go for a spin.
Yeah, of course. It's not just the fact that the wildcard stages have begun that will be putting pressure on these players, but this flight path itself, as you mentioned, leaning heavily towards the southern half of the map, is going to deny access to that northwestern quadrant. That means Hospital, Georgiapol, the northern Georgia city, even Rozhok is going to be a troublesome position for the teams to access.
Oh, it certainly will be. And our first lookout would be for the teams that are going to go for a vehicular drop clash. For sure, if you're heading so far away, you need those vehicles, right? And imagine them locking horns over there and having those couple of early casualties. In the previous round, we have seen Carnival Gaming fall victim to such antiques, but today it's going to be a whole different storyline. Seven Shaw, this team has been showing us a lot of those promises heading down south, but now we've got the itchy ones, Team Hale. I think if my memory serves me right, they'll love to drop at Primorsk, and hopefully it's vacant for them tonight.
Well, hopefully. The only thing I'm concerned about is I see the players gliding along with the players of Carnival Gaming, and it is Hail India, so you never know. They're going to drop on these compounds in Ferry Pier, pick up those weapons, and just start shooting, hoping they find an early frag for themselves. But along with that, look at Primorsk already. It's getting quite cluttered. I feel 3 to 4 teams heading towards that southwestern quadrant of the map, and it will result in us having a very interesting and also exciting start to this game of Erangel.
Oh, can't really forget that the UP50 and Team PL Dominators are into the mix, right? UP50 love to play that quarry spread a little bit, and I'm pretty sure all these teams at this given moment are aware of what the other is up to. So a little bit of that drop clash around Primorsk, you would least expect it, but in the BGIS, we've seen so much of those unexpected things really happen and come into life. And right from the very beginning, we've got the players of Jux pretty much chilling around here. Would love to see what is happening around Primorsk, because there it is going to be absolute carnage.
Yeah, I mean, fights are expected to take place early in the city of Primorsk, but as you were talking about Jux, there's no one there to contest them in the city of Pichinki, so they will be isolated, and as you mentioned, quite comfortable in having this isolated early start in this game of Erangel. But in the next few moments, maybe Jux since they are just a little bit west of Pochinki, to find some extra loot, or maybe expecting a team looking for extra finishes, they can try and gatekeep that western rotation from the side of Seven Chaw. But let's see how this is going to turn out. 7 hours. I mean, they are also quite comfortable over here.
7 hours, it has been quite a remarkable journey. We've seen them have those moments. We've seen Voldemort getting those flashy moments. I think that was one of those games of Sanhok. But if you look at facts and figures, right, Veteran has been one of those players that you can rely upon. Having 50 plus finishes so far in his journey in the BGIS, certainly one of those players. He's been making those waves, Johnny. But when you look at Acrobots, now this is a team, if my memory serves me right, we did see them in round number 3. The first game, they were reduced to their final man, Mohit.
Yeah.
And all he did was survive till the very end. And in the second game, we saw them get the second position. So now they've got their work cut out. We know that this team knows and loves to take those good positions. But a couple more fights, a couple more points here and there, you never know. This could be the perfect start for them.
Yeah, it's not going to cause you any harm getting those early finishes. And Acrobots, definitely, that was one reason why they failed to progress further into this tournament. They failed to qualify for round 4, lacking those elimination numbers. And hopefully they've learned their lesson while transitioning into the wildcard stages, because they did have that one extra week to just stay back, practice, and study upon the rest of the competition as well. But this is another team that you brought up earlier, UP50. And they've made their way towards Georgopol City. Although there is someone else waiting for them on the other side. It is the side of Acrobots, but both the teams right now inside the early circle, so they can take their sweet time to go for a good loot start and then maybe a fight if the circle shifts down south.
Yeah, they've got a lot of opportunities for UP50 at least. The path seems quite clear. No one really bothering them. But when you look at the circle in general, it's a western circle. And this circle should be set up for Carnival Gaming. Finally, they've got their stars aligned, the perfect start that they needed into the wildcards. Because round number 4, we had been constantly seeing them being pushed upon by so many of those teams, individually players who were hunted down left, right and center. They've avoided that. For Carnival Gaming, the factors are pretty simple. Keep all of your players alive, have the center of the circle. And Neo and Goblin, they have been in a stellar form. If they carry that on forward, then things would be really bright. But for Team Forever, I mean, the last time we saw them in round number 4, they had an exceptionally good game of Erangel. The first one, secured that second position. But then when you have the likes of Prime Esports, Zero Recoil in your lobby, who had been gunning on every different fronts, what do you do?
It was very difficult to explain why Team Forever failed during their run in round 4. A lot of expectations were there, them being on the second position in the overall ranking in the grind, and then coming into round 4, just dominating their first game of Erangel, as you so nicely pointed out, Fixes. Thank you for that. But then after that match, it was just one fumble after another, and they just dropped the ball completely, unable to recover. But as we talk about Carnival Gaming now, who have been on our screens for the last few seconds, this is another team that a lot of fans expect huge things from, but unfortunately they have been unable to deliver upon those expectations in round 4. And one of the reasons was they were quite unlucky with how the zones work. This is a team that likes to play that center-oriented play style, take control of the center early, and then just hold on for dear lives till the late game stages. And that is when they like to step out and take those fights.
And it was not just about the zones really going away from them. It was all about the teams trying to hinder their rotations inside the circle. Every single time we saw Carnival Gaming come into play, what used to happen was there's somebody or the else kind of dropping down on them. They had to suffer those early casualties. Their times were absolutely foiled by the opposition. And in turn, they could not perform really well in round number 4. Hence, they've landed back in the wildcard. So this is again a tried and tested team. We have seen them lift some major trophies out there, and they have what it takes to make it to the next round. But so many teams in the mix do have it in them, so it kind of makes things a whole lot more difficult. But for Lifecraft, however, it has been a mixed bag, right?
Yeah.
They've been one of those teams. They have got that perfect balance in trying to get those position and also those finishes, but really do not know what they're going to be putting on the table. Certainly, Trigger and Pasha, 2 players, really eyeing out for them.
Another big name, Lifecraft, just like Raw Official, filled with a lot of big names, and I think this position at Severny, it can definitely work out for them in this particular match. But If Rivalry, they end up rotating along those northern shorelines, then maybe it can spell some trouble for Lifecraft. Only and only if the players get caught off guard individually by the side of Rivalry. Other than that, I think if it is a 4v4 between the two sides, it does turn out to be an even fight. But look at this, TWOB, they're rotating just a little bit north of Pochinki, and guess what? Jux Esports, they're still there inside that city.
Oh yeah. But for TWOB, they have a similar playing style to how Carnival and Acrobots love to play, right? Hold on, take the center, and this could be a battle for the central contestation. We've also got Carnival Gaming moving right beside the players of TWOB, and this could make matters worse. Now, this is a team that packs a punch. You've got the likes of AJ, Eggy has been firing on all cylinders, even Turbo, he's had his moments. Now, when two Titans collide, look at that, Prince, already quite aware that Carnival has made that rotation. For Carnival, it is all about taking over the Everest. They kind of like to have that higher ground and then maybe have all that information and then play accordingly.
I love the quick reposition from the side of Carnival Gaming. Threat sensed in the form of TWOB. They do make sure to deter any progression by the opposing side, and now Neo has been left at the summit of Everest. He's going to make sure that he keeps an eye on what TWOB is up to, because if they get caught off guard, they're not too far away, TWOB. They will have an opportunity to just quickly move in under the cover of that mountain and try and see if they can take control of Everest away from the side of Carnival Gaming.
Yeah, I think Carnival Gaming does have a little bit of that advantage, don't you think, Johnny? They're at the higher grounds. Even if they get knocked out, nobody's going to be forcing a push upon them. But for TWOB, things are different. On the low grounds, just clustered to those tiny couple of compounds. And you could see, right, couple of those teams are already hovering around them. And that could cause a lot of chaos. It's all about somebody just breaking that silence, because now it's all a battle for that central position. But look at this. Got the players of Tribe Herdman trying to make a move, and Punk from the backlines did pepper down a couple of bullets. It's a massive amount of damage done though. But R&T, are they on the hunt?
I think so. A little too hungry for those early finishes, R&T. And even though damage was dished out to Blitzbew, he does manage to escape. And Revenant now again scrambling, wondering how they could miss out on this early opportunity. Although they still do need to hold on to their position. We're still in stage 2, early start to this game of Erangel, extremely slow. And this is what I expected, to be honest. Because now all of these teams are facing elimination, and in the face of that demise, everyone wants to stay alive. Instincts kicking in for the side of Lifecraft. They are trying to force the players of Raw Official into a corner, and Daljit is going to be the first man to be caught off guard, followed up by Superman.
That was a blunder and a half for Raw Officials. Completely messing things up over there. Quite undecisive and quite unprepared, and eventually had to suffer their fate. Already losing out on Daljit. I do not know, maybe the other player, Superman, he can get a revive though. And there you have it, Trigger getting up close and personal. For R4W, and in fact Raw Officials, they had to check those corners, they had to check those angles, send somebody to scout, because yeah, Daljit is already down and out, but now Lifecraft, they've got an upper edge in this fight.
Yeah, they do have an upper edge, but things not looking good for Raw Official. Lost 2 players at the start of the game. And of course, the first team to lose out on the squad members. From here on out, it will be all about survival. Hoping you stay alive till at least the top 3, top 4.
You're just losing out on 2 players. This is kind of not acceptable for Raw Officials, because one of those teams, we really come up with such high expectations. And for Rising Falcons, they've also somewhere been in the lower halves during the round 4. Can't expect a lot out of them. Also, these players, we've seen them in the previous official tournaments. They've also been tried and tested. They also know the depth of the lobby and haven't really played up to their true potential. UV Jord, one of those players that we have come to love and adore, even for Vintage. They've had their individual moments, but collectively as a team, look at them. Raw Officials like headless chickens, have no idea of what's going on, and now finally feeling the heat from R&T.
And Revenant is not going to slip up this time. They've already missed out on one free point that just passed them by while they were holding on to their cover. But this time around, they do secure that frag. And of course, things just keep getting worse for the side of Raw Official. Although, right now, one interesting thing that has happened inside of this game is the fact that everyone is clustered up around Everest. To be a little bit more precise, towards the southeastern slope of Everest. And when I say everyone, I mean almost everyone. There are only 3 teams that have not made it through. One is Rivalry, who are just crossing Severny on that northern island. Rising Falcons, who have decided to stick towards the northern island as well. And 7 hours. 7 hours, well, for some reason they're still in Rozhok.
The idea is pretty clear. For Revenant, for 7 hours, for Rivalry, for Rising Falcons, all of them are waiting for that hard shift. And the moment it arrives, I think that's where they make their move inside. But look at Goblin, way out in the open, just playing with fire. Sarkar did take some massive hits. Barely having any meds though. Early rotation for UP50, just that one first aid to work around with. And he has to be careful.
Oh, definitely. Because even a few seconds ago, we saw him just crosshair perfectly placed upon where he expected the opposing players to be. But he's the one who has taken that negative trade. Lost a lot more HP than he took away from the opposing player. And Goblin just keeps adjusting his scope again and again.
And that's quite understandable, right? You've got the 6 times and players tend to do that. Kind of max it out, then go for those taps and then reduce it to a 3 times or maybe a 4 times. And then they could go for those bursts or the sprays. And we've seen all these players pull off these shenanigans. Nothing really out of the ordinary. But for 7, sure. Now this is a team that we completely forgot about.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at them, they're still hunkered around the southern island. Haven't really started their rotation, but I think the idea is pretty clear. Quite similar to what the likes of Revenant or Rising Falcons. But for 7 hours, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And this is the shift, folks, we were waiting for.
Oh,
and
yes.
look at this. Hail India. This time, Johnny, they've avoided those early fights. They've avoided those early jitters. And now pretty much at the smack center.
And it's quite interesting to see how they made it work, because we, in the early stages, also saw one team in Primos, one team dropping in Ferrypier. I believe one was UP50 who took an early exit, went towards the Georgiapol city to begin their looting stage. Apart from that, TWOB this time rotating in front of UP50 as well. They do get spotted out. Sarkar going for a spray, dishes out damage to one of the players, but fails to get a knock. Maybe now it happens.
Yeah, escape from one place, get caught in the other. TWOB, they've been suffering some heavy casualties. Carnival Gaming, Hail, everybody getting the better out of them. And this is what happens when you try to force that center. And TWOB having had to deal with the brunt of it. No means of escape for these players, and the numbers heavily starting to dwindle down. Akshat getting those 2 finishes pretty early on. And now Carnival Gaming having that highest position inside of Erangel. They're going to be enjoying themselves from around here.
They can enjoy as long as they have the top of the hill all to themselves. As soon as someone else shows up to try and fight for this control, then maybe Carnival Gaming can be put under pressure, can be wiped out from this game. We're going to see what happens to them. As of now, it's Omega who's taking a few shots on the players of Lifecraft, rotating from the eastern side of the map. They have finally made it inside the circle, and now Neo, he's the one who's watching those vehicles of Lifecraft as they do try to traverse around Everest, I believe, and look to head towards the southwestern edge of the circle.
Pretty interesting movements being made over here from Team Lifecraft, like you said, right? Getting from that southern side, but really excited to see how Team Forever act on this. Now, the Erangel games are pretty sorted, pretty strong. They've also been one of those teams that have kind of spread across a little bit. And they're also waiting for that next shift, or maybe a little bit of that play from Mogo Esports' book. Wait for some of the teams to engage in those fights and maybe third party and get a couple of limbs here and there. But for Jux Esports, they're right at the foothills of Everest, And now they're caught in a very dicey situation. You've got Acrobots on one side. From atop, you've got the players of Carnival.
And it's not going to be easy, this fight, especially for the players of Jux Esports. They are stuck out in the open. And the 3-1 flank does not make things any better. That isolated player can be shut down at any given time, considering TWOB are right behind him as well. Viper from Acrobots looking around, checking his surroundings, making sure everything is clear behind him. But we do know Revenant, they've moved in towards that northern Georgia Pool City, and they're going to be looking to take control of that small hill just south of, not south, west of the containers, between containers and the Georgia Pool City.
Yeah, the idea is pretty much set, right? They want to come in from the edges, engage in those fights. And now it's all about these teams trying to get some stable ground, something to latch onto. For Jux, really not the position that they had thought of. Kind of really comes down to IGL and him being well versed with the topography, knowing that there's a couple of those ditches to play around with. And really excited to see how they come out of that one. When you talk about rivalry, now this is a team, Artho and Bijlu, we've known them from the past couple of years. They've been one of those known names. Haven't really shined on multiple occasions, but still could be their moment. As look at this is the circle shift that we were talking about. The circle finally going down south, and now Shevin Shaw. Couple of moments earlier, they were still in that Sosnovka base. Now they're so well settled inside the circle.
And the timing of the rotation also absolutely brilliant. Spotted out by no one, complete control of the southern edge as well, all to Seven Shaw. But Omega from Carnival Gaming, he was taking those shots upon the players of 7Rs, and as they push for those compounds, they find themselves the players from the side of Team Forever. Mafia already knocked out. Phoenix and Shadow still left standing from the side of 7R. And they're looking for that second knock. There it is. Omega knocked out as well. Down to the last player, Team Forever. Not how we thought that day was going to start.
Exactly, an unwanted fight for Team Forever. Did not see 7Rs placed over there. Losing that 2 players early on, and then whilst Omega did chime in to take that fight, it was a little too late. Always having no other options but to survive. But 7Rs off to a brilliant start over here. 2 finishes for this team, and this is one of those teams that loves engaging in those fights. While everywhere we could see these teams exchanging blows against each other, now we've got a big hitters. Revenant coming after the players of Carnival, and that was a knock and a half. Aquanox steps out of his vehicle, just slaps that shot from that DBS, and that's where it does not stop. Akshat having his position compromised. However, Sensei having holding those grounds, and Carnival Gaming, they retaliate back in kind, and Revenant Esports, they've been deleted.
What a perfect fight from the side of Carnival Gaming. They were the first ones to have one of their own knocked out. Neo knocked and finished off. But then, the recovery that was there, very impressive. One man going up against 3 from the side of Revenant, and he still takes down 2 of them. And then the flank from the back lines with that AR. There is nothing you can do at that distance. I believe the player refused to switch to from the DBS to his rifle as well.
Yeah.
But in the heat of the moment, sometimes that does happen.
Now this is where the pressure is really starting to creep up.
Yeah.
One game done and dusted. Team Forever, Revenant, in dire circumstances. Team Forever still survived by always though, but for Revenant, it's the same old story. Forcing a fight quite unprepared. I mean, I pretty much felt like they should have known that Carnival Gaming loves to hold that position. They should have been prepared in that fight, especially after landing that first blow, giving away that high ground control. I think the idea for Carnival was try to go inside this circle, and for Revenant to backstab them. It seems like they were a little extra prepared, and as a result, they'd managed to win that fight. But talk about the central position. PL Dominators have got a gold holding position for themselves, but look at Rising Falcons going after the players of Jux. Vardhan barely managing to survive.
Yeah, barely has any HP to work with, and his teammate as well has taken a lot of damage. But with that nade from Juice, Vardhan was knocked out. He does have his teammate right next to him. But Rising Falcons, this might have been a big mistake. Stepping out into the open, trying to make an escape. And it's going to be Khanna from UP50 who finds that important knock from the side of Rising Falcons. Now they're down to the last man, Juice.
Rising Falcons, I mean, for a moment, he had the upper edge in this particular fight, and suddenly everything seems to have been lost. Now, of course, Jux, they've taken a couple of casualties here and there, and that shot from Juice did some hefty amount of damage. And there you have it, Nico, just getting taken down, courtesy to the circle. That's the 5th stage, and teams still quite reluctant to head inside the circle. And the circle just barely a couple of meters away. And suffering losses like this, Juice, he needs to patch himself up. What is he doing?
Yeah, I think he was trying to stay back over there, but unfortunately put under a lot of pressure. But we have Carnival Gaming going up against 7 hours now. They have found an isolated player right in front of them, trying their level best to see if they can secure that knock, but that wall of smoke, it is denying them a lot of information about where the shots can come from. So while making this push, even Carnival Gaming need to be extremely careful. Plus, look at the surrounding. Their back is compromised. If they try to push for the center control, they are going to run into the place of 7 Shore.
Yeah, and EP50 isn't far behind either. Having that little bit of that high ground advantage. Shadow spotting down the players of Tribe Herdman. But for now, PL Dominators, they're being surrounded. Hail India right beside them. Noddy just trying to scar the land, trying to maybe get that one knock, but it is going to be Galaxy who opens things up, and Manny, he's down and out with Stone, trying to inch in a little closer, steps out of his vehicle, has to exchange those shots with that DBS, but eventually he has to fall from the backlines. We still have Bad, who's fighting tooth and nail, but look at this, Acrobots out of nowhere, they also decide to ram in, Johnny.
And down to their last player. Well, they were, at least for a few moments, but now Hail India, as you mentioned, they are going to try and deal with this third party that has been brought upon them by the Acrobots. And Acrobots, again, a team that likes to be aggressive, a team that likes to fight. But this time, fixes as we were expecting. That is not what we are witnessing right now. Hail India, the team that would always drop Clash in round 4, today had a slow start. In fact, they forced themselves to start slow. And now, in this 1v1, can you clutch out the
Wow.
Well, no need. While his teammate was fighting, Galaxy went back, took a car and brought it to put that final nail in the coffin for Rising Falcons.
But at the cost of
Acrobots,
3 of their players. For Hail, they're still alive though, 5 finishes to their names. And Acrobots, they decided to get into that third party. They decided to get into the mix of things. But shots coming in from every direction. It was a little too hot for them to handle. Owe still alive though, but look at 7 Edge. Veteran opening things up against Akshat. The good thing is Carnival Gaming, they've got a semblance of cover to play around with. Couple more smokes deployed, and maybe would love to trigger that revive on towards Akshat. But for Oves, he could be that wildcard in that fight, as Veteran is deciding to close in. But this is a trial by fire for him.
Well, let's see. Gets shot from the flank, still manages to stay alive.
Oh, there you go.
Carnival Gaming, they're down to the last man as well. Goblin, he needs to go for a revive. This is not looking good for the side of Carnival Gaming. They have 9 eliminations already secured, but it will just be Goblin and Akshat from here on out.
For Carnival Gaming, are looking quite dire, but the good thing is that they've got 9 finishes to their names. And for now, given the position we are at, this is what we were talking about. The players of 7 hours going a little ahead of themselves, forgetting the fact that Oves could, potentially cause a little bit of that threat. But hold on, Tribe Herdman coming out of nowhere. Shevin Shaw, they've taken quite some beating. It is going to be Lems. He opens things up as Pork decides to charge in inside the compound. But before that, does drop a molly. But from elsewhere, it's going to be the players of Rivalry that will be dishing out that hurt. And for now, Tribe Herdman, they have also been reduced to their final player, Blitzpew.
Yeah, this 2v2 situation, and this has been made worse by the players of 7 Shore themselves. Thunder need to be careful when he was playing along that first floor, because he stepped into that molly, lost a lot of HP, and as soon as he was engulfed in the blue zone, it was all over. But hey, what has happened? 7 Shore, are they eliminated right now? Yes, they have been wiped out from this game.
Oh yeah, that has to hurt. That certainly has to hurt. Now we have the final 3 teams remaining, folks. 7 Shore, Rivalry, and UP50. For Anonymous, he has to keep his stealth alive. But for Rivalry, they have got the numbers. They've got the best position. They have to just walk a couple of meters inside the circle. But Anonymous, a failed attempt in trying to throw spanners into the works of the players of 7 Shore. As they shall recover, it is a 4-on-3 situation. Rivalry already having made their way inside the circle. But for 7 short, their positions absolutely compromised. It is a dance against destiny for them.
Yeah, and with rivalry, how they've positioned themselves, they are going to suffocate the players of 7 Shore for any form of map control in what might be the last fight of this game. As you mentioned, Aru was knocked out a few seconds ago. He hasn't been brought back.
And look at rivalry. They already have 7 finishes to their names. Quite a good start for them, especially considering these are the wildcards.
Yeah.
Couple good games, and who knows? The idea is still to make it inside the top 16. And from 64, yeah, it doesn't get tougher than this. It doesn't get worse than this. But for now, Devil already he's lost out on his life. It is a 2v4.
Yeah, Devil knocked out, and I don't think he's getting a revive as long as he is in the blue. Toxic and Aru, they are looking to go for a push. Aru, he is prepared for this action this time. Last time caught off guard, but now rivalry, they have numbers to work with. And look at Lucifer. He is being the devil himself. Goes for the distraction, allows his teammates to line up the utility, and with a bang, rivalry conclude the first Erangel fixes. What an amazing performance.
10 finishes and a chicken dinner. This is exactly what Rivalry Esports needed. Again, a huge surprise for us. We did not see this coming, to be honest, because heading on to today's day, we had such big names, and Rivalry just comes out of nowhere. Thanks to how the circle took that final shift towards the southern side. Now let's talk even about the players of 7 Shore. This was a team till that 4th circle. They still haven't made it inside the circle. Suddenly that hard shift comes. They make it inside. They defend their territory with their entire lives. And quite an unexpected start, but a start that we love.
I think for 7 Shore, the only concern was the players. I don't know, the spread looked good, but there was no cover fire available, no trades coming in for the side of 7 Shore. And one after the other, their players just kept knocked out. Aru, he was in trouble, got a chance to fight again inside of that final fight, was brought back. And then when they came to push, I believe it was Toxic or Devil who was knocked out, and Toxic did push up, in fact, along with Aru. But with Devil going down, and that too right when the blue zone was closing in, it just made sure that Rivalry were going to have a comfortable win. Lucifer's flank just guaranteed it. That was the final stamp that, alright, this is our chicken now.
And Rivalry pretty much were aware of where 7 Shore were. And that final shift really helping Rivalry's endeavors in getting inside the circle. Beast was the first one to already have made it in. And it was all about them trying to stop the players of 7 Shore while they were trying to enter in. But this entire drama really occurred because of that circle shift, right? Everybody thought it would be somewhere around the foothills of maybe Everest, maybe the southern side, maybe the northern side. That hard shift was a tough pill to swallow for many of these teams.
It was, and that does include a lot of big names. In fact, it includes Revenant, who went for that push up Everest. For some reason, tried to pick a fight against Carnival Gaming, and Carnival Gaming also asked the same question, like, why, bro?
Why would you do that? And in fact, Revenant were the succeeders. Like in the first moment of the fight, they managed to get that first knock and finish. And suddenly you see them, that reluctancy, like you said, in switching those weapons and trying to still go on with the DBS. Did not work around. And Carnival Gaming, still their positions a little not known to the players of Revenant. They had something to say about it. Even for the likes of Team Forever, Johnny, you gotta feel bad, right? Kind of were unaware of where 7Rs were. 2 players deciding to ram in. They instantly lost out. And then suddenly that panic button was hit for them. And then Omega comes out of nowhere. Quite unnecessary. And they also had to lose out on those numbers.
But hey, look how our journey in the wildcard stage is starting. We have the undergods rising up to the challenge. Because in this game, Jux did quite decent for themselves. They were there in the top 5. Along with them, team Tribe Herdman. They did quite well. They also broke into the top 4. UP50, they stood up. They had decent eliminations on them. And they also made it into the top 3. And of course, 7 Shore and Rivalry, that final fight, the top 2. Both of the teams doing phenomenal. Rivalry, I think, are going to look better because they have those 10 eliminations upon them. But hey, 7 Shore, they're going to have to settle for those placement points, right?
Yeah, and you know, once we take a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment over here, I think for Rivalry, everything was set up for them. That final circle shift, really, this is where they have to thank their lady luck. It was all about rivalry just spreading across there, and for Seven Shaw having to inject themselves just from that one direction, they got pummeled down.
Yeah.
But I think there were few more exciting fights. The one where you could see, I think it was the players of Hail India engaging, and suddenly Acrobots coming out of nowhere, thinking that they are going to third party. But then eventually it was the players of Hail that managed to survive and get a lot of finishes. Now quite opposite to how they really love to play, because early on they used to take those fights right from the very get-go. This time they focused on the positions and got a lot of finishes to their names.
But you and I had this discussion about Hail India back in round 4 as well. And this is what I expected, to be honest. Because round 4, everyone knows this. When you have a safety cushion, you tend to relax a little bit. And that happened to a lot of those big names as well. I mean, I believe, that is my personal opinion, that I believe that is one of the reasons why we have Carnival, we have teams like Mogo, we have teams like Revenant and Forever in the wildcard stages. Because they were complacent in the previous round. They thought like, all right, we have that safety cushion option. We are going to qualify from the wildcard stages. But now with how this journey is starting, yeah, it's not going to be easy, right?
Certainly isn't. And even for the likes of multiple teams, I think one of the examples that really have to point out has to be PL Dominators, a team that loves to go aggressive. This time, however, they were looking at the central positions.
Exactly, and this was quite interesting as well, that PL Dominators, while playing the center, which was their signature playstyle back in the previous rounds, they failed. I was expecting PL Dominators to actually do quite well in this particular match, but hey, what has happened has already happened. For now, we're going to move forward, have a look at this promo, and be right back. And of course, I think one more opportunity will be there for these teams. Now they have 2 more matches left. In fact, 2 more opportunities, but recovering on Miramar, it's not going to be easy, right?
Definitely not. And especially with the kind of a start we've had to the day, I think many of those big names, they've already gone in for a toss. And they will have to make a comeback. Just 2 more games remaining. And Miramar has to be the grounds where they prove themselves. Because you know the thing with Sanhok, right? It is one of those maps that anything could potentially happen. And you wouldn't want to kind of have your luck set in there, right? So yes, for this game, I think Revenant Esports, one of those teams that we definitely have to eye out for. But every single time we've put our faith on them, they have pretty much disappointed.
Yeah, even in this particular match, I mean, what we were hoping for was Revenant and Carnival to actually have a great start. But you know what I'm hoping for now? Yeah. I hope that Hail India actually end up winning, at least not winning, but they do well in this upcoming game of Miramar, because that would mean they can let loose on Sanhok.
For sure. And even if you're talking about Hail India, can't really forget Tribe Herdman, right?
Oh, yeah.
A team we haven't seen them before in the broadcast stages. They come in here, they're wrestling, they're throwing a couple of punches here and there. But who was the best player inside the lobby? There were a lot of those contenders. So let's take a quick look at who the MVP is, the stats and figures in front of us, folks. And it is going to be Akshat from Carnival Gaming. Has to be the hero, right? Especially that fight against Revenant was quite crucial.
Yeah, they have a lot of eliminations on them. So don't get us wrong that they did not play well. Individually, these players, again, some of the best talented players you can find across the board in the entire country, and they did secure, I think, 9 or 10 eliminations by the time they were wiped out. But will that be enough? That is the question. Now, we do have the top performers from the previous match in front of us. We have Akshat, and following him is going to be Arto. Goblin is there with 4 eliminations again from Carnival Gaming Rivalry. Bijlu is going to be there with 3 eliminations. And then we have Lems from the side of Tribe Herdman. And again, Tribe Herdman, I think 4-5 eliminations is the total tally on this team. But making sure that they broke into the top 3 means they had quite a decent start to the day.
Gotta feel bad for Tribe Herdman a little bit there, Johnny, because the last I remember, they were trying to initiate that push against Seven Shaw, but it was also the players of rivalry hitting them hard from the sidelines. You also had one of the last players of UP50 surviving from the backlines. I think top 3 or top 4 is what they have secured for themselves. But moving on ahead, I think Ardo, one of those players that we have been seeing right from round 1. He's been there, he's been delivering for his team. Ardo, Bijlu, this duo is always getting those numbers up. So 20 points, and I think a dream start for Rivalry Esports, considering how the stakes are so much higher at this point. For Carnival Gaming, there you have it, right? The new point structure really coming into play.
Yeah.
10 points, out of which 9 just come from the finishes.
But then again, you and I both know when the game began and we saw that Gatka circle, I think Carnival were hoping for a chicken. They were praying for a chicken. But as soon as we saw the circle move outside of Everest and Carnival were already sitting up top, we know exiting that mountain, it becomes a big challenge. And Carnival Gaming also fell prey to that challenge. But then again, if you have 9 eliminations when you are sitting at the top of that hill, your job for the entire game is already done.
Yeah, it's your work cut out, right? Carnival Gaming were really hoping that the circle would somewhere near them, but eventually also they took a really nice position. It was all about the other teams also aware of where Carnival Gaming were and to punish them. But for Team UP50, like we said, right, Anonymous doing the heavy lifting, getting those 5 extra position points really comes in handy, considering the fact that UP50 is one of those teams that loves their games of Miramar. The previous time also they lost out on that chicken, but it is okay. I think UP50, they're coming in with a bang. Decent start to the evening today, but for Seven Shaw, again, now this is one of those teams that we did not expect it, still managed to get that second spot. Tribe Herdman not far behind, but when we move to the next page, that is where we're going to see those massive, big upsets. You're going to see the likes of Team Forever. We're going to see the likes of even the Revenant. So yeah, a lot going on over here.
I would say one upset for me is there on that 8th position, Acrobots. I expected Acrobots to have a decent start as well to this day. A lot of expectations from their performance in the past as well. That is a team that knows how to be consistent, and they maintain a balance of that placement to finish ratio. But this time again, that wasn't the case. But this is it, the second page, and a lot of big names over here. Revenant, they start off with a struggle. Team Forever only managing to secure 2 points. Now, that is not the Team Forever that we saw in the grind.
Especially considering how much of a stronger map Erangel is for them.
Yeah.
And this is quite unacceptable if you are Team Forever, one of those teams that really impressed us during the grind. Round number 4, they was quite stellar as well, but seems like they have to make a comeback and a half. But for Revenant Esports, just 2 finishes, quite unacceptable. But even for the likes of PL Dominators, I think, like we said, right, a little bit of a switch in their style of play, going in for this position, rather than doing what they've been doing so far along. I think this is where the pressure is really surmounting over them.
Yeah, they didn't even get to reach their destination, just picked off midway, mid-rotation, and that was not something that we saw TWOB do in the previous rounds as well. So this is a team that, again, did quite beautifully adapt to the new point structure, did quite beautifully bring that aggression into that mix, but now all of a sudden switching to slowing things down. I think, again, as you keep saying, that pressure getting to the players, I think that is what we are seeing in action, so I do agree with that. But now is that moment that you need to realize, all right, we only have 6 matches in total across 4 days to beat out all the 64 teams and stay in the top 64, and we have already dropped the ball in 1. So you better start performing on that Miramar and Sanhok, otherwise you will have to wait for your turn.
And to add salt to their injuries, right? You need to understand that the competition is just not the ones inside of your lobby.
Exactly.
You have to be the best, the top 16 amongst the 64. And that is where the real challenge lies. So it's not just about you getting a chicken dinner and feeling quite settled that maybe I've done the work. You never know. In the next group, somebody just drops a 30 bomber and gets around 30 to 6, I think around 50 to 60 points in just those first 3 games. They will feel quite settled. And in the next set of 3 matches that have to play, I think they just can go all out.
Because it seems like this time, as we have our team make waves, everyone just keeps making those waves. Whenever we feel like, all right, no one is going to surpass this performance, the next day someone just shows up and he's like, all right, yeah, that was nothing. Like we saw the performance from the players of Revenant back in the grind, right? We were expecting, all right, no one is going to be able to surpass them in 6 matches. This is the highest you can do in 6 matches. And then when BGIS began in round 2, it was for the first time we saw someone secure 5 chicken dinners. And then when we move forward, it was Reckoning who just broke a new record for themselves. So again, those records are continuously being broken. And again, I think wildcard stage, that is going to continue. That trend is going to continue. So I do agree with you on that. Someone can drop a big bomb. But the question is, who will that be?
And you have to be consistent every single time, right? When
That is also
you're
true, yeah.
discussing that your foes are all the other 63 teams inside of this wild card, you have to understand for the fact that even if you are top 3 inside of your group, that still does not assure you that you get into the next round. But folks, taking a look at the schedule at this point, it gets more exciting than ever. It is going to be the map of Miramar, and things are definitely going to get so much more exciting, Johnny. So before you head out,
Yeah.
give me one quick prediction.
All right, I'm going to go with Revenant because I really hope they make a comeback.
Revenant it is, and yeah, Johnny, he's going to be sipping on his coffee there, whilst my panda brother Necro joins in the fray. He's been watching the matches on the sidelines, and he had a look on his face the moment he entered the studio. He was flabbergasted with how good Rivalry Esports was, quite unexpectedly, even Shevin Shaw performing so well. So Necro, welcome back on the desk. Any takeaways from the first game of Erangel?
I mean, Rivalry performing that well, it's something that I did not expect, I'm not going to lie. And then you've also seen a couple of more teams not being able to perform. Revenant Esports, man, on the opposite side of the spectrum, I'm not sure what's going on. You talk about a dream team, that's what they said, right?
Yeah.
And now the dream's falling apart.
And quite surprisingly, at this point, if they do not make it inside the top 16, they're not going to be heading into the next round. And if my memory serves me right, Revenant has been one of those teams that always tends to make it inside of the grand finals. Now, that would be a major upset. Now, I really don't want to jump the gun. Still, 5 matches are there. Still, they can stage that comeback. But again, when you have such a terrible start, that kind of sets you off. Because for Revenant, they're still trying to get inside the groove. And seems like they have pretty much lost their momentum right from round number 4.
I mean, it's not just that team. You've also got Team Forever sort
Yeah.
of following that same pathway, right? And for Team Forever, I'm not even sure what's going on. Moving inside of the grind, we saw this team perform super well, and now look at them. It's a complete opposite side. So for even Team Forever, the recovery should be there as quick as possible. The good thing for these teams is that they just need to play 2 more games in the future.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's also going to be that reset where they come back based on the overall standings, and the reshuffle will be happening. So let's just hope that they get a better group. But right now, this is definitely the group of death.
Oh, it certainly is. And I think every day is going to be a group of death because there's no coming back after this.
Yeah.
Now, when you said about Team Forever, I completely agree with you. Now, this is not how they are really accustomed to play or how we are accustomed to see them, because what we saw from Grind felt like it was a complete revamped Team Forever. At this point, I really feel like Oasis is again starting to doubt himself, because today also, the fight you saw, right, they were taking again 7 hours. That was quite unintentional.
Okay.
2 players deciding to just dash in inside the compound, weren't really expecting that. Even after that, them still trying to commit those forces kind of gives them a stark reality check that the competition is at its peak at this point, and if they do not step up, they really might fall flat on their faces. But because when you're talking about the old dogs making a comeback, I think Raw officials, we need to touch upon them a little bit, because they also had a really bad ending.
That is true. I mean, Raw is also another one of those teams. You also need to commend Seven Shores, though. The
Yeah.
fact that they were there in the top 2 is also quite incredible. Seven Shores, they dropped all the way down south towards the Sanhok military base, and then being able to make that rotation towards the other side, even though they were tanking that first zone, is super impressive.
It was super impressive, no denying that, because I think even you would remember, right? There was a point, it was
Yeah.
the 4th circle, they were still hunkered down on the southern side, and suddenly, once the circle takes that hard shift, they really easily enter inside the circle, and we were all surprised, like, how did this team manage to do so? But yeah, even for Rivalry having to take that swamp spot, and for all the others, I think was pretty impressed with how Tribe Herdman started. I'm pretty sure getting into the day they might have those jitters, but eventually I feel like they've had a decent start to the evening.
I mean, in general, the game started off really slow, right? We
Yeah.
did not really see a lot of those elimination points off the rip. We also saw the players of CG on top of the Big Boy Mountain, right? And genuinely speaking, I thought CG should have the cake in their bag. Unfortunately, we saw that backstab coming through as well, where CG got completely screwed up. Goblin tried his best. He also clutched that situation, but unfortunately, he was not really able to move on forward, and that's where CG sort of their pieces fumbled up. We also saw Revenant Esports trying their best to sort of get things in the bag. But in general, man, Seven Shores, they really impressed me with the way they were trying to play. Unfortunately, the circle shifted right on top of the players of Rivalry in the end, and that's where things just went downhill.
It certainly did. And for Seven, sure, I think they have their work cut out. A
Yep.
good start to today's evening, and all they need to do is get a couple more finish points. Because just to considering they could have had a lot more, but I really feel like you could see the jitters pretty much visible there. For them, it was all about having a decent start, getting those position points, and eventually they might just open up. But, you know, there were a couple of more other teams that we need to talk about, right? PL Dominators, as a matter of fact. Like, this is one of those conversations that I was having with Johnny. Now, this is a team, even you know, Necro, they love to go on the aggressive. This time, however, a change in plan. They were playing around the center. What was going on?
It's the pressure, man. Trust me when I say this. Yeah, you're inside of the wild card. You're way too far inside of the journey, man. And at this point in time, you cannot really afford to be kicked out. And that's something that's adding the extra bit of pressure. That's why you see these teams double guessing themselves. A lot of these decisions that are being made, they're not able to back that up properly. And PL Dominators, the same thing can be said for that team. Now, they definitely do pack a lot of punch, but switching things up at the last moment is something that's not working out for this team.
You know what I really feel for PL Dominators, in all the previous rounds of BGIS that they played during the grind in round number 4, they've come to make that realization that this is one of those teams that loves to take fights, right?
Yep.
So they had their work cut out. Maybe they were focusing like, guys, we need to get a little bit more extra position points. We know how to fight. So eventually they decided to take that central spot, but then they realized that playing around the center, it's not an easy cake, right? Suddenly you're being surrounded with multiple teams. So hopefully PL Dominators get back to their role-playing ways. We would love to see them engaging in those fights towards the very end. Kind of quite synonymous with how Mogo Esports really loves to play, right? From the edges, pushes in, gets those fights in their bag. But Miramar, it is going to be such an interesting matchup. And for the ones watching us on TV or on your mobile phones, do let us know, is R&T going to make a comeback, or do you think somebody else is going to pick a chicken dinner? What about you, though?
I think so. Team Forever should have this one in the back.
Team
Because
Forever?
remember, back in the day, Team Forever's favorite map was Miramar. They were supposed to perform in this map itself, but unfortunately for Team Forever, this downhill loop that we're seeing since the grind is not really looking that great. So maybe now they can definitely back things up in much more of a better fashion. But you know what? We've been speaking a lot about PL Dominators too, right? This is also another one of those interesting prospects to look at. And we've also got that face-off between PL Dominators and UP50. And looking at this entire face-off, PL Dominators is definitely dominating this face-off.
I mean, they definitely are dominating, but you could witness this change of style of play, right? For PL Dominators, look at them, 27 finishes, so aggressive. Whilst for UP50, it has been a mixed bag, right? They love to get those finishes. Also, they like to secure those position points. And let's not forget, UP50 is also one of those teams that likes to play that game of Miramar properly. Even in the previous time where we had them going up against Zero Recoil in that final moment in Miramar, where Zero Recoil did win, but it was still UP50 fighting tooth and nail. But let's not also forget the fact that it was an eastern circle. It was a southeastern circle. This time, things could be completely different. For UP50, though, this has been a team that I've been seeing them from across the years. There have been a lot of changes in the lineup, but how do you feel about them in overall?
I mean, I think so. This lineup definitely seems quite stable. Still a couple of more tweaks are needed to be done. I just feel like when it comes to the team synergy and the communication, things are lacking a little bit. But in general, this new lineup seems pretty balanced. It just feels like they need a little bit more time with each other, and that's when things can be more ironed out. But still, you can never say anything, man. At this point in time, you're inside of the wild card. Even some of the best teams are doubting their abilities. And Forever and Revenue Esports are the prime example of that. And UP50 is nothing in front of them, let's be honest, right? In general, UP50, if they do tend to doubt themselves, it is understandable. The competition is way too fierce.
You know, back in the days when they pretty much had nothing, right?
Yeah.
They barely had a boxy phone. They were like, you know, we don't have good devices. They struggled. Their underdog story was still alive till the point they got into those bigger organizations. After that, kind of felt a little settled. But now when they're back to UP50, I think they've realized that it is time to punch back. But when you are talking about punching back, you know, our folks from Crafton have constantly been punching us with so many of those beautiful in-game items, and you've been talking about some beautiful spins. So here's a look at a beautiful promo.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
The Ignis X suit, Necro, and we have been loving it. But let's not forget, not a lot of days remaining before it vanishes, right? The 6th of June is the last day, and for every single spin per day, you get that, you get it for 10 UC, right? I've been trying relentlessly. I've been getting a couple of material pieces here and there, so you might as well try your luck. But getting back to business, Necro, there have been so many of those teams duking it out, but TWOB, man, one of those teams that has really impressed across in those past few rounds. But today, you come into the wild card and not a start that they would have wanted.
In the round 3 itself, TWOB was able to put up some magnificent numbers, but unfortunately still not able to back it up. And considering the cutoff was way too high for the lobby that TWOB was playing in, now they move inside of this entire round of wildcard, and still TWOB is not able to perform. That is another big question mark that's there on the lineup. You look at the entire lineup that they have playing inside of today's day. Of course, it is one of the most experienced lineups that you can ask for. You've got Eggy, one of the best players, one of the most renowned players from the past. Even he's not able to step up and rise up and start to make waves. You've also got Prince in there. You've also got Turbo, who's supposed to perform on their firepower. But unfortunately, this entire lineup of TWOB, even this is crashing down.
Yeah, I think when you look at the first game, right, it was all about trying to always hunt down for that central spot that sort of led to them digging up their own graves. They were kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. You had Carnival Gaming already up above. You had the players of 7 Shore also. In fact, the players of 7 Hours also down below. You had Hail India. Everybody was firing at them. And just around the foothills of Mount Everest, that's where they kind of pretty much got picked off. So kind of a start that they did not anticipate for themselves. But heading on into this game of Miramar, right? TWOB loves to take those high cliffs around those western areas of San Martin, so they would be hoping for a western circle. If not, I'm pretty excited to see what they perform.
I mean, TWOB, they're known for their firepower. They do pack a lot of punch, but so far, they're just not able to execute those fights the way they want them to. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Enough talks about the team. Let's just directly step inside the deserty lands of Miramar, as the plane flat pat's going to be in front of us soon enough, and the plane flat pat starting all the way from La Trilera towards Campo Militar. It is tilted a little bit to the northern side, but still it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, for Revenant, especially heading on towards Los Leones, it is going to be one hell of a task. And it's just not Revenant that goes down there. We would have a couple of teams, but yes, those vehicular collisions. But eyes will be on Hail India. as to who do they drop upon. Even for Carnival Gaming, Picardo has been a nightmare. In round number 4, we had seen them getting contested twice in that central spot, and completely messes up with the rotation, right? As PL dominators, they head down early, go towards Valademar. They have a couple of teams along with them. 7 Shaw this time taking the northern side, maybe heading towards Ruins or El Pozo. But for Team Raw officials, gotta see if Yashu or Superman could replicate their heroics, what they did in the previous round, this round as well.
And Fixes, we also need to speak about Lifecraft Esports, right?
Yeah.
It is also one of those teams that we've seen them play inside of the grind. And I'm not going to lie, Lifecraft moving inside of 2024, they were looking really impressive. But then later on, once again, that carry forward, wasn't really that fluid for this team as well. Similar storyline for all the other teams that have moved in from the grind. And I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Is it the gap that they got to play inside of this main event? Or is it actually them just doubting themselves?
I mean, for Lifecraft, yeah, a couple of changes here and there, and they've pretty much been a mixed bag, right?
Yeah.
There have been certain games where they kind of go all guns blazing, but haven't really been struggling to get those chicken dinners. I think a little bit of assertiveness is needed from their side. But look at this, look at Picardo. You've got Carnival, you've got the players of Hale, and seems like we're in for a fight.
Oh, it is definitely going to be hell-breaking loose inside of Picardo. Still, we do not know what's going to be the one to stand out on top. I mean, at the end of the day, it is CG, right? And CG, somewhere down the line, we know they do not really like to duke it out against some of the known names right off the rip. So CG, they're probably going to be taking their sweet little time to loot up, get comfy a little bit inside of that city, and then maybe try and duke it out against some of the more enemies that are there. You've also got Raw East officials right underneath them. Even that can be a big prospect. Acrobats, one of those teams that we've seen in the past, and they're supposed to be the burning torch of consistency. But unfortunately, that follow-up inside of the game one wasn't exactly there. But you've still got 2 more games to go in the future.
And now they could just collide against the players of PL Dominators, who do not seem to be far away from them. So Acrobats, a very important game. This is one of those underdog teams that we did see them making waves in this previous rounds. But now they've been not really having the best of times. But of course, they could recover in Miramar. But few changes, Necro, have been happening over here. Whilst we were talking about Revenant having such a tough time heading on towards Los Leones, they seem like they have got another strategy. They've dropped around San Martin, and if they time it together right, I think the perfect match that they were looking out for.
Revenant Esports, I mean, we know, man, they've got so much potential, but for some reason, they're just not able to back it up with some good thinking. You've got Punk, you've also got Sensei, 2 of the masterminds. Maybe, I mean, I'm just making assumptions at this point. Maybe it's also a conflict of thoughts going on in that team. What do you think?
Oh, I really feel like they do not want to go for those early drop collisions, right? You look at certain teams already just around the outskirts, and you do not want to be contesting for those vehicles and eventually end up suffering casualties. So I think Revenant, the split that they've gone with, kind of quite similar to what Chelly has been doing with Godlike recently. Have 2 of the players at Hacienda, then have the other 2 around San Martin, get some really good loot, and having a good abundance of it really helps them in their endeavors of having a good game. For Carnival Gaming though, seems like Hale this time, they do not want to engage in those fights. For once, I think Hale have finally felt like, yes, they're in the run to make it inside the top 16, had a really good start, and they do not want to mess it up.
I mean, for Carnival Gaming, fine, right? I just want to go back to that Revenant Esports conversation that
Okay.
we're having, right? And witnessing this team from the grind towards this main event, there's been a major pace drop.
Yeah.
And that's something that might just be playing with their heads. I feel like Revenant Esports, they should realize their stronger suit, and that is the firepower they do pack, and considering the quick adaptability that they have. But unfortunately, Revenant Esports, they're not really going for those firepower. Instead, they're just trying to focus on the placement points these days, or at least. So maybe that's one of those things, the last minute change that they're trying to bring inside of the game. It's sort of fiddling with their mindset. But you never know, right? Maybe Revenant Esports, they're ready for the upcoming games. They've still got 5 more games to go, right? 2 more games today itself, from which one is being played in front of us.
First game they played, they barely managed to get 2 points out of it. And that's where things really get kind of squeaky for them. When you look at 7 hours, truck stop, one of those latest areas inside of Miramar, finally could see some of those teams dropping down over here. 7 hours really had an amazing start to the day. But coming back to Revenant, like you said, right, I feel like even in the previous game, they tried to take that fight against Carnival Gaming. And initially, they were the ones who kind of opened things up. But right after, you could see that lack of synergy between the players. And even in those individualistic moments, them having to mess things up. A lot of problems are suddenly starting to pop up for Revenant. You know, initially in round number 4, it was all about those late rotations really hurting them. This time, trying to execute those earlier ones, but still falling flat on their faces. Sensei, he really needs to make a miracle happen. Really needs to stage that comeback.
Sensei's got a lot of that burden on his shoulders, man.
Yeah.
Too many people eyeing out this one single IGL. And sometimes you might as well just get that performance anxiety, right? That pressure is something a lot of these known teams as well are cracking under. And just hope, if you're a Revenant Esports' fan, just hope that they're going to be able to keep their calm. If that's not going to be the case, well then, better luck next time. And it's something we do not really want to say. Lifecraft Esports in front of us, another one of those teams that is quite newer inside of the scene. Not exactly newer, you can't say. We've seen this team in 2023 as well, but definitely moving in forward towards 2024. There's been some quick improvements, and I'm loving to see that, but still these improvements are not enough to adapt to the heat level of this lobby.
Yeah, for Lifecraft, this has been quite an older org, right? Dates back way towards 2021 or even earlier. In different titles, howsoever. But, you know, this team has always been making those changes. Haven't really seen those consistent lineups. We've seen, you know, players come in. We've seen Pasha, Trigger, the new additions. We have a couple of players here and there. And Clowny is still there, one of their owners, but he's not playing inside of this game. But when you talk about Lifecraft in general, now this has been a team that you really do not know what to expect out of them. But this is one of those teams that always fights back. But when you look at how the circle has been forming around Necro, this is what I was talking about, right? Revenant, by the virtue of them heading on towards San Martin, they've made that early rotation and somewhere around Minas Generalis, holding on to that central spot. Even for Carnival Gaming, this time they went uncontested around Picardo. And look at them, they've executed those early rotations. Previous game wasn't really bad for them, but they really need to get a chicken dinner in this one.
I mean, Siege is known for this sort of playstyle, right?
Yeah.
Be proactive in the early game phase, and then later on just try and play complete defense. So that's what Siege is trying to do once again, just trying to get their hands on that high ground as well. Make sure they're not going to be peppered from the top. It is a split they're going for. The backlines, I'm not sure how well they're going to be secured. So for CG, there's always going to be that extra bit of pressure from the back. UP50 in front of us for now, and for UP50, I'm not sure what they need to do. As I mentioned, there's a lot going on in their minds, at least that's what it seems like. And this playing forward does seem pretty stable. These new 2 players that they have added on inside of the roster, they're looking pretty stable. But still, it's all about the communication, man. Sometimes the micro comps, they can fill in so much of that important detail.
Yeah, for UP50, like you said, right, this is one of those teams that has gone through a couple of changes, right? You've got Anonymous and Kanha making way inside this roster. And props to Anonymous. In the previous game, I think UP50 getting those 5 finish points, in fact, the position points, really helping UP50 to be there on the boards and maybe to get a couple more finishes here and there. Look at Triumph Herdman having spotted out Voldemort. The Dark Lord already in so much trouble as Dextro will land that headshot and he's down and out.
Crucial player, knocked out for now. On the verge of completely being eliminated from the game, and usually he does. And that once again, that just happens. So yeah, Voldemort not being able to stay alive inside of the game for too long. And that's going to be the first pick of this entire map. It's been a while, Fixes.
It's been a silent show so far. You could see, right, the intensity of the lobby speaking volumes. Yeah, there might be that eerie silence.
Yeah, and it's something, it's something we expected as well, right? Moving inside of the wild card, we know the competition's going to be way too tough. Everyone's going to be try-harding a lot, and that's exactly what's happening.
Of course. I mean, it's the last chance, right? There's no coming back after this. Either you hit, you go big or you go home. And by going big, you have to be in that top 16 amongst the 64. Quite a gigantic ask if you really ask me over here from all these teams. But when you look at Tribe Herdman, I think pretty impressed with how they're showing up. It's
Yeah.
the first time we're seeing them on the broadcast. They kind of look a little unfazed. They have been engaging in those fights, and seems like 7 hours, they're back for some revenge. The entire squad really coming on them as they want to get something off. But yeah, those shots not really connecting. And now, Shadow, he's interested to go after the players of Chucks.
You like to see this aggression from 7H,
Uh-huh.
being the asserters inside of the lobby, asserting their dominance against Tribe Herdman. And Tribe Herdman, nothing else left than to just back away from that spot. They give it away to the opponents. They respect him. But I'm not sure how safe this vehicle's looking like for now. It's almost on the verge of being blown up. And they do get that switcheroo at the last moment. But still, for this team, I'm not sure how the future stages are going to look like.
This is so interesting, right? They decide to pick up a vehicle which was already picked up by another team.
And there's
then-
no fuel in it.
Yes, exactly. That's where I was getting at. And Tribe Herdman, I think things aren't really working their way, but seems like they spotted out Omega. And I've pretty much heard the commotion. And for Team Forever, I think vice versa. All those information relayed. And look at Team Forever. So indecisive, so reluctant in engaging in those fights. And now this is where the cluster is really starting to build up around the central spots. You've got the likes of Revenant, you've got TWOB, you've got Tribe Herdman, you've got Hale. I think 5 to 6 teams. And imagine if there's a hard shift maybe towards San Martin or maybe towards the extreme parts of the circle. The kind of chaos that would ensue.
Yeah, I would still say that that was a really good call from Team Forever. Just to back away, right? You'd never know which other
Yeah.
teams are going to be moving up against you, just trying to creep and crawl their way and just
Uh-huh.
backstab you. So, yeah, wiser option being made. And we've also got Seven Shores Esports. In general, for Seven Shore, things have always been a little bit tough, man. I mean, whenever we've seen this team perform on the bigger screen, Seven Shores, they've never been able to put up their maximum performance that they're known for. But finally in that first game, right, the head start that they got, now they've got the win of the sales. All they need to do is just keep on performing the same way. The consistency is something that should not be dropped.
I think the consistency is the key over here. Has always been when the stakes are so high. For Seven Shore, getting a second position in the first game is quite decent. I think Eyes will definitely go out for getting a couple more finishes this time around. They barely had 2 points and could kind of muster just 8 out of that entire game, right? So for Seven Shore, still quite a decent start, like you said, but really watchful of every single movements that they're making. For TWOB, playing out of their comfort zone, the Eastern Circles really haven't played a lot of games around that. And with Revenant making those quick rotations, the big question, Necro, over here is TW aware of the fact that Revenant, they have their eyes on them?
Good question. And I think so they are.
Are they?
They should be, man. At this point in time, you just got to expect the unexpected, right? You've still got all the teams up and alive inside of the lobby, and if you are anywhere closer to that centric spot, you should be knowing the fact that you're being eyed out right now. Your position is definitely compromised. And TWOB, it's something that they need to realize. Turbo is actually quite in the open as well. There's a high chance he can be shot at from the back. I mean, we know there's no one in the back for now, but does Turbo know? That's the real question.
You know what? We've been witnessing so much of the change in playstyle from a lot of these teams, and this is where I would really want to get in Acrobots into the mix. This is one of those teams in the previous round, we did see them play, and I always went in for the center. This time they're trying a different style of play, something that they have not practiced before. And goes on to fathom that, are they up for the task? Are they ready to be playing from the edge as a team that hasn't really been taking a lot of those fights? Suddenly, trying a completely different style of play. Is that going to really work out for them? What do you think?
I mean, just try and think in the team's perspective, right? You've already made it so far inside of the tournament.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, nobody wants to be kicked out. You've put in too much time and effort. You've practiced years and years for this opportunity that you've finally got in your hands. And if you do get kicked out in this wildcard stage, man, it's going to be a big stinger.
It certainly would hurt, but that is where it really bothers me, right? What has got you inside of this round? What has made you travel this far? Now you're trying something that you've never done. At least when the stakes have been so high, right? This is where my concerns for the likes of PL Dominators, for Acrobots, they've been playing quite opposite to what they're really known for. Is that the right approach? That is what has been haunting me. And this is exactly what we've been talking about, Necro. That northern shift. And look at so many teams from the southern side. There will be those splash of colors. Everybody needs to migrate. And 7 hours. I think they might get a lot of finishes to their
Yeah,
names.
it's just a wave of vehicles trying to move up north, including Revenue Esports. It does seem like this team's going to be screwed up a little bit with that circle shift. You've also got Lifecraft slowly and steadily trying to move inside of that safe zone. Even Rising Falcons right underneath. For them, even if they do want to move inside of the zone, it just seems a little bit too tough. Rising Falcons, it's time to assert dominance. Show them who are the real Falcons here. But I mean, Rising Falcons, they've just been dipping down so far. It's the complete opposite of Rising.
I mean, for Rising Falcons, the previous game, yeah, they had a couple of finishes here and there. But like you said, right, what they're really known for, maybe just come out of nowhere, rise from the ashes. Maybe Falcons aren't really cut out for that. Have to be the Phoenix inside of the lobby. But for now, I'm really loving what Rivalry are doing so far. Injected themselves from the northern side. They've got their backs clear. Yeah, it is going to be a couple of players from Chucks here and there. But even 7, sure.
Yeah.
Right smack at the center. But Carnival Gaming, a rotation that they have not really executed in the past, but a rotation that could really work out for them.
But honestly speaking, 7 Shores and Rivalry positioning's impressive. Once again, they find themselves in the prime spots, right?
Yeah.
And a high chance to survive till the late game once again. What else can you really complain about that? Chucks Esports, one of those teams, one of the undergods actually moving inside of 2024. Expectations, man, they've risen up so high. But now looking at the players perform, we're not really seeing the same Amazing anymore. Amazing needs to put up some amazing numbers because inside of the grind, this was the only man who was able to carry his team in the back.
Yeah, when we saw them in the initial week of grind, it really felt like, yeah, Amazing. He could be the next big thing, but as time passed, I think we could see him fizzle out. The tender finally doused off. But now, when you look at Tribe Herdman, right? They're kind of around that southern side. You've got the players of Revenant trying to get in from their backlines. But for Revenant, like you said, so many teams into the mix. Having spotted the players of Lifecraft, Sensei, he's being pushed at. Look at Pasha coming in up close. But now Sensei trying to pick a fight against Ryzen with that DBS. Almost got the knock, but instead got traded out.
Moves out in the open. Sensei, I'm not sure what the game plan was. He should not have pulled out the DBS on that range. Instead, should have just stuck to that AR. But Sensei now knocked out and confirmed for the opponents. This is the exact start they wanted to have before Revenant Esports down a man. And that too, the IGL not inside of the game anymore. Now it's time for the filter to step in. I'm speaking of Punk. And he already capitalized on a couple of more players. Lifecraft have taken some hefty damage. Nate's being cooked up from the side of Punk. It might just find the exact timing that it needs to. And it does so as well. Confirmation on one of the players found. Lifecraft on the verge of being eliminated. And the next nade follows up the mark perfectly. The entirety of Lifecraft have been eliminated from this game.
Revenant do capitalize, but with Sensei taking that loss, 3 finishes already, but this is a blow that might hurt them. They have to still make it inside the circle with the players of Tribe Herdman keeping a close eye. And finally, you could see the other pieces really putting in together for Team Revenant. And this is where even I'm starting to fathom what is wrong with the players of Revenant. What is this liking with that DBS? Like you said, I completely agree with you. I mean, could have easily gotten that knock with that M4 there. But seems like Revenant still aren't out of the woods yet. They still have to deal with the players of Tribe Herdman, who are also a 3-man squad.
The jitters, man. It's all about the jitters. Revenue Esports. The players now wanting to move inside of their zone slowly and steadily. Definitely tanking a bit of that damage from the blue itself, and considering the circle shifted away from them for Revenue Esports, it will be a tough push to make.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And for Tribe Herdman, you could see, right? The pressure really building up, but for Revenant, if it is not going to be TH, it certainly is going to be another pack. It has to be the players of Rising Falcons. UV Jord, he's under tremendous pressure over there as that nade lobbed in by Fierce does some hefty amount of damage. And now Punk, he wants to initiate that push.
Realizing their strength, Revenue and Esports, focusing on the firepower completely. Utilities being tossed in the front too, but the man still is alive. Shotgun up close and personally can't do a lot of damage, and there we go. Fierce is going to be the one to strike down the enemy. And just like that, now they're down to a two-man squad. Revenue Esports with the biggest advantage inside of the fight, but the utility's gonna find the knockout as well. Newbie Jod, he's able to try and keep things together at least for now, but still it's looking way too tough for Rising Falcons. And Rising Falcons, the players are also quite softened up. Even Juice is way too low. Revenue Esports just looking for to press upon the charge, but you can't say the fight's taken down to neutral grounds.
Yeah, it's kind of even Stevens at this point with Nubijot getting that confirmation of Pang. And this is where Aquinox, he is enraged along with Fierce over here. Juice, what was he doing? Instantly gets slapped on his face as Nubijot. He is also bound to fall. Revenant having suffered yet another casualties. But the good side is the fact that they have already managed to get 7 finishes to their names. Revenant finally deciding to come out of dead. And finally deciding to step up, live up to their names. And from here onwards, how many finishes can they gather? Aquinox and Fierce, they have to deliver.
The Revenants now just raining down terror inside of the lobby. But unfortunately, taking down the last 2 demons. I'm not sure how well they can carry the torch forward. Rivalry on the screen, even they lost out on one of the players. But he should be back up on his feet soon enough. Rivalry Lucifer just dying out in the front. And a lot of the damage is being taken against the foes as well. Arto, some good sprays. Fonts the second man too. A quick spray transfer that was. Nicely done. 2 of the knocks instantly on the board, and that's going to swing the players of Rivalry back in the advantage.
It certainly will. 3 finishes secured already, and Hail India almost sent packing in that situation. It's not just going to be Hail India who are around them. So many teams just hovering around, everybody eyeing out for an opportunity, everybody wanting to find that golden window so that they could just thread the needle. But UP50, look at them, a very commanding position. But now, Chucks, you've got Rebo, he's almost cooking up that grenade. It's gonna be a little overcooked there. Does not find its prey. As now Chucks even having those numbers, but not a single finish even collected. But surely they have the idea of where the players of R4W are. But look at Chucks in real close contention to their opponents who are going to be Acrobots.
Chuck's amazing now, still alive inside of the game, so you can't say that's a big glimmer of hope for now for Chucks. But they still need to move out in the open, trying to make it inside of the safe zone, and that's where things can definitely come tumbling down, and that's what is happening so far. Chucks are quite exposed. Even the backs are quite exposed for now. And there's a high chance they can be shot at from the back, and even the sidelines now, they're not being sealed up. Amazing knocked out. And for Chucks, the problems, they just keep on continuing. Raw, they're able to find the confirmation onto Amazing too, so for Jux, it just keeps on getting worse slowly and steadily. And Rivalry is one of those teams that has got the wind in the sails. So for them to take this fight, they're completely comfortable with that.
But they still have a Herculean task. That is to get inside the circle. For the players of Rivalry, they have to deal with the likes of Hale. And they have to figure a way to get inside. Finally, they decide to back off. But somebody needs to open it up. 7, sure, they're having a ball, but Team Forever, look at them. Go after the players of Raw Officials, one of them already done and over. And now Rivalry trying to inject their ways inside the zone. But are they aware that Hale, they're lying out in the open? This grenade comes in pouring, but misses out as Noddy. He's going to retaliate back with one of his own.
Rivalry, all the 4 players still up and alive. It's an exchange of utils. And I'm not sure what the players of Hail India are doing for now, but they're just dumping down every single piece of utility they've got available. And that's not a good thing. You should at least have some sort of utils left in the late game. And you know, Fixes, util management is something that really does matters in this type of lobby. Especially in that final few moments when every single player is exposed and you know exactly where the positioning is. And TWOB for now, looking at them on the map itself, it's quite a wide spread they've gotten, but one thing is for sure, they're actually able to deal with the foes quite nicely.
This is quite an uncanny circle. Not a lot of these teams are aware of the surroundings, but look at this. Eggy, he needs to pick this fight from the back lines, and the grenade hit might just drop the deck. And Nico getting that knock over here must be quite satisfied. But TWOB have a lot on the plate right now. At this point, they also have to deal with the players of Carnival Gaming. Prince on the back lines. He needs to walk so that the team can run. But look at Rivalry inching in closer towards the players of Raw Officials. Abhi, one man against the wall, still somehow fighting it out. But it is going to be Artho who delivers the knock. And Rivalry still are breathing inside this game.
Rivalry down to a 2-man squad, but once again, Lucifer's going to be back upon his feet. Even Beast is trying to crawl his way back inside of the zone, but the Steel, that's being tossed. That's going to find the closure. Nicely done by the likes of UP50, but unfortunately for them, even Bitchlu is able to find the opener. And he also gets the confirmation in return, fixes rivalry. There's a high chance they might just bring back to life. Things are now taken down on equal grounds, and for the side of UP50, they need to be a little bit more cautious. Utils are being exchanged from both the sides, but it's rivalry once again to find the another knock.
Again, the players positioning for the players of UP50 a little too far from each other, a little too far away from home and Anonymous. Seems like, again, some massive responsibility on these nimble shoulders as they have to close in. But when you look at the circle, 7 Show feeling quite comfortable of where they really are. For rivalry, they have been fighting tooth and nails, but this is where the true test arises.
Rivalry, 3 of the players just playing in that single dip. They need to move inside of the safe zone, but for them to cross on forward, it's looking way too tough. They would need to try and breach through UP50. Even Team Forever's going to be on the way. Even Jux is there. For Jux, though, they've got their own problems to deal with for now. CG from the top is also raining down Hellfire against Team Forever, and Mafia behind that tree. Positions compromised. The Molotov's actually going to find the opener. And there we go. Goblin, he actually does hand out that blow, but then in return, it's Omega. Shuts down Goblin.
It is going to be a tough one, especially for both these teams as survival is on the line. Carnival Gaming, 5 finishes strong already. Omega from the lower grounds is trying to thread the needle, but did connect that head on Mafia. But he needs to instantly recuperate, needs to patch himself up. But looking at MJ, now finally Team Forever getting their forces together. Akshat plays such a pivotal role in this one. And what does he do? He gets the hell away from there.
CG, those 2 knocked out players, they did try to back away towards the safer lines, but it's not possible. And looking at Team Forever for now, they're looking pretty confident in all the fights they're challenging. Team Forever's slow and steady approach. The snail pace might just work out for them, and this is what they're known for. But once again, outside of the zone, wanting to breach in against so many of the teams that are there in the front. Rivalry, Jux, you've also got CG on the left lines. And it's just looking even more tougher. And look at Omega just spraying down one of the players. Mafia knocked out. MJ is taken down way too low. Critical condition on the side of Team Forever. Before CG, even they're taken down with a 3-man squad, so you can't say the man advantage still in the hands of CG.
It indeed is. Zakshat, that grenade, it is going to be quite crucial, quite pivotal, as now Carnival Gaming have decided to hold the door against the players of Team Forever as the IGL steps up, but instantly put down to ground. It rests on MJ. He needs to answer back with Akshat, creating that little bit of a flank angle. Seems like MJ is quite oblivious with the grenade being shot over there, and MJ does have a fighting chance. He fights back, he retaliates in kind, and suddenly this has been brought down to a 1v2 situation. Mafia still beside MJ, but he needs to force those revives with 10 seconds inside the circle. How do Team Forever retaliate back?
A blind push, my friend. And for CG, they need to learn a lesson. Team Forever, another lifeline granted. It's crazy the fact that Team Forever is able to stay alive for such a long time without even taking any sort of critical blows. And now look at them, slowly and steadily marching on forward. 7 Shores, they have been hunkering down this centric spot. And once again, 7 Shores, there's a high chance they can't spring back to life and get this chicken dinner secured in the back. You've got the final 3 teams left alive, ladies and gentlemen. And for Team Forever to secure this entire game, it's looking way too tough. Next to impossible, actually. The vehicle's also smoking Omega. I'm not sure how good of an idea this is going to be. But the next vehicle's also blown up, and Omega gets knocked out. Gets caught in the fire. And for 7 Shores, it's a date with Destiny as they wipe out the entirety of the opponents. And just like that, 7 Shores, they're going to be the one to secure this chicken dinner. But you've also got Lucifer all the way back in the blue, going for that med strat. So this man secured a 2nd position. Consistency, you speak of that. And he also steals away one of the elimination points in the end.
Yeah, now he's made peace with the fate that awaits him, and there you have it, folks. This time it is going to be 7 Shore Esports. The first game they barely missed out, but this time they ensured they respect the circle, and that was a biggie. 9 finishes chicken dinner coming in from 7 Shore Esports, but let's not take anything away from rivalry as well. Still, a 2nd position finish isn't too shabby. But you talk about teams making a comeback, Team Forever, that was indeed a comeback from their side.
It was, and Team Forever was taking so many hefty blows upon themselves, but at the same time, they were still able to keep that man number in the end. They had all the 4 players up and alive. Unfortunately, in the end, of course, the circle was right on top of 7 Shores once again, by the way. And that's why they were in the advantageous side of things. But honestly speaking, man, Seven Shores, they have been way too impressive. And I just want to see a little bit more from them. Even Rivalry Esports, the fact that they were there in the final two is also pretty good.
And this time, I think the only complaints from Seven Shore that we had was the lack of those finish points. This time, they also have the numbers on the board. And this is exactly what we've been talking about, right? Having that perfect balance, that perfect mix of getting those elames along with those position points. I think Seven Shore, they've surely have surprised everybody in a good manner. Same goes for the players of Team Rivalry as well. But for Team Forever, this had to be the comeback they're waiting for in Miramar. Now, all they have to do is have a consistent game in Sanhok to still be in contention.
I mean, first two games really consistent. This also gives them that room for error that they needed, right?
Yeah.
This cushioning now they've gotten it, but still it's something you should not rely on, because in the future there's always going to be that one team who does not leave any of that room for error, and there's a high chance your position can be capitalized in the overall standings, and it's something you would not want to book up on if you're a professional team and if you've got so much more rep as Rivalry or even Team Forever. Moving on forward towards CG as well, a decent game, not that bad, honestly.
Not that bad, really.
Yeah.
And in those final moments, anything could have happened. And even Akshat, he was doing everything right. It was all about MJ just cooking up that grenade and suddenly watching Akshat. Oh, he's there. Just lobs it and suddenly, boom, two players get taken down and instantly have a lifeline inside that particular fight. But barring, I mean, Carnival Gaming still had a decent game, still had those finishes to back it along with. But for Revenant, initially they lost out on Sensei, they lost out on Punk towards the end, but they had around 6 to 7 finishes to go along with them. Do you think it's going to be enough, especially considering how the competition has been looking so fierce?
I would say it's a great way to kick the day off, in my opinion. You've still got the map of Sanhok, and you can try and get the pace back up in your hands. But yeah, 7 or 8 elimination points in the second game itself. It's a great way to kick things off. I would say now they've definitely got that little bit of that wind they needed in the sails, and all they need to do is just keep on sailing forward in that same direction. The upcoming map is also going to be the map of Sanhok, and we know Revenant Esports, they're quite fierce on that map. So there's a high chance that you can actually get the chicken dinner as well. I still remember in 2023, it's not the same lineup, understandable, but still, the IGL's the same, so you can't say the mindset is over there with the team.
And again, for Revenant, this time the Lady Luck hasn't really been blessing them. Every time it feels like the circle has been going away from them. This time also, right from the very get-go, they had the central position. But again, that Nathan hard shift was something nobody really saw coming. But then again, I kind of liked how Revenant were really approaching this particular game. They were going head-on for those fights, really not shying away. When we did discuss about this being an all-stars lineup, this is how they're supposed to play, right? Even with their numbers not really there, they were still fighting back, still throwing those punches, and still coming out on the brighter side of things.
I mean, not just that, even Jux was able to play really good, right? Jux was there in the Final Four, so you can't say for Jux as well, it's a good step up. Unfortunately, Amazing's not able to do a lot. Jux as well, they were not able to get a lot of those elimination points, but it's something they can look up on and maybe try and improve a little bit more. Before the other teams, man, Lifecraft still not able to perform. You've also got a couple of more of these known teams who's not able to perform once again. This upcoming game of Sanhok definitely can bring in that random factor, and we might just see a complete different team winning.
Oh yeah, that is going to happen. At least in Sanhok, expect the unexpected. That has been the motto of that particular match. But again, when you were talking about rivalry, now this is one of those teams, right? The first game, they're quite consistent. They had those finishes this time also. And kind of gets to me to be fathoming about how are they really doing it. This time also, I was paying a close attention to what they were up to. This time entered in from that northern side, kept themselves away from the fight. I think they've been pretty much playing by the book, and hey, it has been working out for them.
I mean, for Rivalry, as you mentioned, we haven't really seen any of those major changes, right?
Yeah.
They're actually able to stick to the basic game style that they like to play, and it's actually working out perfectly for them, as you perfectly mentioned. But the main focus over here should be on TWOB. It felt like the split that they had towards the southern side of the circle was incredible, but unfortunately, they shattered.
Yeah, the circle shift really did not help them. And eventually, they were kind of spotted down by the players of Revenant. There were multiple teams just gunning them down. And this is something that, in fact, we did bring up during the broadcast while the cast was going on.
Exactly.
Now, TWOB is one of those teams that loves to take over those western cliffs, right? They love to hold those points. And that's something that had been gone against them. And again, trying to play in the waters that they're really not comfortable with. I think this is where it starts haunting them. But for TWOB, 2 games already passing by, haven't really had quite a showing. And this is where they really need to bounce back in Erangel, in the map of Sanhok. Otherwise, their dreams of their run in the BGIS might come to a halt.
Acrobats. You've also got Lifecraft, who's not able to perform even 7 hours. The same storylines repeating for this team. TWOB as well is on the same line now. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on, man. It just feels like some of the teams that we expected to perform inside of today's stage, especially Acrobats, dude. I mean, this was one of the most consistent teams moving inside the wild card. Unfortunately, yes, they still did move in. The only thing they needed to improve on was their elimination factor. And so far, Acrobats, I mean, they're trying their best to be inside of that zone, but they're still not able to get that proper positioning.
Again, the same old debate really comes into play, right? Acrobats, this time, playing from the edges, something that they're not really well versed with, something they haven't practiced a lot, trying a different set of play, and they're also falling flat. And the same conversation goes with PL Dominators. I'm kind of bringing this conversation time and time again because these teams need to understand where their true power lies. Imagine for Acrobats, if they kind of play around the center, I think the idea is that they're going to be getting caught off when the circle takes that hard shift. But you have to do what has been working out for you.
That is true. I mean, the same thing can also be said about Revenant Esports, right? In the previous game, they realized their stronger suit was the firepower. That's why you see that instant switch in the tempo. They started taking so many fights. And Revenant Esports, as soon as they realized that, okay, the circle's now way too far away, we cannot really try to make that flawless rotation, they started taking the fights. And this is what I love. Because realizing and knowing the fact that, okay, we're not going to be able to make it inside the circle without taking any damage, so you might as well just try to rack up those elimination points. And that's what Revenant Esports did. Now the same thing needs to be realized by PL Dominators moving inside of this upcoming game. If they do not really do so, if we do not really see that switcheroo coming into the playstyle, it's a big problem. For Acrobats, it's good news. It is the map of Sanhok, considering Vino, it's a zone-centric map. If you do get the zone right on top of you, well then Acrobats, you're up for a date.
Oh yeah, for Acrobats, that's going to be a whole different story. But when you look at the match MVP, had to be Artho. We have been talking a lot about this player. He's not one of those newbies into the scene, right? He's been there. He's played from quite a lot of organizations in the past. But coming in, he's definitely packing up a punch. And when it really matters, he's starting to deliver. 5 finishes, 743 points of damage. That's insane numbers out there. But when you look at the top 5 performers, even for Omega from the side of Carnival Gaming, right? Against that fight when they were taking on the players of Team Forever, played such a crucial role towards the end, took down Mafia if I'm not wrong, and then you again have Team Forever's Omega. I think he's been doing majority of the heavy lifting.
Team Forever's Omega, I mean, he was the one to hand out those crucial blows to the opponents, right? And I'm not going to lie, Omega's cover fire is one of the best cover fires I've seen so far. This man stays in the back, is not really the one to push up close and personal, but still, the amount of damage he does on the lobby is incredible. But then you move on forward towards CG's Omega. Even this is another one of those players that does not really like to go up close and personal in the fights. In general, the entirety of CG, they just like to stay like a pack, right? Their main gameplay is the defensive play style, but unfortunately, looking at the circles, they're not able to execute that defensive play.
Oh yeah, I mean, even Tiger really had a good outing in this one, but how many points could Tiger get for his team? Yes, this is what we were talking about, 19 points for 7 Shore Esports, and they are really set up for success. This is a dream start for them into the wildcards, with still 4 more matches to go. I really hope that they make the cut inside the top 16. But when you look at Rivalry Esports, 14 points again, these two teams have pretty much been going shoulder to shoulder, right? And for Team Forever, this had to be the game they were looking out for. 13 points, impeccable. And even for Carnival Gaming, yeah, not a lot of those position points, but in terms of getting those finishes, they're still keeping things tight.
Yeah, but here's the twist though, right? The teams that are doing good, this big gap that we have between the days is also going to be hindering them a little bit more, because it will be a momentum setback. But if you talk about the teams that are not really doing too good in the first 3 games, they need that mental reset. And this gap that we have off the days is actually going to help them get that mental reset before they play the latter 3 games. And this is what we saw inside of the grind too, man. Teams that perform in the first 3 games really well, they were not able to perform the same way in the latter 3 games.
And for Revenant Esports, now this is where we have to get them into the mix of the conversation. I think they had a decent time around grind, but in round number 4, we saw them suffering. Feels like they've lost their tempo, still trying to find their ground. But yeah, 7 finishes, not too shabby. Position points is something where they could really work on. But for Raw officials, again, this time a little aggressive, getting those 4 finishes, fine. But lacking on those position points, this is where it's starting to hurt them. But for PL Dominators, I don't think I really think that they've seen better days than this. This point, this game getting no points, I think, a huge denture for them.
Acrobats from being the most consistent team inside of the lobby now. Look at them. They've got 0 points. Hail India. I'm not really surprised looking at this performance from this team, considering when we saw this team last time inside of the round 4, they were supposed to be like the Trolls, just dropping down at some of the best teams inside of the lobby. But then, yeah, even the PL Dominators not been able to perform. You've also got Tribe Herdman, the same storyline repeating for them. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Let's move on and look at the overall standings. This is going to be the icebreaker for this entire Group 1. And as we move on towards the overall standings, Rivalry is going to be the one to top the charts. You've got 7 Shores instantly following up. Carnival Gaming is there too, my friend, with 18 points. And then you've also got Team Forever right underneath them.
Yeah, with 15. And Team UP50 Esports did not have the best of outing in Miramar, but those finishes also keeping them at bay. And in the first game, those 5 position points secured by Anonymous really helping to keep things tight. Still, you know, so much competition going on, but Rivalry Esports seems like they are a cut above the rest. 2 consistent games, even same goes for the likes of 7 Show. Had they had a couple more finishes, I think they would have also crossed that 30-point marker. But for Revenant Esports, just 9 points. Even Tribe Herdman, the way they started things off in Erangel, and this was a big fall in the game of Miramar.
I mean, the latter half of the board, man. PL Dominators with only 2 points.
Yeah.
You've got Rising Falcons. TWOB is one of those teams that I did not expect to see over here on the latter half of the board after the first 2 games, and they've only gotten 5 points. Fixes, this is way too troublesome to witness, considering TWOB is one of those teams that you expect to move in at least towards the semifinals, but now they're struggling to get their footing outside of the wild card.
And at this point, how do you fix things up? Because in round number 3, they were not playing bats or something else, right?
Yeah, they
still
good.
had 60+ points. They still could not make it to round 4. And suddenly in wildcard, when the pressure is getting so much on their head, I'm starting to fathom what happens in the next game.
I mean, Fixes, just imagine the pressure right now is so much. How much it's going to be on the land?
Oh my God.
On the grand final itself. And ladies and gentlemen, we know where the venue is. Of course, it's going to be in Hyderabad. And I want you guys to be there as well.
We certainly would want you to be there. Book your tickets already and make sure that there's also some specific seats available for you for the privileged ones. Something special. Because
Premium tickets you're talking
yeah,
about?
premium
Ooh,
tickets. And
that sounds
if you're
like
going
a
to
deal.
get that for yourself, you're also going to be helping out a few others. More about that on the socials of Craft in India Esports. But for now, everything is set. We would love to see you with us during the LAN event in Hyderabad. So make sure you have everything ready.
Exactly. But you know what? Keeping things ready. One thing I also need to keep things ready is that Royal Pass. I need to buy it as soon as possible, man. And you know what, Fixes? Speaking of the Royal Pass itself, let's move on and look at this promo.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, there's not a lot of time left, so you might as well move inside of the game and buy that Royal Pass. Now, Fixes was saying that it's a little bit too late to buy the Royal Pass, but Fixes, this is a 200 IQ move. When you know that you're about to complete the Royal Pass, that's when you buy it.
For that you need to keep on playing a lot of games, which
I mean,
you
I've
haven't
been grinding,
really been,
man.
doing lately. I have on the other side. I've been maxed. I already have maxed out my Royal Pass. Now what I'm doing with all the remainder of the Royal Pass points? I've been upgrading my materials. I've been getting those spray paints to, of course, upgrade my glacier. But coming back to business, right? 2 games from Group 1 done and dusted. Now it is going to be Sanhok, and we know this map is filled with all sorts of reptiles. And this is where, even I would want the viewers watching the broadcast, let us know your predictions. Who might swing through? Because I really feel like I want the players of TWOB to be staging that comeback in this one.
You know what? We'll move on with the conversation, but you really got to flex that glacier, right?
Oh,
You of course got to
Why
do
not?
it every time. I see
It's
you
one of
say
the
it every
legacy
time.
skins, bro.
I know, man, but just stop flexing,
Do you
all right?
have
It does not make me feel good. Of course I don't. That's why I'm saying that. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Sanhok. We know it's one of the most RNG maps, or maybe you can't say one of the most random maps, where you see a complete new team starting to make a comeback. Who do you think is going to be the one to take the victory this time?
I really want TWOB, but
Okay.
I would also want PL Dominators to stage that comeback. I really would want even the players of Acrobots getting back to their old ways for PL Dominators, play with the way that has been working best for them. Go in, take those fights, poke a lot of bears, and I would love to see that for it to happen.
I mean, it just feels like Acrobots right now, they're a little bit too lazy inside of the lobby. They're getting complacent on the place they're dropping. They just need to be a little bit more proactive, move inside of the upcoming save zone as quick as possible, and just try and hunker down that centric spot, as we've got the schedule of the day in front of us. And as I mentioned, Sanhok is going to be on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen. And now even Fixes is going to be taking leave from the desk, at least for now. And I've got Johnny joining alongside with me. Johnny, Sanhok on the way. A lot of teams are not able to perform.
Yeah.
One of those is also the known suspects, which is TWOB.
Yeah, TWOB, I mean, I heard you guys having a long conversation about them. Fixes asking, how do you fix what has gone wrong in the first 2 games? And I think the only hope that TWOB have now is the fact that if you include the Sanhok, they kind of have 4 matches left. So as long as they perform in this last game of the day, at least for them, they can still hope for recovery when they return day after tomorrow.
Now, staging for a comeback, especially when you're going to be moving on towards the 4th game of the day, you can't say this is the last glimmer of hope that's left over.
That is true.
After this, the room for error is going to be next to none.
But there's one more team. I heard you had a lot of expectations from Revenant in this upcoming match.
I mean, hands down. I mean, Revenant Esports is one of the best teams inside the country, but still struggling so much. And you mentioned this too, right? It is supposed to be the dream lineup, but now the dreams are shattering.
Exactly, and no one can explain why, because I mean the team did quite well for themselves when they made the debut during the grind, and all of our hopes just went through the roof after that. When they returned in round 4, we were expecting Revenant to dominate, but that did not happen. Now we see them in wildcard. Again, the expectations were the same. Like, alright, now finally things are going to click, and now Revenant is going to start to perform, but even that hasn't happened. And I think they are going to have to switch plays now, because Carnival Gaming, look at them, they have adapted. They've realized, like, alright, if we try to play a little bit slow, maybe we are taking a gamble, maybe we won't be able to make it through the wildcard stages to the semi-finals. So they are just going aggressive. They are just getting those finishes as quickly as possible and then trying to survive later on during the game. But as long as they get those finishes, things work out eventually, right?
Yeah, I mean, in the previous game, Revenant Esports definitely did try to tweak things up a little bit, right? You did see them go aggressive inside of the lobby, knowing the fact that the circle shifted way too far away. So Revenant Esports was like, you know what? We cannot really move inside of the zone. Let's just start taking fights and racking up those elimination points. And they actually did get a decent amount of those.
Yeah, but we do want them to finish in the top 3 at least once throughout the day with like double-digit eliminations. Yeah, that is what the demand is going to be from the side of Revenant now. And I think, considering, as you mentioned, this was the rescue map for Revenant in the previous year of BGIS. This was the map that saved it all for them. Hopefully that can happen again.
Remember, Revenant Esports, they were one of the most passive teams in the lobby, and then Sanhok came in. I think it was round 3 itself.
Yes, it was.
And in that round, this game of Sanhok just completely switched up everything, where we saw a complete new side of Revenant Esports. They were playing super aggressive, and now I want to see the same comeback being staged by this known banner, as the upcoming map of Sanhok's going to be in front of us as the plane flat patch starts all the way from Camp Alpha towards Kampong. This plane flat patch looking pretty good.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting game for sure. I mean, always on the map of Sanhok, if we get a flight path close to the center, that means the entirety of the map is available to the teams to drop, to take fights. But of course, eyes will be set on Carnival Gaming. The last Sanhok we saw from them in the previous round, round 4. It was a brutal one for them. This time, hopefully, they do not get taken out early, but it's a 4-man widespread drop again. And Omega is quite close to the players of Team Forever.
We've seen way too many slow games at this point in time, and I do not want to see another one of those.
Not on Sanhok.
Not on Sanhok. And I'm not going to lie, in 2023, we've seen a lot of those passive Sanhoks, and I'm not a big fan of that. I do not want to see that repeat once again in 2024. But looking at the drop collision, you've got one in Hot 10. This can be a great way to ignite that fire. The 4-now Lightcraft facing off against TH, and both these teams are actually struggling in the overall standings.
Yeah, Tribe Herdman. It is going to be interesting to see how they take this fight. The best part about this early drop clash right now, at least for these two individuals, is that it is a 1v1, but Dextro taking those early shots on towards Drigger. He's given away his information. He sees Drigger heading towards him with that shotgun, and this is going to be intense, but he still finds that opening. Knock goes for the frag as well, and there is the conversion. But Necro, as you were excited about the drop clashes that we witnessed on that map feed, I was more excited about the circle. This is more than 50% water right now.
The circle is definitely quite interesting, considering, as you mentioned, there's not a lot of that surface available for you to go and grab. So you need to be even more proactive now. Just be as quick as possible on the feet. Move inside of the zone. Get that better spot sealed up for yourself. And that's where things can be looking more fluid for yourself. But, yeah, I mean, Tribe Herdman able to start things off on a fantastic note. Now, I really want to question Trigger's discipline over here. The man pushed in with a double-barrel shotgun. It is understandable. It does do a lot of that damage. But if you're not able to connect those crucial bullets, which 90% of the times the player are not, you were screwed up, man. Drigger, he took those chances, 50-50 odds, and he did not come out on top.
I think his maybe what he was thinking was that the opposing player has a vector. As long as I make sure that he whiffs those early shots, I should be okay. Did not account for the secondary weapon to be there as well.
Yeah.
So a slight miscalculation, but that has happened from UP50 as well. They drop clashed in Hatin. This is the fight that you were talking about. UP50 against the players of 7 hours. But the problem in this situation for UP50 is the fact that they went for a 3-1 split drop. KSR, he dropped quite close to the Camp Alpha Temple Hill. And it's going to take him like a few more seconds before he closes in on this city.
UP50 is a really interesting team to speak about, man. As I mentioned, right, I've had a full-blown conversation with Fixes about this team. And I had to talk about this team overall, saying that it's quite a balanced team. The approach that they're taking is nice, but the main issue is it's the micro communications that they're not able to make fluidly. And it's out of the fights, they get picked off in some of the most off angles that you can expect. So UP50, they need to start taking care of the surroundings even more.
I 100% agree with that. I mean, it's that unit play that we do want from them. But in the meanwhile, we have 2 units colliding. And it is Hail India this time going up against the players of Carnival Gaming. Goblin is found a knock, and Hail India, they're not looking good in this one.
Utility now looking for to be tossed on the opposite side. And Goblin. Oh.
They're all gone.
What just happened? They just poofed into thin air. The fight just started.
That was a quick one, but considering there are a lot more teams looking to cross towards Camp Alpha Island, I don't think Carnival Gaming are going to be left alone for a while.
Hail India, all the 4 players were alive a moment ago. What just happened to them?
I mean, that is their play style. Go in early, go out early.
Yeah, I mean, they have been showcased the gates to hell. TWOB. Hopefully this team's not going to be taking an early exit.
Eggy's all alone.
He is.
Big concern.
Eggy, though, needs to start getting back to this prime form that we saw in the past couple of years, right?
Yeah.
That Eggy has been absent. We need to see that Eggy back in the action. And Rising Falcon's a big mistake from that player. Instantly gets capitalized. Eggy as well could have been traded. But luckily enough, he's not going to be knocked out for now. The man who's knocked out in the front, though, Eggy can definitely try and camp him. And that's what he's doing. Using the opponent's desperation against them. Util's being misplaced. And Eggy once again cooking another nade. I'm not sure where that nade was tossed, but Eggy's util utilization is looking pretty precise for now. TWOB. Finally, the backup's going to be there too as Prince arrives. And for Rising Falcons, once again, it's a dip.
Yeah, it is definitely a dip, but Juicy has tried his level best to make sure that Newbie Jord does not get finished off. So that in itself is quite brilliant coming in from the side of Rising Falcon, but they have to deny TWOB any more openings in this fight. Otherwise, this is just going to get worse and worse. Juicy, look at him, going for a revive. TWOB, they made sure that they pull the players of Rising Falcons towards them, even if it is just a little bit. Oh no, Eggy is out of nades. Otherwise, he could have lobbed one inside that house.
It's not too good for Rising Falcons. But luckily enough for them, they do get the revival. So once again, back into full man force.
But it gets worse for TWOB.
It is. Backstab now coming through, and the fight's being elongated way too much. They need to disengage from this fight as AJ's knocked out.
Yeah, and it's Raw officials who have come in for the third party. So if they show up, if they push forward to finish off AJ, they are going to hear all of this commotion. And then it does not matter. Whoever survives, they will be forced to take that third party fight.
CG versus Revenue Esports 2 in the elimination feed now.
That is double pressure. They were put under fire from the players of Team Forever as well. But as we talk about it, Rising Falcons, they make their push. And Eggy, he's going to be finished off. But the trade does come in for TWOB as well.
TWOB, things are just getting even worse. But luckily enough for them, at least they're trying their best to keep things under control. For Rising Falcon, this is the exact start they wanted to have. But then Turbo hits back. But an instant setback towards TWOB handed out once again. As it's all down to Prince now. And Prince Tossing in that Molotov in the front. At least try and stop that revival coming
Oh!
through. But the util being used from Rising Falcon. It's going to be to perfection. As
Wow.
UV Shaw defends that closure. And as we've got Rising Falcons now being third-partied by Raw officials, this just keeps them getting worse.
Yeah, the only thing Rising Falcons have going for them is the fact that Raw officials do not have their information, do not know exactly where the players of Rising Falcons are going for those revives, but they still have the numbers. And look at Yashu. He's gone for a backline flank, so he should be able to spot out Newbie George, Juice, and Vintage as soon as they step out of cover. But a lot of
Oh my
utility
God.
exchange between these two sides, and Vintage, he finds the opening. Newbie George found the second as well, and Raw official, it seems like they've walked towards their own demise.
Tables being flipped inside of the fight. And Rising Falcons out and over, they're actually becoming the Phoenix in the lobby. Util being tossed to perfection. Newbie gets knocked out once again. But Rising Falcons, they're just
Wow.
handing out those big blows back to back. And Raw officials now taken down to that one last man. Not looking good for now. A BOP, another util being tossed towards that same direction, finds the re-knock once again, and Rising Falcons, another setback being handed out, but eventually Raw officials, they have been eliminated from this lobby, but Rising Falcons, they've taken too much damage, and the man's ticking away way too fast.
Luckily, they have enough time to go for a revive. If they have first aids, they can recover their HP and move forward from here. But look at this. Within the first few moments of the game beginning, Rising Falcons already sitting up top with 7 eliminations secured in this match. But 7 Shaw, it seems like after wrapping things up with UP50, they have switched focus, switched their attention towards the players of PL Dominators. Or in fact, PL Dominators are the ones who have showed up to the city to contest it against the players of 7 Shaws, yeah.
7 hours. All the 4 players playing together. It's like a big package.
Yeah.
Imagine you toss in a perfect nade. Ooh. 2 players minimum. But yeah, PL Dominators, considering they've got the man disadvantage, they cannot really afford to go for that extra bit of risk. They need to be the one on the defensive side of things, and that's what they're doing. Rexon OP inside of this little container that he's got. I'm not sure how safe he's going to be and how anonymous he's going to be in this place, but one single nade and it's going to be tossed to perfection.
So those windows are blocked, so there's no way they gather information about Rexon hiding in that container unless they get up close or they try to jump over the wall and you spot out the pixels of his head. But by the time 7 hours get that close, PL Dominators, I think they will have enough information to try and line up their angles to engage in a fight, but we'll have to see how that breaks out. In the meanwhile, though, Tribe Herdman, it seems like they found themselves against the players of Team Forever, and a few moments ago, as you called it out, the players of Carnival Gaming, they also had a slight engagement against Team Forever. Then Revenant showed up with a third party. All the sides did comfortably disengage. Forever now, still looking to force things against Tribe Herdman.
Yeah, do not have a good feeling about this fight. Team Forever is one of the most experienced teams inside of the lobby. And if you're Tribe Herdman, it's your first day on such a bigger screen. And you're trying to swallow that big pill.
Look at this, 7 hours. Not a lot of opportunity left over here. The nade is going to be good, and Voldemort is going to be put down as well. Veteran is the last man left standing. And the players of PL Dominators, they know exactly where he is. PL Dominators, it seems like when the moment called for it, they have regained their old form.
As you mentioned, when the moment called for it, PL Dominators back in the race.
Yeah.
And they dominate this fight. Nicely done, getting rid of the competition that was up close and personal. And 7 hours right now, kicked out of the lobby. 4 elimination to kick things off. PL Dominators at the cost of Stone. I would say that's worth it. But now this 3-man squad needs to be intact. Next circle shift is going to be on the board. And there's a high chance it might just shift right on top of the hot tin.
Oh, yeah, it does. But there's still not a lot of area for these teams to play with. So, City of Hotin, well, it's going to be under siege. In the meanwhile, you saw towards Tambang, 7 Shaw, they're still there.
Mafia knocked out with that beautifully placed nade. And look at Herdman. They instantly want to push up. And one of the confirmations follow up as well. What is Team Forever doing? A big blunder from this entire squad. Flashbang be tossed out by Dextro. Good utilization of that utility. Forces the player in the backlines. And Team Forever, they need to respect the opponents too. That's why they just back away. Tribe Herdman, beautiful stuff being showcased so far. I'm loving this communication that they're pulling out.
Yeah.
And for Team Forever, they've got no other choice than to respect the opponents because they've also got the man advantage now.
It's a 3v4 situation as you were talking about it. Dextro is making sure MJ panics a bit with that stun grenade going off in his face. Still, I think we are going to witness a little bit of a standstill in this fight because even Tribe Herdman can't run out in the open. They are surrounded from even the backlines rivalry. They will have a line of fire available towards these compounds. Look at that. No one willing to move an inch.
Yeah, as expected, right? Quite a static fight. Both the teams now, they can't start to feel that pressure. They can't feel the heat ramp up. But look at this, Tribe Herdman. They still do hit back a little bit more. Team Forever as well. Not too shy. But with that knockout, they've also gotten things back to the neutral ground. So Tribe Herdman now, they've got a little bit more worry just around the corner.
The ways he needs to hold control of this position. If he goes down, his team is going to fall. And as they try to take the fight, MJ and Omega, both of them get picked off. And Dextro, he takes down Oasis in the backlines as well. And it's all over. Team Forever eliminated quite early in this match of Sanhok.
Who is this team? Tribe Herdman. Some good communication on the fly by these four players. Knowing exactly when to capitalize, knowing when the opponents are going to be the most sensitive. And that's when they pushed up. And now Seven Shores once again just trying to play that position gameplay. But this time, the position's not looking too fluid. Seven Shores, they've got a couple of more foes to worry about. In the front lines, there's Jux Esports. And this is going to be a difficult foe to take down. Jux is also one of those wounded lines inside of the lobby.
Yeah.
Looking forward to find that single chicken dinner. They're quite hungry.
I like how Rebu just took awesome nuisance, lobbed like 3 nades towards Seven Shaw and just ran back.
And Johnny, imagine, right? I mean, looking at the circle, imagine if the circle shifts on the right side.
Oh,
That
I would love
hard
that.
shift.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be screwed up. We're going to see so many sharks in the water.
Everyone except Rising Falcons, that is.
Yeah.
They're the only ones towards the right side. And maybe Rivalry have some control of that shoreline, but we'll talk about that in a bit, because it seems like while Seven Shaw were focused on the team Jux Esports, Revenant have tried to breach the backlines and trades from either sides. Aquanox, he's one of the last players left standing with any HP to work with. The fight is down to a 1v1. Toxic at a massive disadvantage in this one.
Oh, Seven Shores. Unfortunately, they did take some heavy blows in the fight. And look at Revenant Esports just looking forward to recover from this entire setback that's being handed out so far. For Seven Shores, though, yeah, I mean, it's all down to Toxic. He can't really do a lot. Even he's trying to go for that revival on the fallen player. So Seven Shores, at the end of the day, there's a high chance it can be a 2v2. And Aquanox, he needs to capitalize right now. He's looking forward to pull out that nade, but eventually he looks forward to push up close and personal. He does spot out both the players up and alive, and now Aquanox knows! Time's called for a push, and he makes that push happen, but unfortunately, he whiffs a lot of those crucial shots as Aquanox is knocked out. Fierce is not able to back him up in time. It's a big blunder, and now Fierce is trying to take his own individual fight. As the opponent's way too low, Fierce was also getting shot at from the back.
Oh my goodness, what a blunder from Revenant Esports. The game that we expected from them, it slips right out of their hands. They get eliminated on that 11th position with just one finish.
Team play missing from Revenant.
Yeah.
Aquanox went all by himself to take that fight against the two standing players in the front, and that's where things just came crashing down. What is going on with Revenant Esports? You talk about this team as the dream team, but the dream work is not there.
But look at this, I think Tribe Herdman now, they might be in trouble. Closing in on the players of Rivalry. Lucifer gets up to try and take the fight, but it's a 1v3 on the shoreline, and he's going to be finished off. But as you were talking about Revenant, I do agree with you. Team play was missing, but lack of awareness about their surroundings as well. As soon as they were jumping between those shacks, a lot of damage was delivered upon them. And by the time they got to the players of 7 Shore, they were already half HP. Luckily, Aquanox found that one knock.
Honestly speaking, I would blame the other player. It's not Aquanox's fault to make that push. He should have actually pushed up instantly. It should have been a 2v2 fight in the first place because that's why he got the revival in the first place, right? But looking at Lifecraft Wiper, he just dropped down into his own death, but Beast does not spot out the player in the back, and that's where he finds the opportunity and knocks him down and gets the confirmation. A Vector inside of this late game?
Well, I think he's going to find that upgrade now. Look at that. Goes
There
to the
we go.
BBS and the Uzi. This loadout is just for close range.
He's got shredders.
Yeah.
7 Shores, unfortunately, once again starting to face the brunt. I'm not sure what Toxic was doing in that area.
But we can't blame them for this one. Now there are just 2 players left inside of the game. So, yeah, whatever happened, Carnival Gaming would eventually end up having a much easier time into that fight. But now is when Carnival Gaming face their true challenge in the form of Jux Esports, who are trying to breach that shoreline. But as they move forward, Vardhan is going to be dropped. Acrobots coming in for the third party.
Oh, look at the zone now.
Oh, lovely.
Shifting outside of Hot 10. All the edge lines are going to be contested by all the other teams. You've also got Lifecrafters Ryzen slowly and steadily creeping crawl his way inside of the safe zone, but focusing back on this fight. Carnival Gaming doing some serious damage against the foes for now. This nade is too much of an overshoot, but it's amazing. Even he's trying his best to fight back. Jux Esports, they just need a smoke trail to get out of this tricky spot.
Starting to lob a lot of utility, expecting the players of Carnival Gaming to stay back. Hasn't happened. They've already started to move forward towards the zone.
They need smokes.
Yeah, they do. And Amazing does not have any.
Yeah, not too amazing.
Rebu has one.
Oh, they also got their hands on the bike, so maybe it's called for that panic push. They definitely can. They're quite desperate to make it inside of the safe zone, considering even the wall of death is now slowly and steadily closing up. As Carnival Gaming, even they're now starting to make that push, because they know it's time to make it inside of the safer zone as well. PL Dominators in the front, once again sitting in the same spot.
I was just about to say it. They're doing it again. They've set up the trap. Now they're waiting for a prey to fall in. And I think Carnival Gaming might just be caught off guard completely in this one, because they are distracted by the players of Jux Esports in the back lines. Rebu knocked out.
Yeah, CG in a big sandwich, right? In that big pickle. And looking at PL Dominators, they just remind me of a Venus flytrap. Just waiting patiently for the prey to sit on top of them. And as soon as they do, that's when they're going to start to hand out those blows. And there we go. The trap kicks off. First knockout found. CG taken down to a 2-man squad. And now PL Dominators starting to feel a little bit more alive inside of the fight. And when you've got the most danger on top of you, that's when you feel the most alive. And that's what PL Dominators are saying right now.
Man, you like risky moves, Necro.
Of course. That adrenaline, right? When it kicks in, that's when you feel alive. That's the real sensation.
Is that why Rexon is staying back while his team has moved forward?
Well, I would say he's got the prime positioning in that fight. He can be the table turner.
Yeah, no one's going to see him there, you know?
Yeah.
No one's going to check him. I know that for a fact that no one is going to check that dumpster.
Sneaky, man. CG, Neo spots out both the players. Unfortunately, he breaks the silence. But Omega, he's got things under control. And he's also doing a lot of damage against the foe now. PL Dominators as well, getting caught in that crossfire. But Carnival Gaming, a chance to recover back inside of the fight.
Rexon, he stole one finish off of that. And he's given away his position, so now he is definitely forced to relocate. Look in the back lines. We still have Ryzen from Lifecraft still surviving. But I think he has been spotted out by the players of PL Dominators, and he might just get finished
Oh my
out.
god,
No!
wow!
Lovely. And by the way, Acrobots have been doing quite well for themselves in this entire match. I mean, they have been taking a lot of fights. Unfortunately, they only have 2 eliminations, but they have controlled the shorelines all this time.
Yeah, I mean, they have been feeling quite unsettled, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And still, they're able to stay alive. And this is something we asked from them, right? To be a little bit more proactive inside of this game of Sanhok, considering if you've got the zone favoring ground on top of you, well, then no one's going to be stopping you from being the winners of the game. And that's what is happening so far. But this time, the circle moves inside of the city, and everyone in the shorelines is now screwed up massively because PL Dominators and CG, they spring back to life out of nowhere.
Oh.
And look at Tribe Herdman doing some serious damage against the players of Acrobots, as even limbs could be knocked out.
Yeah, but just barely ran back. It was just outside the damage radius of the nade, but finally, rivalry, their journey in this game of Sanhok comes to an end as Arto is going to be spotted out and finished off by Acrobots. But Tribe Herdman, man, very impressive, very consistent in all 3 matches today.
Acrobots, what can they even do? Especially that one man underneath. He screwed up.
Yeah,
He
not
can't
going
do
anywhere.
anything. I mean, he's got a lot of those death crates, though. He can definitely try and go for that med strat.
And
at
it's
least-
Mohit as well. He has done once before.
Yeah, he's got the experience. Tribe Herdman, yeah, starting to face the brunt. They can't really do a lot. Acrobots is the only team in the outskirts who's going to try to make it inside of the safer zone. Viper gets caught out in the open, can't really do a lot. Manny from the top sends him to hell. Acrobots almost on the verge of being completely eliminated as one of the players is still in the back in the blue going for that med strat. But PL Dominators, another fight approaching them as they're taken down with just this one last glimmer of hope. And Rexon once again there to try and save the day.
Yeah, he's going for a revive, but the question is, does he get this one in the bag? Because Carnival Gaming, they're going for a push. The win will be decided between PL Dominators and Carnival Gaming. Mohit, once again, forced to heal battle. He will run out of those first aids. You mentioned the death crates that are there close to them. But, I mean, does he have enough time to swim towards one, recover the first aid kit, and then start swimming back towards the shoreline to be able to apply that?
I mean, at this point in time, 1 single second off and you're done for.
Yeah.
Still grabs a couple of utils, though. He's not going to be able to do anything with that.
Yeah, he's done.
And now just trying to pop some painkiller. It's not going to be numbing the pain of that blue. The Wall of Death still devours him. As now we've got the final 2 teams in front of us, and CG versus PL Dominators. Fix has had a lot of hopes from this team, and PL Dominators, they might just swing back to life with this game. Manny from the top, once again, he's going to be having that drone view of this entire fight. As Omega, he pushes up close and personal as the zone as well is now closing on up. And I'm not really loving this decision being made by Rexon. He gets knocked out. PL Dominators, what a big blunder this was.
Even Manny gets knocked out on top of that roof, and this might be the end of this game. Carnival Gaming, they sit there with a man advantage in this final fight. It's a 1v2 situation. It's just the shotgun in the hand of Bad that can save the day for him. But at this point, in the endgame situation, especially a circle ending in the city, in the compounds, even the players on the opposing side, they are armed with those shotguns. And as they try to make that desperate push up the stairs, Bad, all he can do is delay the inevitable.
Oh, he's actually going for that revive this late inside of the game. He triggers it, but then he stops. Oh, good capitalization on that. Util knew exactly when the nade's going to be coming through. Pushes back, Bad. He's got some good sense. The 2 players, once again, from the side of CG, tossing out another nade. Bad backs off once again. And now the push is being made against him. Soon enough, the Wall of Death is going to be devouring this player. And Bad, he finds that crucial connection. But the Molotov is doing too much damage. And at the last moment, it's going to be CG to seal the deal and get the chicken dinner.
I don't know if that was a fluke or that was intentional, that they threw a Molotov instead of a nade, because they baited him out of that room. While he thought he was going to blow up into smithereens from a frag grenade, he was forced to run into the fire of that Molotov. And of course, the damage from the blue zone, putting it all to an end. What a brilliant game from Carnival Gaming.
I'm pretty sure it was intentional.
Yeah,
I mean, knowing the fact that that's the only way out of that entire building, he just blocked it off.
Yeah.
All right, now, just show me how you're going to get out of that spot. Even the Wall of Death is doing constant damage against you. Even the Molotov is not going to be doing damage against you. But still, PL Dominators, this game was needed for that recovery.
I was just about to say that no matter what happened, who won that game in the end, both these teams, in fact, Carnival Gaming and PL Dominators, that is an impressive performance from both these sides. Carnival Gaming a little bit more because they had to move around a lot more compared to PL Dominators to get to where they were in the end. PL Dominators, just for the fact that they were the ones who initially, if you remember, engaged on that Hearthen fight against the players of 7 hours, somehow managed to beat them, and from there on out, just, as you said, became a Venus flytrap for everyone inside of the game.
The same trap was being set up for such a long time, from the start of the game till the end. And they were actually getting those elimination points too easily set up for themselves in the side of Hutton, right?
Exactly. And Rexon, that man is just pure evil incarnate, man. Just sitting in that dumpster waiting and waiting and waiting. And as soon as someone gets close, pop, There he goes.
It was really patient, and
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not one of those players to even pull that off. So, I mean, at the end of the day, as you being a human being, you automatically would want to be a part of those front lines, right? But Rexon's still sort of taking a nap in that dumpster for a while.
And that is not easy to do, man, especially
Yeah.
when you hear all of that commotion around. But let's relive that winner-winner chicken in a moment, because Rexon also made the mistake of getting too over-eager for a moment. He
Yeah.
became Necro, went for the push inside of the blue.
I'm not really sure why he actually went for that step out, even though Rexon should have just held down that entire house. But he still went up close and personal against the players of CG, and that's when they sort of swung back to the advantage.
So I get why he made that push, right? Had he secured that first knock, mathematically his team would have had a very big advantage to work in that final fight. Because then it would have been PL Dominators with 2 players and Carnival Gaming down to that 1 man. And because of how the players had split up to try and engage on that compound, PL Dominators could have actually blocked the pathway for Carnival Gaming to go for a revive from the backside of that house they were fighting in. So it was a high risk, high reward situation, and this time he wasn't really able to claim the reward. But I like the approach. They are willing to put it all down on the line.
Honestly, we'd really expected a big performance from Revenant Esports inside of this last game, but that's not the case. Revenant Esports now going to be eyeing out for their latter 3 games that are left over.
Yeah, and yeah, for those games, I'm not too hopeful, man.
Yeah,
if
me
I'm being
too.
honest.
3 games left over. You need to position yourself in the overall standings in a really good spot too with a cushion. I'm not sure how Revenant Esports going to look like now.
It's not just that. It's not just the pressure. It's not just the fact that they will be playing their final 3 games when they return day after tomorrow, or maybe the day after that. But it's the fact that what we expected is not really happening. In fact, the performance has gone down way too much now.
It has. I mean, Revenant Esports, we expected this team to smurf the lobby.
Exactly.
But that's not the case. I mean, they have been hyping up this entire lineup so much, but unfortunately, the performance is just not there. It was there at the start of the stage, but then later on, I'm not sure what's going on.
I'm going to be fair about one thing. I don't think it was them who was hyping up this lineup. We expected a lot from them just because look at the players, man. On paper,
Stacked.
this is one of the best teams in the country right now.
It's a stacked lineup. You've got Punk, Sensei, 2 of the masterminds, and you've also got some of the best assaulters, Aquanox in there. So what can you expect from this team? Of course, greatness. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, enough talks about Revenant Esports. Let's move on and look at the match MVP. It's going to be Manny from PL Dominators with 5 finishes wrapped up and the damage numbers of 724 with 2 headshots handed out, and of course the survival time of 23:32. Interesting. Manny was able to put up some decent numbers. So PL Dominators, you can't say it's sort of like that win of the sales, but unfortunately for them, this was the last game of the day.
That is true. I mean, but at least they recover something before the day came to an end for them at least. But Carnival Gaming, I mean, this was an impressive performance from Omega and Neo. Amazing, amazing run, especially in that endgame scenario against the players of PL Dominators. And that our MVP of this game, Manny, he slipped just once. It was in that final fight, and that just broke the flow for PL Dominators. But anyways, it was an impressive game. Omega, he had 5 finishes, Neo with 4. We have Dextro from the side of Tribe Herdman, and Tribe Herdman as well were quite impressive in this game, going all the way back to that early fight we saw from them.
I mean, for Tribe Herdman, the way they're able to execute these fights, as you mentioned, right, it's just really good. The communication seems pretty phenomenal, and that's something I want to see a little bit more from the side of Tribe Herdman. Being able to knock out a team like Team Forever from the lobby is not easy. Team Forever, they've got so much experience moving inside of this game of Sanhok, but still, Tribe Herdman made it look way too easy. But you know what? Let's move on and look at the point standings of the previous game. This is going to be the icebreaker that we're waiting for. PL Dominators getting 14 points. Of course, CG, they had a nuclear performance. And then you've also got Tribe Herdman with 13 points.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of finishes just wrapped up by the top 3 teams, Carnival Gaming, PL Dominators, and Tribe Herdman. And Acrobots as well had a very decent run. That shoreline control that they had was quite impressive. The only thing where they lacked was that finish conversion, because we were seeing that finish feed constantly, and Acrobots were getting a lot of knocks, but they weren't really able to convert them into finishes.
The classic problem, right?
Yeah.
I mean, looking at this team in the past as well, they were really good at squeezing those placement points away, but then when it came to the elimination points, Acrobots was just not able to show themselves on the board.
But this showcases one thing, right? In the previous 2 matches, they did try to go aggressive. It wasn't really working out too well. At least when they stick to their best guns, when they stick to their own playstyle, they are consistent.
I mean, Acrobats in the previous game, though, they were still quite unsettled. And they were able to survive through a lot of those thick and thin. So I would say that it's super impressive. But still, it is not their play style. They need to start playing a little bit more safer. They need to be a little bit more proactive. Just try and place yourself in that good spot. If you would have been in Hutton, then I would say the real Acrobats is back inside of the game because that's a good prediction.
Yeah, that is true. But look at this. Again, hearts broken, Revenant Esports, just 1 point secure. TWOB, my goodness, that early fight was brutal.
I don't think so. We're going to be seeing a lot of those changes in the overall standings after this game. Pretty much the same thing is going to be there. Just PL Dominators back inside of the race, considering they got a really good game in their hand.
That is true. And I think maybe Carnival Gaming taking a massive leap.
Yes,
as
even
well,
that's going to be a big catapult.
Rivalry and Rivalry did not have a fun time in this game. I mean, they tried their level best to survive, but I think they were caught off guard midway by the players of Tribe Herdman, and along with them, even Seven Shaw tried their level best, and in the final few moments weren't really there. But look at that, Carnival Gaming, they take a massive leap, sitting up top on the first position. 41 points, just one above Rivalry, and Seven Shaw, at least they are going to stick around in the top 3. But Tribe Herdman, look at them, they have caught up quite nicely with their performance in this game of Sanhok. And PL Dominators as well, they break into the top 7 after this.
Top 2 having that cushion. They can afford to miss out on one single game in the latter 3 games that are left over. So it's good news for them, but still it's a cushion you should not rely on, man. The competition's just going to get even worse from here on out.
Yeah, for Seven Shore, I think that has kind of faded away because with 6 matches and what has happened in the past, how the previous groups have played, how aggressive the teams have gotten all of a sudden when they get desperate, I think the cutoff for the top 16, it's going to be quite high.
And I'm not going to lie, even the zones have been super weird.
Yeah.
A lot of these teams are getting caught off guard, so even zones a factor these teams need to expect on.
Not this one. I loved this zone. This was this was a fun game of Sanhok. I want more like zones like this.
I mean, we've been seeing a lot of these off circles, right, recently as the stages are just progressing on forward inside of this BGIS, and it's actually adding an interesting spice in the mix. And it's something that we actually wanted to see from a long time. And at this point in time, I want to see a little bit more of those weird circles.
I mean, we are going to witness a few of them. I guess this is the wildcard stages after all, and I think it has kicked off in the right manner with a lot of big titans taking tumble. We saw Revenant there on the second page with just 10 points. I wonder if that's going to be enough.
I mean, inside of the grind, there were a lot of those teams who made the last-minute comeback. So there's a high chance Revenant Esports, as I mentioned, right, it's good news for the teams that are not able to perform, that you need to be back in the latter 2 days. But for the teams that are able to perform, it's going to be a big momentum setback considering it will be cut off.
That is true, and it will be very difficult to recover from that as well. But then again, I mean, it's a team like Revenant Esports, you never know what to expect.
Exactly, but you know what, Johnny? There's so much numbers crunching we need to do. There's so much we need to think upon. There's so much analytical data we're still missing out on. So let's move on forward and look at this promo for now.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
In-game cosmetics. I'm a big fan of those, and unfortunately, I do not really have a lot of those inside of the game, but I'm still trying my best, and maybe you guys should as well hop inside of the game and try and get your hands on some of those, because all it takes is 10 UC per day, my friends.
And according to Necro, it helps improve your skills as well.
Of course.
That's
good
what he
skills
believes.
is equal to good skills. Trust me when I say this. It just makes you feel really good as a player. But you know what? Moving on forward. The Group 1 is done for the day. Now it's time to shift on forward towards the Group 2, where things are going to be spiced up even more.
Of course, because we kind of have the defending champions in that group and no one again. This is going to be the topic of the day. No one expected a lineup that Mogo Esports has to be in the wildcard stages.
Exactly, and the main issue for Mogo Esports have been that playstyle.
Yeah.
We are seeing them to try and tweak up things a little bit more here and there, but still, them being inside of the wild card is also going to be that big mental setback for the players that they should not be having.
Exactly, because I don't think even they themselves expected to be in the wildcard stages right now. They were expecting, or at least hoping, that they would be sitting back at this point, waiting for the day that the semifinals roll around. But that is not the case. And I'm glad you brought the aspect of them changing their playstyle into this, because this is the thing, that the new point structure, it's completely redefined the meta, redefined the playstyle of how this game of BGMI is supposed to be played. And Mogo Esports, they're clearly struggling in that adaptation.
Yeah, a little bit late to update the book, right? But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking about the new group. Let's move on and have a look at the Group 2, considering we've got some interesting suspects in here. You've also got Version 9 joining alongside. Once again, you've got Gujarat Tigers, one of the teams known for their aggression, and even Kratic Esports.
Exactly, and it will be interesting to see if these teams bounce back into the action in, well, the very first game of the day. It's the same situation as for the previous group. You start off strong and then you hold on to the momentum in the next two matches. Necro mentioned Version 9, Wingard, Mogo. I want to know from my new co-commentator, ladies and gentlemen, not really new. I mean, he was the one who kicked the day off with me. Fixes, he's back on the panel. Fixes, which teams are you looking forward to seeing in action?
At this point, looking at all the newer names, right? Really looking at New Version, Galaxy, Rush if possible, Mizo also. Because when you look at what has happened in the first group, Johnny, it was filled with surprises, right?
Yeah.
We really did not see this one coming. 7-show rivalry out of nowhere. It was Carnival Gaming, who were kind of pretty consistent throughout the day. The first two games, they got a lot of finishes. But now when you have a little bit of that face-off, Mogo Esports against Wingard, you could see, right, very closely contested. But let's not forget, Wingard Esports, these are the stats from round number 3.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting to see how they fare up today as well. But the numbers on our screens, Mogo looking just one finish extra aggressive, but total points as well quite close. I think struggling to close out the matches, that can be a big point of concern right now, because again, out of 64, you have to be in the top 16. And I think the easiest way to do that is, of course, close out the games.
And now everybody is feeling the jitters inside of the lobby. They've seen what has happened to Revenant. They've seen that the bigger names are already starting to crumble. Team Forever also not having a good start. So it is quite impertinent for Mogo Esports, even for the likes of Wingard, to come out swinging. And they will have to deliver in game number 1. Because if that does not happen, if they kind of lose the flow of things, you never know what happens in the next two games.
Yeah, this is again a lineup that is known to be consistent rather than popping off every now and then here and there on specific maps. Either they kick off the day very good and maintain the flow till the very end, or they drop the ball in the very first match and then just struggle throughout until we reach the end of the day. On the other side, Wingard Esports now, again, another interesting team. We expected a lot more from them, but unfortunately, I mean, we can't really blame them that their group was, again, one of the tougher group, because 45 points, we've seen teams qualify from round 3 with less points than that, but unfortunately, yeah, we have had two teams now, one with 60 plus and now this 45 points and still here.
Hey, look, man, it has been all about those surprises happening, all about those upsets in the BGIS so far. You come with one mind and suddenly you're getting something else served on your platter. So for Wingard, like you said, right, round number 3, yes, it was a tough journey. Yes, they could just barely inch in through from the wild card itself, but today they have to prove, because this is a team that has been tried and tested. You've got the likes of Avi, one of the oldest players in the community, and this is one of those teams that have been sticking on to each other for quite some time. I think the winning factors for Wingard has to be about Savitar. But hey, it's just not about Wingard and Mogo, right? You've also got the likes of THW, you've got Rush if possible, Mizo, K9, let's not forget about them.
I mean, K9 squad, I mean, this is a team that a lot of eyes will be locked in, because in the previous round we expected a lot more from them. And there were glimpses where you could see, like, all right, maybe now they will deliver, maybe now they will deliver. But I think it was Necro, again, as he likes to say it, communication gap between the players, losing out on few key bits of information here and there, and then just getting wiped out in just a blink. That is how K9 squad was struggling. But along with that, I think one team we can't ignore is, it's a new name for King Esports. They are one of the teams who have scored the highest in this particular group, in this set of 16 teams.
Yeah.
And I want to see how they deliver today as well, because now they are under immense pressure.
For Forking Esports, it is going to be a dance with destiny, and for the others as
Yeah.
well. Folks, we will be heading on into the greener pastures once again. It is going to be a reset, the first game of group number 2. And let us know your predictions. Who do you think is going to get the chicken dinner in the bag as the flight path trajectory all the way from shooting range heads towards the Snufka military base?
Yeah, quite a standard flight path. I mean, this
Yes.
is one of the preferable ones you could ask for on the map of Erangel, in fact. And I think the only problem is going to be if you're heading towards Lipovka or that Stalber Kamishki Hill, Yasnaya Polyana. You can drop down close to that gas station just west of Yasnaya and then pick up a vehicle, or maybe just like run towards the city, try and race anyone who's trying to drop clash you. But talking about drop clashes, look at that. WindGuard, right off the bat, they're heading for Zaki. And you have TMG, another impressive team that has taken control of that northern Georgia Pole city, I believe.
Quite uncanny of Vingard because last we remember they like to kind of head towards Lipovka
Yeah.
and towards that shelter split. They've been doing that, and seems like there might be some competitors dropping down over there, as a result of which they may be failed.
All right, Fixers, again, as I do call upon your spirit of that former pro player again and again, Lipovka too far away from that flight path. How often do you expect drop clashes in a position like shelter, mansion, prison? Because those are also drop locations that are very seldomly used.
But you know, the biggest problem over that particular location is that there's a junction point. You've got so many vehicles up for grabs. A lot of those teams heading out towards Yasnaya, maybe even towards Milta, drop down over there. What Heroes Gaming are doing is exactly trying to fetch those vehicles. Now, for Vingard, the idea is quite clear. They did not want to risk
Yeah.
anything over there. They wanted to have a rather safer start. But if you look at Severny, you've got the players of Kratik, you've got the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo present over there. But what I'm really looking forward to, where does the first circle format? Is it going to be another one of those western circles, or are we going to see something happen towards the eastern side? A little bit of that generic zone we have seen.
Yeah, but I hope this one takes us towards those Yasnaya fields. It's
Oh.
going to be an exciting one. There's absolutely no one there. RIP Mizo, they have the opportunity of rotating along that northern island and reaching the city of Yasnaya, but feels like they're heading for that Stalber Hill.
All right.
Everyone's expecting someone to have taken control of Yasnaya by now, but no one wanted to contest that prime spot. In the meanwhile, though, we have kind of an awkward situation developing close to Milta City. You have players of NIY Esports who have already taken control, and the other squad, it is going to be the side of NV, New Version, who tried to go for that Milta City control, but unfortunately the southern houses were denied. So now they're forced to run all the way along the edge of the circle towards Milta Power.
You know, a little bit of a check even for us, because even New Version, if I remember correct, they also tend to drop down at Lipovka.
Yeah.
So now Vingard and New Version really did not know that who's going to go there. Both of them eventually leading it out. But for now, Version 9, they've got the players of K9 squad. Now this is a team that we did see coming in to the grind from, to round number 4 from grind. And they failed massively. It was that final game of Erangel where you could see them picking up the pieces together, went big, but wasn't really enough to ensure the qualifications. But look at this setup, a 2-2 split and Alien. Are the players of K9 aware of his position?
Well, if they aren't, they are in for a very unpleasant surprise. But I'm still wondering, what are they trying to do with the car? Are they trying to check the ridge with the car? Because I feel at this point, checking it on foot would be much safer.
What's going on?
I have no idea.
Going ahead a little bit, then going back. They're trying to maybe
Maybe-
bait somebody out of V9. I think that has to be the idea, that they're making a move, somebody comes out of their hiding, and then they might open things up. But whatever the case is, it is going to be a scrappy fight.
Yeah, it's going to be completely unorthodox, and both the teams just will have to be reactive to each other. No preemptive strike over there, but look at that. What an interesting game. There's no one, absolutely no one at the center of the circle. The closest team is Forking Esports,
Hmm.
and that's quite an interesting spread. Rozok school control taken over, then you have one man close to the western Rozok bridge.
Yeah,
That is a gatekeeping setup right there.
No, I think that's them doing their homework right.
Mm.
They've read what the other teams are up to, and Forking, we have not seen a lot out of this team. This is again coming into the picture, could have that little bit of a storyline like for the Triberdmen, right? So for Foking, the idea is they have to get towards the L building, they have to take control over the volcano hills, and this is one of the circles that we have also seen in the past, right? Eventually ends up around the western side of those L compounds. But now coming back to what's important and what's at hand. For Mogo Esports, a very important game. You've got the players of THW right beside you. And THW, this is one of those teams that we've been really loving in the past.
Yeah.
In round number 4, barely kind of escaped to qualify. And this time, I think with vengeance in their head, they need to redeem themselves.
And along with that, I think if we get into hypotheticals over there, Mogo Esports, I mean, if they try to cross from that military bridge, you have version 9 K9 squad waiting for you. Well, not exactly for you, they're waiting for each other, but Mogo might just fall into an uninvited fight. On the other side, if they try to move in from Noripnoi Bridge, then that is going to be a struggle as well, but that is a story for another time, I guess.
That is indeed, as few announcements being made over here as folks, we're going to be finally
We're back.
rehosting the lobby back, and enough time for us to discuss about, because now, Johnny, one of the most important factors over here is the fact that Gujarat Tigers, they're also in the fray, they're also in the game, and we barely got to talk about them, because now this is a team, we did see them coming in inside of round number 4. They were kind of making those big mistakes, man, early on. They were kind of getting hunted down. And today also has to be a day where they have to redeem themselves.
Exactly, and again, I mean, at least in what we saw in the previous game, I think they did try to slow things down, or at least the intention was there to not force anything. Because they did drop into towards that Georgiopol area, and they were holding back, even though they knew this. I'm pretty sure they saw the parachutes glide along with them, right? The players from the Wind Guard might have been spotted, and the team that took control of northern Georgiopol city also would have been definitely spotted out. And Gujarat Tigers yet just held their position, waited, and I think because the mistake that was made the last time around was the fact that they ignored the sides, ignored the opposing players. That is why you remember on that map of Erangel, when they were caught off guard by the players of Carnival Gaming on that northern ridge, they did not know what they were running into. This time, I think that is the one mistake that needed to be worked upon. Just make sure you track your surroundings, and if you see someone, even if you're not taking fights, just make sure you know where they are headed and where they are going.
Exactly. I think the timing has to be really right for Gujarat Tigers, because even if you look at their figures, they've been getting so much of those finishes on the board, but really lacking in terms of those position points. So, and again, you have to also remember that Vikendi is not there. So for Gujarat Tigers, things aren't really working their way. But we have seen those individual moments of brilliance, right?
True.
We had seen them engage in so many of those previous fights where Clutchcord won one single time. I think it was a battle against Team X-Pac, where he solo managed to take down at least 3 of the players and did throw a spanner into their works. This time we do not have an X-Pac over here. But another thing, like you said, the lobby is finally going to be rehosted once again. Now this takes me back to the conversation around Lipovka. This time the flight path trajectory, it's going to be different. New version. I mean, I do not know if they are aware of it. Wind God did not go over there. Now imagine both the teams again deciding to drop down at Lipovka. There might be a fight for us.
Yeah, there definitely might be an early fight. I mean, but the only thing along with both the teams heading towards Lipovka is the flight path needs to allow it as well. That was the one thing that I think it might have been the flight path that made sure that both the teams decide to drop, or at least are forced to start their games in a very reactive manner, because at this point you can't even think about Lipovka, right? The flight path was way too far away from that location. I think more than like 1500, 1300 meters, more than that, way more than that. But then again, even then, new version, the adaptation was quite brilliant, I have to say. The thought process was right, but I don't think they accounted for the other team being there and specifically blocking that southern shoreline. Because when you, it's like Yasnaya, right? Milta drop clashes.
Right.
When two teams drop in Yasnaya, they know how they have to spread based on where the major chunk of the opposing players are going. If your squad takes control of the northern side compounds, I'm going to take the big buildings on the southern side. If you go for the eastern side, the God building as people like to call it, if you take control of that building and the compounds along with it, then I'm going to stay and stick around the western periphery of the city. Same thing happens with Milta, but this time they just completely, all 4 players just blocked that southern axis, and then new version were like, alright, what do we do? I guess we just run to Milta Power, try to get to Lipovka now.
Now, for new version, I think the idea was a little different. I think what they were really trying to do is they lost out on Lipovka.
Yeah.
So the next immediate compounds that they could capture is something that Team Aru loves to do, is take control of the power plant and the factory. So if you're trying to do so, I think, of course, with the lobby being rehosted, they were trying to get there. Unfortunately, this time maybe around they might manage to go over there, because I think new version is one of those teams, Johnny, if you remember, they love to play by the books.
Yeah.
No monkey business for these lads, because we've seen them in round number 3. They came up, got that first chicken dinner, but suddenly when you come into round number 4, I mean, the lobby was pretty tough, and you have to expect that to happen. But new version could not really see them opening up their wings. They were not playing in their natural element, and things really weren't working out for them. They've got another lifeline. Today they have to strike gold.
Exactly. Today they have to strike gold if they want to keep the dream of making it to the grand finals alive. And if you want to join us at the grand finals, you can, in fact, because the tickets will be available on the website. And of course, you were talking about some special tickets being there as well.
Yes, some premium tickets
Premium
up for
passes,
grabs.
yeah.
So might as well want to check it out, because once you're getting that for yourself, you're not just enjoying the show from a very nice POV, you're also helping out someone else.
Yeah, and all of this information is going to be available on the website. Do make sure to go ahead and check it out. And again, just like last year, our thing is going to continue. If you drop down in the finals, do come by and say hi.
Yeah, and we would love to see that for it to happen. And I'm super stoked. I really hope I get to be a part of the grand finals. It's going to be so much fun with you, Nekra, and the boys from the Hindi desk. But you know, that is for later.
That
right?
is for later, yeah.
Coming back to business now. Mogo Esports. I think has to go out to the to say that they were playing in the group of death, pretty much, with so many of those big hitters in their lobby. And imagine the kind of response that we saw. You had so many of those bigger names. I think Reckoning came out swinging.
Oh, yeah.
You could see Global Esports topping the charts. While we were all expecting that Aiku Soul, they're going to play well. Mogo Esports, they're going to play well. That did not happen. But now, Mogo Esports, we've seen them. They've shown those signs where they kind of played like they went in for the perfect balance of those finishes in position. I really hope they've understood the gravity of the situation. They should have been watching those first few games. They know if they fluster up, even in that one game, things may go really down the line for them.
But I think since you have taken us on a trip down the memory lane, I think what I've come to realize, and we keep bringing this up again and again, is the fact that the more aggressive you are, the higher the payoff is going to be, as long as you win those fights. Global Esports, I'm so happy you brought them up, because that is that one team that displayed it to perfection, right? Ignore. Don't worry about your positioning. Just take those fights, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to move forward and have a look at this promo now.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skills. Catch unique emotes. Collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default. Wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है। Just like every other day. गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे। तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा। तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।
The gold spin again. The first spin is just 10 UC. What are you missing out on? Might as well go check it out. Maybe you might just end up being lucky like me, because I also have been quite lucky. Yesterday, I just opened 2 classic crates. You know what? I got the Pastel M16 and the set that goes along with it. So I'm super happy. And lately, I've been having my time with all the UC openings that I've
You
been doing.
realize one of these days Necro is going to come after you and your account.
Doesn't matter. He's such a miser, right? I gave him the UC for his Royal Pass, did not buy it. Eventually goes on telling that towards the final moment, as he's finished off 100 RP, he should have gotten it. But folks, let me remind you one of these things. When you have your Royal Pass inside of your accounts, you get those additional bonus reward points also that you're going to miss out. So make sure that I think the new RP is really on the horizon. Just a couple more days remaining, even for the X suits. All of that is happening because so many of those new cosmetics have also been introduced. That Shelby car, did you check it out?
No, not yet, but maybe in a few days. I'm still enjoying my Bugatti that I've just gotten.
But you know, I'll be trying out for the Shelby. But also for that, you are going to open it just for 10. You see the first spin. Might as well try your luck. But Johnny, we have been talking about the vehicle cosmetics. We've been talking about all the new skins that have been introduced in the game. And I'm still looking out for the next X suit as well, because that's going to come out. But enough of cosmetics. I think we have to come back to discussions about BGIS, because we could just go the entire day long.
Don't include me in this. It's you and Necro who just keep going on. You guys love skins too much, but yes, I agree. You were talking about new skins, so let's just talk about new players instead, because those are also the new faces that we are seeing for the first time. And of course, one of those new faces is NIY Esports.
Yeah.
Kind of a decent journey so far into this BGIS. Round 3 is where they also tried their level best, and trust me, it was a decent run, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to help them move forward to round 4. From round 3, they are going to have to play in the wildcard stages. And NIY, again, this is a team that knows when to pick up the pace.
If you remember, I think when we were looking at this team's data coming into round number 3, you were the one who pointed out this is one of those teams that barely had just 2 position points and had almost around 37 finishes, and we were all taken aback. Hold on, who's this team? Eventually going on to play their round 3 games, I think they still managed to get a chicken dinner.
Yes.
So they have a lot of layers, they have a lot of depth inside of their roster. Certainly quite unfortunate what happened to them in round number 3, but heading on into the wildcards, I think the blaze is still afresh. I hope they deliver today.
And we can't even blame them for their dip in round 3, right? Because even in round 3, they had like 27 finishes, and they tried to go for those placement points a little bit more. But I think if they roll back and go all aggressive in this wildcard stage as well, I think we are going to see, or at least there will be a possibility of NIY making a comeback. Because this is a discussion we were having before we went to have on those promos, about how all of these aggressive teams, all of the teams that were just always all about fighting, and all of them were struggling in the previous BGIS due to the new point structure. All of a sudden just look like the best teams across the board. But ladies and gentlemen, let's see how this game of Erangel is going to turn out for this particular group, because this is going to be where their day begins for the second time.
And this time, quite fortunately, the flight path trajectory all the way from Lipovka towards Georgopol. Eyes will be out on Wingard and New Version. Do they drop down and fight as to who is the better team at Lipovka, or they go off their merry ways? We've been talking about those ships. Yes, that's still up for grabs though, as finally teams have taken their plunge, and seems like, yeah, New Version, they do not want to pick that early fight.
Yeah, New Version isn't going towards Lipovka, but I don't think Wingard is going there either, or are they?
I think so.
Yeah, Wingard is dropping down towards Lipovka. New Version, they're gliding towards Milta Power. But as you explained before, again, before we went on that very short break, there is still a possibility, right? New Version, they can loot around those smaller compounds towards Milta Power, and then maybe during, after a few minutes, they have comfortable loot, try and re-engage against the players of Wingard. But I have to say, I mean, yeah, what a big change, right? It is kind of a default flight path, this one as well. Access to military base and Novorepnoids, that is what has been denied this time. But it is, again, kind of one of those default flight paths. Instead of just being vertical, this is horizontal this time.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm kind of eyeing out for where the players of Mogo Esports are headed towards. Because surely they aren't going south, which means they have to head towards Zaki. I think they have done this once in the past. They do understand for a fact that Northwest Georgie is pretty much occupied. You've got the likes of TMG. Even the Southwest Georgie is going to be taken by GT. So that leaves Mogo Esports with no other option rather to head around Zaki.
But Zarki is close to 2,000 meters away from that flight path, even the closest point. They have the vehicles, but I'm worried about them being engaged upon by whoever, either TMG or Gujarat Tigers. Actually, I thought were going to be a bigger threat, but they mid-flight path, Gujarat Tigers just pulled back and decided, all right, let's not deter from our plan. Let's just try and be a little bit safer. But we do have the circle, and this time, once again, we are headed towards the Gatka circle.
Really have seen enough of Gatka circles lately, and would like to see something maybe happen around Quarry or even towards Ferrypair. We've seen that circle once, and we saw how Prime Esports absolutely clobbered everybody down. Looking at Severny, Kratic, they've had a really good position for themselves for V9 this time around. I think no shenanigans.
Yeah.
This time having control of that western highway. They're going to be dropping down at Primos, getting a couple of their loot done. But for K9, considering Believe has been the IGL, he's been a part of Orangutan, he kind of has followed up on Ash's shoes, right? Has kind of replicated that strategy. But for Mogo, oh
Wait,
my
what?
God, this is something I did not expect. Are they really going down south?
I think so. Everyone, I mean, this is why we were so surprised by what Mogo is doing, because as Fixer said, where they dropped, you would ideally expect them to either run towards the shooting range or head towards the city of Zarki, but no, they find those vehicles and they are making a big rotation. They've started just north of Ruins, and now I believe, yeah, they're going to try and go towards that military island again. But K9 squad, they're blocking the bridge for the second time.
And they could block it for the third time as well. Does Destro realize that K9 always eventually play around that area?
Yeah.
Even if by some means K9 let them have that feeling of complacency that, yeah, we're not going to be haunting you down there. The moment Mogo Esports decides to come back inside the circle, that is where K9 could land the blow. But look at this. Zap already well equipped, well prepared. Now the shots are being taken at his direction, but nothing really seems to connect. The Tommy fails to deliver this time.
And they're stopping to take the fight as well. Pro, he's a little too far away from his team, but Dreams was there along with Zap. But Mogo Esports, all right. All four players, they do manage to push through without taking a lot of damage. In fact, none. I blame the Thompson for that.
You know what? I like the Thompson. It's you can really control it, and barely has that recoil punch. But yeah, a little bit of that 3 times, or maybe even a 2 times on any different gun could have done the job.
Yeah, I mean, of course. So this is, again, this is my superstition with the Thompson. I feel that weapon is only good on Sanhok.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, I love the new Thompson. Either ways.
It's the element of surprise of the Thompson that catches people off guard.
50 bullets. Give it a vertical mag, and there is barely any recoil
Yeah,
present
but
in
the
that gun.
rate of fire is what I struggle with. I mean,
But still, I
it's
mean,
not
the
high enough.
.45 does the damage, and
True.
it has really kept me alive in some serious rough situations. But you know, when you talk about what Mogo has done right now, another thing that we need to point about is THW.
Oh
The
yeah.
previous game, we saw them dropping down at Novoripnoi. This time, they've had to change the drop location, and in very close proximity of Team Version 9. Now, this is one of those teams, Johnny, we did see in the initial weeks of the grind. That they were
Yes.
kind of suffering a lot. But in the second week, they did pick up the pace, but still failed to qualify from the grind itself.
Yeah, and it was quite unfortunate watching version 9 uh, play extremely well in round 3 and yet not get promoted into round 4. Instead, getting kicked down to the wildcard stages. Because version 9, I mean, 30 finishes when they were there in round 3, 21 placement points, 51 is the total tally. They were struggling in closing out matches, but at least they were consistent.
Yeah, I think for version 9, right, they've been evolving themselves with every passing round. Um, Having had to play things from the IGQ, they've been playing quite well, but Heroes Gaming. And when you look at this team, I think one player really comes up on your mind, has to be Robin.
Yeah.
That Miramar gameplay against the likes of Team Zero and WSP still coming in swinging, clutching it all. And just by the virtue of that one game, they eventually had quick, successful, good games, out of which they somehow managed to make it to the next round. But here they are, round number 4 was too much for them. Now they will be duking it out again in the wildcards. I really hope this team has a good start.
Man, that's a good looking Bentley.
Classy,
Yeah.
sexy.
But as you were talking about Heroes Gaming,
Yeah.
you know, there are always those few moments that just motivate the entire team and every single player to push them. I think that was what Robin did that day for his side. That was a godly move, going up against some of the best players, some of the best teams in the country, especially when you're new or kind of new to the circuit, making a break, making a name for yourself. And I think that was the perfect way to do it. And not just for him, it motivated his teammates as well, because in the next few matches, we saw all of them trying to pull off same shenanigans. And no one was able to predict how this team would charge into fights.
You know, completely agree with you. I think it was that final game of Erangel, you remember,
Yeah.
so much tension building up over there. Everybody was sitting on the edge of their seats, and I think it was Heroes Gaming, that final game of Erangel, just playing from that southern side. Also quite a consistent one in Sanhok as well. So goes on to speak volumes about what one individual play can do, kind of instill that amount of confidence that is needed. But as things progress, when you look at teams around the center, now you've got Raven Esports. They're
Yeah.
such an interesting prospect, right? We didn't even get to talk about them in the previous rounds. A team that loves to play by the books, loves to play around the center, and this is exactly where they have pictured themselves to be at.
But I'm very much concerned about. I mean, you were talking about center, right? So Raven is in the center, and the second team I'm also concerned about is playing close to the center. That is Decent, because in the previous round, these teams did not do that well. Fixtures. I mean, Decent got 9 points, Raven got 8 points,
Yeah.
not enough. And even Kratic Esports, they fall in the same boat. 7 points secured in the previous round, and Kratic, I mean, they had a big struggle.
Considering a ball in that first week of grind, you remember, Retreat, that one player, he was single-handedly taking down squads, and not just in those mid-ranges or the far longer ranges, even in the close ranges, he tend to somehow flourish. But come its second week of grind, he suddenly vanished. It was
Exactly.
the other players stepping up. They still somehow managed to keep things afloat. They were in the top 16, but in round number 4, they completely phased out.
Yeah, I mean, in 6 games, they got 7 finishes and no placement points. That was it. So, yeah, Kratic. I mean, this time they tried to slow things down. They started all the way from Severny. Hopefully they make it to the late game stages. But now, THW. Destiny, Ninze, Kyolimao. We've seen these players in the past and they have been very impressive. But the struggles this time around were different. They started off on a brilliant note in round 4. But unfortunately, just completely dropped the momentum in the next few matches.
Yeah, had a little bit of that Team Forever storyline. in
Yeah,
round number
exactly.
In fact, they did it better than them. They got the first game, chicken dinner.
Yeah.
They had a couple of good consecutive games, but towards that second half, I think they started gassing out.
Yeah.
But who's to blame, Johnny? That lobby itself was so tough.
Very
right?
true.
You had such big names coming up there, and even if you look at the points, weren't too shabby. And
True.
for THW, yeah, heart goes out for them, especially when we've been talking about a Cinderella story in the previous BGIS, and then things weren't really looking good for them. It was not smooth sailing. They had to change a lot of orgs, and finally they found home in THW. And I'm pretty sure they're up for the task. It's just a couple of days before where they played their matches. They understand how important this day is for them.
Oh, but look at this. I think we are about to witness the first conflict of this match. The players from the side of Decent stepped out of that dip. And I believe one of the players from the side of Galaxy Esports was spotted out, damage dished out on Evil. Shooting in the wrong direction. The shots did not come from there.
Yeah, but still.
Proactive move, taking out the car that he sees.
Or maybe just a little bit of that radio message to everybody inside the lobby. Hey, we're over here. And let's not forget, it is Galaxy Esports at the end of the day.
I would
Teams
say
love
don't-
to pick up those fights.
I would say don't do that when you know Mogo Esports and Gujarat Tigers are in the same lobby. Don't give them your position, man. Oh, wait, what? RP Mizo. Rush. What just happened? Flick, he's not rushing.
Yeah, suddenly he gets taken down by the play zone. And he's way off back at Starber.
Yeah.
Really cannot contemplate what happened, why the man has been left behind. And for rush if possible, I don't think they can rush anymore in this game. Already down to 3 men right now. And there's no chance on earth that they could just go back and get that revive and he makes it inside the circle. They have to cut on their losses. But looking at the circle, I think this is turning out to be a little bit of that Gatka zone. I'm really loving Decent's position over there. You talk about that particular team. Genji, definitely one of those players to look out for.
That is very true, but I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, do they maintain the momentum? In fact, give us the same performances that we witnessed from them in the past. In the meanwhile, 4King Esports spotted out the players of TMG. Shots fired from Godless, but unfortunately none of them connect. And for the first time, I think, the first frag of this game has been claimed by the blue.
Oh yeah, that's quite daunting. Considering for rush if possible, this was not the kind of a start, and this kind of plays with your mindset, right? You know that one of your players, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Flick is like the knight in the shining armor for this team, and having lost out on him, this has to hurt if you rush Mizo at this point. But when you look at the map, look at Mogo. Now it kind of makes sense why they still managed to pass through K9. They realized they would be entering in pretty late. And let's not forget, Seven Shore, they also entered pretty late inside the circle and still managed to secure a second spot in the first group.
Exactly, Seven Shore. I mean, I loved the performance we witnessed from Seven Shore and Rivalry in the previous group.
Oh yeah.
It was amazing consistency displayed in the first 2 matches, and in the third game as well, they were able to walk away with a few extra. Oh, this is just paranoia, man. This is them being paranoid. You know how there's this famous dialogue from a Bollywood movie about taking risk and, well, not taking any risk.
Which movie are you talking about exactly?
It's I can name the character as well. Babu Rao said it.
Oh, all right, all right.
Don't take any risks.
Back to the Hera Fairy days, but
Yeah.
yeah, pretty much. This is what Mogo. I think they have been, you know, a little bit scared, but still sending Shogun, sending this support to do their scouting job. Where is Destro? I've got to say a couple of things or two to him because usually he's the one who leads the pack.
Yeah.
But look at this, version 9 close to the players of K9.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. They might have avoided the fight at Ferry Pier, but eventually, if they're destined to meet, they will run into each other. It's preemptive fire into the grass, hoping to catch anyone off guard, but version 9, I love this setup. 2 players on that high ground, they can keep their vision onto these compounds, make sure they track the players of K9 squad, and then the other 2 players, they can cover up the flanks easily.
Oh yeah, for version 9, we know that they kind of like to play in those splits. And sometimes they kind of tend to overdo it, even this time around also. But K9, they really might fall prey. But there's a little trap being set up by V9. But V9 also has to be quite cautious, right? There could be any other team also into the mix, could come closing in. And Mogo Esports, they finally made it inside the circle. And they're just waiting for such moments to pounce upon. They're just waiting for somebody to cross chaos, and they want to be the scavengers.
I think, yeah, they're like, let everyone just fight it out amongst themselves, let everyone die, and then we'll show up. Well, I think their hopes will be delivered upon, at least in the next few minutes, because we do see a hard shift towards the southwestern quadrant of the circle prior to this one. And now look at that wave of teams that is moving in from the north.
Oh yeah. I mean, so many teams from the northeastern side. And this is where we might see a lot of those fights breaking out. For Mogo Esports though, it's going to be a smooth sailing inside the circle, still around the peripheries. But for THW, they've got a task at their hand. They have to defend that central spot with all their might. And considering they have got that little bit of that concrete cover, they've got a little bit of that high ground to work with, they aren't going to be struggling much. But for even the players of Gujarat Tigers, I'm liking the fact that they have not suffered any casualty. What happened in round number 4, I think they'll just have to swallow that pill and look at a hard reset. And so far, they've been looking quite dandy.
And I think this could be their opportunity to actually rack up those finishes, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Galaxy Esports, they just go for a push on towards the compounds, but unaware about the position of the players of THW. Still traded out, trades in the favor of Galaxy Esports, or, well, maybe no. Destiny chimes in, gets that second knock, and numbers now reduced to a 2v2. TSW still able, or in fact looking to handle this pressure, looking to handle this fight. And as long as Destiny and Kiolamau are still there, it's still going to be possible. They secure that one frag. And I think now it might be time, as you say, to cut their losses and fall back.
Look at this. Gujarat Tigers, they want to seize on this opportunity, pounce, and maybe just get their claws into the hearts of the players of THW. They've taken so much of that damage, and look at this. Raven Esports, they also come chiming in inside the fight as Galaxy. They're starting to lose out on numbers, and Reaper from the far of fray as AimGod decides to charge in, has spotted out one of the players, but with the S12K, fails to deliver, gets traded out, but Hulk, he still wants to go smashing, but has to be watchful from the backlines because now he's also being sprayed at.
Yeah, and that is not a good position that he is stuck in, but he still does manage to survive, all thanks to that wall of smokes that was laid out. And somehow Raven Esports, they recover 3 finishes off of that Reaper, turning into a Grim Reaper. But Gujarat Tigers, as you were saying, I think they're still waiting for an opportunity to pounce. And we all know Tigers, such brilliant hunters.
Yeah, they certainly are. And we know this team packs a lot of punch. But Gujarat Tigers, what are they up to? What are they doing? They're really not going in for the push though. Just lining up their buckies together? What's happening, Johnny?
So, while they were breaking into, or in fact charging towards those compounds, version 9 actually put down some fire in their direction. So I think they want to be careful that they do not get shot in the back. So they're being extremely cautious with how they make this play. Oh. But I think now they've just assumed that Rush was the team that was shooting at them. They take down Nirvana. Chaser knocked out as well, and Rush, they're down to their last player.
Did you just see that headshot from ClutchCord? One shot on the head with that M4, and Nirvana goes falling down. So I think now I get what Gujarat Tigers are really up to. They're trying to protect their vehicles because version 9, even the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo, they're all trying to maybe just try to cut off their means of escape because we did witness one of those hard shifts, but there are chances that there might be another one. For Chaser, he's on pretty low HP, and Rush, if possible, really not the kind of a start that they would have wanted because now even Chaser, he's been bought down, and I don't think like they have any means of getting that revive. Somehow they've managed to do so, but where is the next circle shift going to take them towards?
Well, let's see. It is time for us to find that out as well. 6 seconds left before we have the next zone on our screens. TMG in the meanwhile can't be bothered with anything. They are still in the blue. Just now crossing hospital. Long way to go before they become a part of any sort of conflict. But look at that. It's a central shift.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was hoping someone was going to be there in Query, but there's absolutely no one there. Version 9, they were just playing the hilltop. And K9 squad, they were being gatekept by version 9, but now finally they have the opportunity of moving along the southern edge.
I think WILDCARD has a really good possession. Has control over those high ground compounds, and in fact the hills
Yeah.
could really make good work of things. But looking at Four Kings, they've come in from the back lines. You've got the players of Heroes Gaming still just outside the circle. And look at David. He's already been spotted out. Has taken some damage. His helmet completely blown off. But has another one to replenish himself. As WILDCARD enjoying that central spot. And WILDCARD is one of those teams that loves to play around the circle. But look at this kerfuffle that just broke down a couple of moments earlier. Galaxy, they were enjoying their sweet time. They got a couple of limbs here and there out of the players of THW. But just at the moment they were starting to smile, out of nowhere came in the players of Raven charging in at their direction.
Yeah, and it was kind of an awkward clash as well over there. Heroes Gaming still hoping, or in fact waiting, to see them kick off. Their aggression, their fighting positions inside of this match. And I think all this time they haven't been allowed the opportunity, first of all, and the zones, they've been so awkward that Heroes Gaming right now are also buying themselves time to understand how to play around in circles like this. But unfortunately, all of that waiting had just made sure that Mogo Esports have control of the edge of the circle, and as the players from Heroes Gaming try to push through, Mogos, they're going to try to gatekeep this team behind them. Look at that chase.
Yeah, it's a Tom and Jerry chess going on. Initially it was Shogun, now they decide to strike cars against each other. Shogun needs to open up his M4, does not fail to deliver. There you have it, Master just driving over Shogun. But Delta, he gets a trade and instantly gets the finish as well.
Yeah, and Mogo, they have to be careful. But Heroes, they're taking shots from the flank as well. It is 4 King Esports who chime in from the back lines. Heroes Gaming, they have lost one more. And now Mogo, they're going to look for those finish secures if they can. But out of nowhere, one more team chiming in, another third party, and it's WILDCARD Esports. Fixes, as you mentioned, that high ground advantage. All of that information does come into play. They close in on the players of Mogo Esports, see what the commotion was about, what was happening over here, and they instantly fall back. But look at that, Mogo. They're just driving their cars in circles because there's nothing else they can do. They're surrounded from every single direction. There is 4 King Esports in the back lines. There's WILDCARD waiting for them in the front, and Heroes Gaming was right there next to them. But unfortunately, Heroes Gaming, they've decided to move out.
Look at this. Rush if possible, Mizo. Now again, the number still dwindling down. Lord knocked out over here as TMG somehow manages to survive the onslaught. But as the circle takes another shift quite towards the southeastern side this time around, version 9, they've got the center to themselves as Franklin, he's going to be collecting on all those finishes as new version suddenly in a whole world of trouble because retreat, he's spitting fire.
Oh yeah, a new version. They were playing so slow in the early stage as well. This is the first time they're taking a fight inside of this game, and I don't think they're going to survive. That nade is going to be quite close. But Mickey, one more, and there he goes. What a move from Craddock Esports. Nade after nade. Did they even use bullets?
I don't know.
I think they did.
I don't know, but we need to talk about this one other big fight engaging around K9 against Mogo Esports. Look at this, almost on the cusp of getting eliminated, just in the last player surviving, just playing around from the covers of that vehicle with that S12K. But look at the vehicles flying, still somehow he keeps things afloat as pro. He will deliver the final blow, but believe in turn he gets finished off. K9 win this fight, but might just possibly lose the war.
Yes, because Craddock Esports, the third party, is perfect. You saw them on the radar, how quick they were to realize, like, all right, there's a bleeding team in front of us, and that means easy frags. They show up, wrap things up. 2 more eliminations secured over here.
Oh, indeed. 5 finishes already for Team Craddock. And the best part is they've kept all the numbers alive. Mogo, they've been eliminated. K9, they've also been done and dusted. At this point, looking at the center of the circle, have to talk about version 9. They've been holding on. And also another team that I really would love to talk about is NIY. But Gujarat Tigers and THW, they finally would want to settle their differences. They finally would want to pick a fight over here. But TMG, they might have something going on in their minds.
Yeah, they're just waiting for these teams to drop down from that slope so they can drop them out of the game. But what a wonderful nade from Hanzo from Raven Esports. Lined it up perfectly. TSW Destiny knocked out. He does have his teammate right next to him, QLMAO. But I think maybe Whiskey's... Oh no, it just bounces off the wall and drops outside. But anyways, this is a edge of the circle where we have the biggest cluster as of now. Apart from this, Decent is the only team towards the northeastern edge. You have Wingard that might try to gatekeep them, but that will be a normal 4v4. Over here, we have 4 different teams. But Shadow, that one nade, securing him 2 extra points. THW just wiped out in a matter of seconds, and there was absolutely nothing they could have done about it.
Oh, certainly. But look at this. The fight is still not yet over. Shadow, his position on compromise at this point, lobs that grenade as he has to be watchful. You still have TMG right on your backs as the grenades keep on sailing left, right and center. Look at the players of Raven. 4 nades being flung over at one single moment, and Gujarat Tigers need to understand that now they have been surrounded. They are the patty in the sandwich, and Vixky has to be the hero for his team. But this time, not going to be the case as Reaper deals with him in fashion as Gujarat Tigers almost on the precipice of getting eliminated.
Man, they picked off 3 players with just nades. Only the last player was the one who was engaged upon with weapons. But Raven Esports, this is just impressive. Can they do it again, though? That is the question, because I'm pretty sure they're going to be running out of utility soon, and they have to go up against the players of TMG.
Ouch.
But this time it is TMG Franklin to kick things off. A wonderful nade lined up, and Hulk, well, he's the one who is not Hulk anymore. He's going to be turned into Bruce Banner. He's knocked out.
Hold on. One revive and things might just go sailing in for them. As now TMG Shiva trying to keep things at bay at this point, has that S12K to work around with. And there you have it. Hulk, before he could even get that revive, he's been dealt with. For TMG, it has been a silent affair so far. The fights we saw them taking was against the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo. But now Raven Esports, being the sly and the cunning ones, they've realized that the best way out is to get inside the circle and maybe try to get the gatekeep the players of TMG.
Well, let's see. Raven Esports, though, step out into the open. And now I think they might be walking into a sandwich where a lot of pressure will befall them by version 9, by Wingard, who are still playing that high ground towards the northeastern edge of the circle. Finally forced out from their Olympus. Kratek retreat. He's going to be dropped down and finished off. The finish going into the hands of TMG, and Kratek Esports eliminated on the 7th position.
Look at how many grenades are just being flung over left, right and center. This time Poking, they do not have a lot of space to work around with, and this is what we were talking about. Version 9 holding the doors on the players of TMG. Certainly 9 did get the knock, but Reaper was the one who was getting all those finishes secured. That sort of has enraged the players of Team Version 9 as they set their eyes upon the players of Raven. As those grenades being flung over, again those damage being done, Infernos. This time getting the better out of Aim God, but the fight does not seem to stop at anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, now the fighting is definitely not going to stop. Version 9, though, I'm happy. They're kicking things off in a nice manner. They've made it to the top 6. If they can secure 5 or 6 eliminations more, I think this is going to be a wonderful start to their day. But unfortunately, as Rapid over there was trying to line up a spray on the players of Wingard, he got shot in return. He's going to be forced down back into the dip. What is 4King Esports, who are putting the pressure on the players of Wingard and securing those knocks?
Yeah, I mean, quite not understandable. What are the players of Wingard really up to? They had such a good position. Eventually, they had to lose out. And now the numbers have started to crumble. If you take a look at the circle, version 9 still right in the smack center, as this time NIY, they will start finally to be moving inside the zone. But for 4Kings, they have their work cut out. That nade sailing over, Gotten has to be quite careful. Needs Strongs along with him, needs to evolve, needs to get into that Go Tanks mode. But can he do so? Barely surviving with a sliver of HP as Wingard. They've made their lives hell.
Yeah, for sure. Wingard is not letting anyone live in peace at this point. But Goten, look at him. He might just go down. There it is. He gets finished off, but he has delayed the players of Wingard inside of the blue. In the meanwhile, Raven Esports, they go for a push on the players of version 9, and they are coming out on top. 11 eliminations already secured. They are down to their last man, Reaper. But Reaper, he is in an incredible form. Fixes 9 eliminations on a single player. And if he gets 2 more, that is going to be 11 on him. But he falls before we can expect him to convert anything in that fight. Version 9, I think they will take an exit as well as NIY with that perfect timing. Just chime in. Wait, what? How?
This was an absolute bizarre Erangel, where we could not really understand what on earth was happening. NIY come out of nowhere, managed to steal that chicken dinner away, when all we were thinking that this could have been version 9's game. Reaper, he was on fire.
Yes.
Somehow he got dealt with, but it is fine. But still he has caused enough damages into the departments of version 9, caused that hemorrhage, and it was too late for the players of version 9 to really stitch up their wounds, right?
Yeah.
And NIY, we saw them. They would all hunker down to that one position, eventually for them to later on make a move. And they came in as a pack, they got the final few finishes, and that is all she wrote. Got a beautiful chicken dinner. What a start for these lads.
Yeah, but I think WinGod actually need to write a lot of thank you notes to a lot of these teams. They need to write one to version 9, one to Raven, one to NIY, of course, for handing the second place finish to WinGod. And of course, I mean, incredible performance from all of these teams. NIY, I think they're going to be lacking in a little bit finish numbers if you compare to what Raven Esports have put. But man, that is also the reason why Raven lost a lot of their players. So yeah, it's fair.
But I loved Raven Esports.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think right from the mid game towards the end game, I think it all started when they wiped out the players of Galaxy.
Yes.
Then you could see that kerfuffle over in those compounds. They had to go up against Gujarat Tigers, dealt with the players of THW, marched their way inside the circle, almost dealt with the players of version 9, and so much that came along with them.
There was one more team who was just, well, they had the same intentions in their eyes, but they weren't really able to take it to fruition. That was Kratic.
Oh.
And I'm so happy that Kratic is back in their form. Because, I mean, in round 4, I was just wondering, wait, what is going on with this team? I expected so much more.
I think they started off taking down the players of new version.
Yeah.
And you could see all those barrage of grenades just coming down, sailing 4 or 5 grenades at the same time. What do you do if you're new version over there? And they were on the lower grounds
Yeah.
also. Eventually, then we saw the players of K9 go head-to-head against Mogo Esports, where I think it was Pro who came out swinging, was the final player alive. But hey, watch out for Kratic. They come out of nowhere, instantly ram in, even K9, they just get dealt with. Another big blow, big shocker. The bigger names haven't performed. Look at who have stepped up. Raven have stepped up. I think those 12 finishes. NIY out of nowhere, getting that chicken dinner. And even for WinGod, getting that second spot, I think they're finally starting to feel better about themselves.
Yeah, but we have seen WinGod in positions like this. They need to hold on to this momentum. They need to be consistent. That's the only thing that I think they can fumble upon. But let's have a look at the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, we're going to start with the player that did not fumble at all in this game. The MVP, it will be Reaper. 9 eliminations, 1184 damage dished out.
And I think Reaper did not discriminate against anybody at all.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, went on smashing the Hulk also, went on smashing every single player that was in front of him. And look at those damage numbers, right? 1184 points of damage, having those 2 headshots, almost surviving towards the end. And yes, he did miss out on that clutch, but Raven Esports, I think the work was well done by these players. Decent position points, really good finish points. I think this is such an interesting prospect to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, Raven and NIY. NIY, again, as we said, we spoke about this, right, before the game began, that NIY, if they get aggressive, if they get into their zone, then this team can turn out to be basically a Goliath to go up against. And even this time, I mean, that control of the compound towards the end was the thing that actually guaranteed them the win.
And I think I loved how they worked around the position points as well,
Yes.
not overstepping really. And Dagger Devil, you cannot forget his heroics once upon a time, that MG3 play, securing that chicken in Sanhok. And now to make things even better, you've got Luca. But even for TMG, they had a decent outing because they were playing around the peripheries, taking down a couple of players here and there. I think last we saw out of them was that fight against THW.
Yes, it was. But I think TMG, I think the one thing that needs to change is, and I think it happened in the previous round as well, too much reliance on Franklin getting all the frags. I think the other players need to step up, and if they do, TMG, their positional game is already pretty solid, so I think they can definitely improve their performances. But we have the rankings on our screens now. 19 points secured by NIY Esports, so that is a good, wonderful game from them. Raven Esports, that is an impressive performance, all because of those 12 finishes.
Yeah, we love that. And even they're not going to be too sad about their 4 position points as well.
So Reaper got one more before he went out. That just makes him more impressive.
Yeah, certainly does. And I think one of those players, like I said, we really need to watch out for. Whilst Wingod, they have been, I think, maintaining that perfect balance between going for those limbs and for those position points. Yeah, they were pretty much out of option. At a certain point,
True.
they had the best position inside the circle till that shift towards version 9. But for King Esports, they came in from the edges, really fought their way hard. But it was all she wrote, right? Just getting 6 points. But Craddock, look at them, 6 for them as well. TMG decent showdown, and for Mogo Esports, 4 points. Not the kind of a start that I would want for these players.
And all of that paranoia and no survival points. Think about that for a second. And that is what they were trying to do, survive till the late game stages. But they aren't the only ones who were struggling. Gujarat Tigers as well. Their positioning, the compound they took, everything was perfect. But I think they also did not expect that much utility to be committed in a situation like that. But I think that was also what helped Raven Esports catch a lot of their opponents off guard.
I think for Gujarat Tigers, I really felt like there was no certain need to get inside that small compound, because just a couple of moments earlier, you saw one of those teams being dealt with.
They got
and
greedy.
Yeah, I think THW was being battered over there.
Yes.
And it's such a small compound to really defend, right? Still taking on that position. And again, Raven, all they had to do was just throw a couple more grenades, and they had a lot more of it. So Gujarat Tigers, K9 squad, they did not have the best of starts, even for the likes of Galaxy Esports. They sort of got the ball rolling against the players of THW just to get third-partied by Raven.
But fixes Heroes Gaming now.
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
talk about them. We expected so much from Heroes Gaming. And in the early stages as well, it felt like all a decent positioning. They are close to the center of the circle. Maybe if they survive till the mid-game, they can rack up those finishes, because it was turning out to be kind of a Gatka field circle.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of the central Gatka fields, it took us towards the southern side of the fields where it meets Quarry. So Heroes Gaming, the potential was there, but I mean, they just disappeared in a snap.
I think for Heroes Gaming, seems like even in the previous time when we saw them coming into play, they were feeling quite uncomfortable. But hey, 2 more matches to go. But before that happens, folks, we are going to be heading on to a short promo that is waiting for you just about now. The Ignis exude in all its might and glory, and just a couple of days remaining before it vanishes.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna come back, and hey, just 10 UC for the first spin of every single day. I've been trying out because after that 120 spins, I'm gonna get that material that will, of course, help me in upgrading my Glacier. Of course, I had to flex that.
Yeah, you had to flex that. You know Necro is about to show up soon, right?
Exactly why I did.
I'm pretty sure he's going to show up with a machete one of these days.
Oh, I have got a beautiful skin of Machete as well.
Why you got to tell him you have more stuff?
You know, the SpyX family collaboration, you've got those blades, so loving that. Had to be putting that one out here.
All right. Well, he is flexing his skins. I think the teams are going to look to flex their skills inside of the match as well. So we're going to have a look at the schedule now, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more matches to go. And, of course, the next map, it is going to be the map of Miramar. And then the last game of the day, which will be Sanhok. But after the previous game fixes, before I leave, what is your prediction?
I really want Mogo Esports to be making a comeback in this one. Already have had suffered through so many of those upsets. But on the brighter side of things, Necro, he's going to be finally joining me on the desk, and yeah, that's one of those silver linings there, along with the fact that Necro, hey, today has been a day filled with all these newer teams really going out swinging, and NIY Esports, we did not see this coming.
I would say this group in general is quite weird in my opinion, right? Raven Esports, where was this performance from them? Reaper, this man single-handedly is dominating every single team that stood across him, and I want to see the same type of performance even in the future from the side of Reaper, man. This man is single-handedly carrying his team in the front.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the banner, it's been quite old, right?
Yeah.
We've seen these players play for different banners, but now joining forces, being as Raven Esports. The initial idea was all about taking that center of the circle. And once they had the ball rolling, once they got a couple of limbs here and there, they did not seem to stop at all.
I mean, even I was looking forward for Kratic, right? Kratic Esports, they were getting those decent amount of elimination points right in the hand. But still, I expected that chicken dinner from that team. A lot of these teams now slowly and steadily are stepping up. And I'm loving that, as you expect these teams to do so. Kratic Esports in the grind itself, this team was super impressive. But then later on in the round 4, the performance was completely dwindled down. And now slowly and steadily, we're seeing that uprise once again in the first 3 games, right? Deja vu.
Of course, I mean, especially getting to see Retreat back into action, new version. They might be feeling quite gutted with what happened to them in the previous game. But I'm really loving the storyline that's really building up over here. We were looking for those teams that are supposed to be making waves, and we have hordes of them. This time around, NIY, Raven Esports coming out of nowhere, giving such big names a run for their money. Who would say that Mogo Esports was playing inside this lobby? The defending champions of the BGIS got eliminated in a jiffy.
The Undergods are shining through in this lobby, that's
yeah.
for sure. This group is completely filled with Undergod domination, or at least that's what it seems like for now. I mean, we also saw that a complete different team could have been the winner, but then in the end, NIY made that push happen at the last moment, and that's how they got the entire cookie crumble for the opponents. But in general, I just feel really bad for the side of E9.
We certainly do. But for version 9, I think there are those moments where they tend to overthink. But still, not really a bad start for them. Have gotten a decent points on the board. It's all about carrying forward that momentum. I think teams really need to get that carnival gaming approach. First 2 games, really not the best in terms of position points. But yeah, the finishes were still there. 6 to 7 finishes per game. It's fine. In one game, they got around 9 to end things up with a chicken dinner. Look at them. They had around 40-41 points, which I think is enough when you're playing the first 3 games.
I mean, Fixes, let's talk about the teams that was not able to perform, right? THW, Rush, even this team was not able to perform. THW is one of those teams that started things off inside of the entire main event with a record. And now look at the transition towards the wild card. It's looking really dire. I want to see that THW back once again. I want to see this record-setting team back inside of the race.
I think the idea was quite obvious for THW. All they wanted to do was take the control over the center. They wanted to be a little bit silent, but quite a lot of like minds really came into play. We had Galaxy Esports charging in on them, Raven Esports following suit, even Gujarat Tigers, everybody fighting for one small little compound. And for THW, a little unlucky this time. And same has to be said for the players of Rush, if possible. Mizo still contemplating what happened to Flick. He was taken down at Stalb. No aid given to him. Eventually, even the players of TMG also beat them up. So, Rush, if possible, Mizo, they really need to make a comeback in Miramar.
I mean, the transition, once again, this is one of those teams that performed really well in the grind. And the transition now towards the wild card, even towards the round 4, it was not that fluid. And as you mentioned, Rush, if possible, if they do want to get things under belt, this upcoming game has to be it. If that's not going to be the case, well, then there's a high chance they are not going to be able to continue their journey on forward.
And if I'm not wrong, Necro, I believe round number 4 was a huge setback for the players of Rush, if possible, Mizo. They could barely even get 15 or 16 points. I think kind of a stark reality check for the players and their fans that, coming in from grind, they were the top 16 teams to have made it to the round 4 and did not quite expect them to really falter off down like that. But some big hitters were inside the lobby, but today, given the second chance, really not having the best of starts, with just 2 more games remaining, do you think they can really stage that comeback?
It's all down to Chaser, man. This was one of those performing players in the grind, and if Chaser's not able to perform, then Rush, if possible, they're going to come tumbling down. The same thing can be said a lot for these known teams as well. Even Mogo Esports, you can't say the same thing. The players need to start popping off. Delta PG, this is one of those glorious players inside of this roster. And as long as he's not going to be able to make waves on when it matters the most, then Mogo Esports will be crumbling down. Even Justin, another one of those glorified players. And even if he's not able to step up to the occasion, well, then Mogo Esports will come tumbling down. The first 3 games matter so much.
I think more than those individual prowess, I think collectively as a team, I really want Mogo Esports to shine at this moment, right? Really want to see the old Shogun providing that support fire. Really want to see Justin and Delta leading the charge. Destro trying to create those flank angles and get everything together. They need to keep things tight because, yes, this has been a huge danger for them. The kind of the start that they have had, even for the players of K9. If you remember the matches in round number 4, the entire day was a disaster till that final game of Erangel, where they accumulated a lot of points. But hey, that wasn't enough.
I mean, hey, I love the fact that you brought up K9, right? Another one of those teams that is a big upset. And moving inside of this entire main event, K9 Squad was one of those teams that we all were looking up to because in the grind, this was one of the most polished teams. Every single call K9 Squad was making, it just felt like it was up to the mark. And now moving it forward towards the wild card and the round 4, K9 Squad, I mean, it's a complete different team from the grind itself. But you know what? Enough talks about the teams. Now let's move on towards the map itself. We are going to be moving in towards the hot lands of Miramar, where the plane flat pad's going to be in front of us soon enough. And it's starting from Campo Militar towards Petrona.
Oh, indeed. And taking a look at this flight path trajectory, like you said, right, quite tilted towards that southeastern side. So many of these teams are going to have to struggle at this point, have to move far ahead if you are stepping down at Monte Nuevo. But for Mogo Esports, it's going to be an easy climb. You know, getting the conversation back to the players of K9 Squad, I believe their Miramar games have always been on point, which wasn't really the case during their round number 4 matches. And they really flustered up in those maps. But for K9, they really need to start redeeming themselves, and not just K9, really looking out for the others also inside of the lobby. I think Galaxy Esports, a team that has got tremendous potential. The way they initiated the fight against THW, I mean, sadly, to their surprise, I think Raven just came out of nowhere.
I mean, once again, though, Galaxy Esports is a complete underdog team, right? And K9 Squad, all the 4 players, they have been having a lot of that experience, and they also do pack a lot of punch. For Galaxy, it's still sort of like the Uncharted territories, where we do not really know what to expect from that team. But from K9 Squad, you expect greatness. I mean, you've got Believe, you've got Zab, Dreams, Humanoid, of course, he's not playing in here, but you've also got Pro, who's currently playing inside of the squad. And we know Zap and Pro, this duo goes long back.
Yeah, back in the days of OR. And for Pro also, I think it was the BMPS where we saw them playing from the banners of Nadex officials. The good old days. But for now, I think it has been quite a tough journey, especially for Pro and Zap, constantly changing those banners, having no other options but Gujarat Tigers. They always itch for a fight in those early stages in Miramar, but this time, somehow, still have 4 of their players alive. Still the early moments of the game, though. But even for the likes of Gujarat Tigers, Necro, I honestly felt they could have done much better in terms of that Erangel map that they had. But look at the circle this time. Quite tilted towards the northern side. And Raven, they're going to have a glee smile on their faces.
I just want to be honest, right? Gujarat Tigers, they're just not disciplined. That's what it feels like. Now, in the previous fight that we saw, Gujarat Tigers, the players got taken down slowly and steadily with the utilities. Now, the only way they could have actually avoided that wrath was actually trying to reposition themselves as quick as possible. But GTS, and as they gave their position away, they were still in that same spot over and over again. And that's why we saw those utils coming through. And slowly and steadily, the entirety of GT just came crashing down. Now, it is understandable. It is one of the most aggressive teams in the lobby. But at the same time, you need to adapt to the tempo of the lobby itself. And considering it is wildcard, a lot of these teams are trying to play it as safe as possible.
I really would not want to defend them at this point. But I kind of feel like they were a little helpless. Because if you remember, yeah, THW was just eliminated. They kind of overshot a little bit, but so many grenades being flung over from the side of Raven Esports. Now, you look at your means of escape, right? And this is where I was pondering, right? The moment they kind of went towards that southern side, going out for the escape, let's not forget, version 9 was also waiting for them. So either ways, they had to fight, and they picked one against Raven Esports. Kind of weren't prepared, but yeah, for Gujarat Tigers, a team with such experience and with such big players in their roster, they have to deliver. They have to rise up to such occasions. This is where I feel like experience really comes into play.
It does. And you talk about a mid-pack team, WILDCARD.
Yeah.
It is one of those banners that has been playing for a while, but still you can't say much more newer players on the fray, right? WILDCARD Esports. Yeah, WILDCARD. I mean, so far, or at least in the past when we saw WILDCARD, the players are not able to click in that well. But now, moving in forward towards 2024, it's definitely quite a decent performance, but not exactly up to the mark.
But so far, a decent
Yeah.
start. A second position finish, not too shabby for Wingard, considering how everything just went against them. Still, managed to get a couple of finishes here and there, and I think Wingard, they love to have that wind in their sails, right? As their name suggests, a decent start right from the beginning, and this is one of those maps, again, Wingard would feel quite unsettled, because like TWOB, they also love controlling over those cliffy areas, just towards the western side of San Martin. So considering the circle, going towards water treatment, this is where Wingard, again, one of those teams that really specializes in getting that central spot. They're gonna do the deed, but Heroes Gaming, Necro, what is going wrong with them?
Things kick off, and Heroes Gaming, they lose out on kick.
Yeah,
As I mentioned, kick off.
wow.
Heroes Gaming taken down with 3-man squad.
Uh-huh.
And now this fight's just looking way too tough for them to convert in their favor, because man disadvantage is going to make them overthink a lot of these scenarios, and that's why you see the players taking a bit of that back step. Understandable. It's better to just disengage and move away. Let the opponents have their space, because you cannot do so in return. You've got the man disadvantage. And just look at the positioning from the side of TMG. It's way better.
Yeah, let's not even forget that TMG did manage to get a chicken dinner in Miramar the previous time in round number 4, the first matchup. It was a fight till death against the players of UP50, and they prevailed supreme. So a team that knows their way around in this particular map really got high expectations from them, man.
Yeah, I mean, they did get the chicken dinner, but still they're over here in the wild card.
Yeah, quite gutting, right? Need to be consistent, though.
Exactly. That fluke of a performance is not going to get you anywhere. Consistency is the key to success, and it's been a slogan for a while.
It's always been. Certainly, no denying that. And, this new point structure kind of really tests you out. Of course, it encourages a lot of those teams to engage in those fights, but sometimes it is also a trap laid out. Really feel like, majority of the teams know pretty much what's happening. It's all about having a good position, and eventually you end up getting a lot of finishes to your names. But new version, man, this was one of my most favorite teams. If you have to talk about my list from the underdogs,
Yeah, I mean,
really
no
came up
wonder.
swinging, yeah. And feels like we're not seeing a new version anymore. It's the old version, but just not getting better.
I mean, no wonder they're not able to do that great, right? Because you had a lot of expectations from them.
Wow. You have to put it on me?
Yeah.
Why? What have I done?
As Johnny says, right, hope is a dangerous thing.
Johnny says a lot of things.
That is true. But you know what? Let's move on towards the squad that's in the front. We've got Rush. All the 4 players on the screen. Chaser not been able to pop up recently. I'm not sure what's going on with that player, but he's one of those mechanically skilled players, that's for sure. But for some reason, it just feels like his team is not able to set him up for success. And now Chaser, he needs to start doing something individually.
What's going on? I mean, they were just shooting bullets, kind of giving the position away. I don't know, because pretty much when you're at that center, you need to maintain that stealthiness. Because Gujarat Tigers, they're breathing right beside them. You also have the players of Wingard coming through, and this is what I was talking about. Really no need to take those shots. Just constantly giving their positions away. What's going on, Necro?
It's his game, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, that eventually just leads to them digging up their own graves.
Well, I mean, they're already 6 feet under. Inside of the wild card.
Yeah.
The first game's not too good, and slowly and steadily, they're going deeper and deeper. For King Esports, we haven't seen this team for a while on the screen, and we did see this team, I think so, in the past recently, but we haven't seen this team a lot on the screen. That's what I meant to say. But in general, for King, I'm not even sure what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, decent start for them in that game of Erangel. Did get those valuable points. Now, this is one of those teams that also knows how to take those fights, also gets that perfect mix
Yeah, but
of
once again,
disposition points. But yeah,
you can't say the inconsistency hits them as well.
I mean, it does, but we have to give that benefit of doubt to all these teams, right? Because watching the first group, I think you really need to be prepared for the worst. Because so many of those big names came coming in. Revenant barely getting 10 points. We had Team Forever barely getting, what, 14 or 17 points. Now, let's not forget that these were the top two teams of the grind. And haven't really caught up with the evolution that has been going so far. And who knows, these newer names come out there, show up and deliver when it matters the most.
Classic, right? Just rub the salt on top of the wounds.
They had their chances.
It
right?
is what it is, right?
Yeah, we can't help it.
It is a tough pill to swallow for the fans, but it's time to escape or at least try and do something from those depths of hell.
What do you think? So many of those big upsets this time around. Is it because they've got a long break after the grind, haven't really felt the brunt of the lobby, or is it just the players being quite erratic or complacent and feeling quite settled in such big orgs?
I think it's a complacency. That's for sure. I mean, all the players that are inside of the Revenant squad, hands down, it is a super squad, but
Yeah.
still not being able to perform. The only one single conclusion we can have is complacency. It's like if you're trying to put up 4 different big kryptonites together, it is supposed to form as one massive kryptonite to the lobby. But right now, the main issue is, it just feels like those are different kryptonites from different planets.
Feels like they're Superman and the entire lobby is just a kryptonite.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Yeah, that is true.
The other way around. Because, you know, for the likes of Revenant, the way they performed in grind, I thought this is it. This is where Sensei's curse finally breaks. At a certain point, I'm starting to fathom, will they even make it to the semi-finals? Is their journey going to come to an end? But look at this, Wind God. Love to take that central position, finally being contested. But they have those covers to play around. And Galaxy, this is one of those teams I love to see in action. Always, always dying to take that fight. And this time, they've been pushed back, but still, somehow still alive.
They're quite indecisive, though. It's been one of the major issues for this team, and it's also let this team do death. But let's just hope that they have actually came over with all that indecisive nature that they were doing or showcasing in the previous stages. The fact that Galaxy Esports is over here, I'm just surprised. And now that they're over here, let's see what they've got in store. K9 squad, all the 4 players. Look at that trail that they've gotten. I like that spread, right? Just trying to get as much control as possible on the map. But I'm not exactly sure what the game plan for K9 squad is. They've got GT in the front. This team can definitely cause a lot of the problems for them. On the opposite side, you also do see the players, the new version. And speaking of new version, man,
Yeah.
that chicken dinner being stolen away from them like that, now they're going to be hella pissed.
I mean, for new version, they were really not the mix of things this time around.
I meant to say version 9, my bad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, for version 9, it was a whole different story.
Yeah.
Gotta feel bad for themselves. But, you know, coming back, like you said, it's kind of a trifecta that has been formed over here. Where do you see these teams going along with it? Now, imagine, even if Gujarat Tigers gets knocked on towards NIY, or maybe even the players at of K9. One knock, and you really can't go in for the push. What's the objective? What's the idea over here? It seems like quite some traffic around that Western Highway. You've got version 9, you've got DMG, you've also even got the players of THW just on their tails. What are they trying to execute? Maybe a rotation from the northern side? Are we going to see a Oasis circle finally though?
No, I don't think so.
Please make that happen.
I think so. This next circle shift is going to be right in the smack center.
Oh no.
It's going to center on up. If it is the Oasis circle, though, I mean, I would be up for it.
Yeah, I'd be elated.
Sounds pretty fun. It's been a while since I've casted that. I mean, at this point in time, I've even forgot how the terrain looks like.
I do remember.
I mean,
Seems
I
like
remember,
those-
of course,
Oh
but
yeah, for sure. Tell me how.
it's not about, like, the exact precise terrains. Just
But
like those
like
scattered
what?
houses all across the place, and you've also got a little bit of those water lines in the mix. And then you've also got some dips to play with.
Okay.
That is quite fun.
It is indeed. Those broken compounds.
Yeah.
Those were the times. I think Team Forever would have loved to see Oasis circle, but for now, K9 having spotted out Shadow, he's in the middle of nowhere. If he gets picked off over here, that could be the alarm bell stalling. As Coach Tiger, I do not know what's going up with this squad. Is there some sort of a discord between the players? Completely look unorganized over there. And K9 really cannot put them out. This is one of those teams loves to get those chickens in Miramar, but I hope they don't get ahead of themselves.
K9 is a complete position-oriented team. If they do have a good position inside of the zone, and if the circle is also favoring them, that's the icing on top of the cake they need. And when that happens, the defense will be flawless. Before now, looking at the circumstances, looking at the zone itself, even we do not know where it's going to be forming. But if it does form right on top of them, well then, they're up for a date with destiny. V9 Alien able to find one of the knockouts against TMG, so that's a great way to kick things off. For TMG though, rough start.
Yeah, both these teams entering in from the Western Highway, and V9 are the first ones to make it inside the circle. Now TMG having a decent show, at least in the first game of Erangel. This is not how they pictured the journey to come to a halt in this map of Miramar, and I mean, Oasis is still into play though. And look at that, not even a single soul has gone towards that area. I think the closest are the players of Raven Esports, and I'm itching to see more of this team.
This is already going to be super chaotic.
Oh yeah.
Look at the circle. A big splash of colors towards the centric side. Too many teams alive in such a small circle. And I just can't wait for all the chaos that's going to be happening in the front. And right now, Raven Esports at the top. They've got the general overview of the entire teams that are trying to rotate in from the southern lines.
Oh.
You can see the players of NV2 make that quick rotate. Even decent officials in the front. And decent. They're definitely taking a lot of shots upon themselves. I'm not a big fan of decent's rotation, but they do not even have any other option.
They're in a mad frenzy. All the players just scattering around as Hulk gets a knock onto Edge Jord. At this point, grenades being exchanged. Karan needs to find some respite as Mikey, he wants to push in, gets that knock against, in fact wants to get that knock against Nirvana. But at this point, Karan, he's taking some heavy blows.
New Virgin, Curran knocked out. Not looking in that comfortable of a shoes as Curran is now starting to make for mercy to his opponents. Another knockout handed out towards the side of New Version. Drops down to 2 players. Now it's all down to King OG in the back lines, and he can also start to feel that pressure. Probably the adrenaline is now starting to kick in. And King slowly and steadily is also going to be pushed up by the enemies, considering they know they've got the major man advantage inside of the fight. For New Version, on the verge of being eliminated right now off this entire lobby. And it's something King OG will need to try and avoid. Needs to stay alive for as long as possible before Rush. The exact way things should have kicked off for them.
Indeed. But you know what the best thing about is? New Version. One of their players gets picked down by Hulk. The other also by Hulk. And the third player gets taken down from the players of Four Kings. Now this is going to hurt the players of New Version. Quite unprepared. Not wary of the surroundings. Just look at Raven Esports being the Grim Reapers from above. Just taking down every single soul. Walking around the desert. As now, Rush if possible. Really want to close in on King. But how long can this man breathe?
New Version, after that big blunder, King can now hear all the footsteps approaching him. And for the side of Rush, as I mentioned, this is the exact way things should have kicked off for them. They've managed to defend the compound so far. And all thanks to the opponents who are helping them from the top. King, he finds the first knockout, but the second one cannot be handed. And that's where Rush, they get things back in control. But a team from the top is constantly raining down that hellfire. And right now, at this point in time, it seems next to impossible to be stopped.
Indeed. All the others are in the mercy of Raven Esports. And them having clinched such a pivotal position for themselves. At this point, Rush if possible, Mizo. They're going to be playing their cards against the players of Four Kings. As the grenade gets flung over, just sailing in. A little overshoot there. And now Four Kings somehow live to fight another day. Gotten still alive though. Needs to patch himself up and needs to get the hell out of that position. How do they do that? especially with Raven
Oh my
keeping
God!
such a close watch. And Lord, that grenade sails over and gotten seems like his history.
Yeah, the precision with the utilities. It's pretty good. And Lord, he's got the knockout, but still not able to get the elimination point in the hand, and that's something that's making Lord pretty discomfortable. And looking at Lord, I mean, in general, the entirety of Team Rush, they need any sort of points that they can't get their hands on. The same thing can be said for a lot of these other teams. But look at the next circle. It's going to shift down south, where you've got NIY once again right in the smack center. A high chance for them to grab this chicken dinner. You've also got Galaxy Esports. Man, the Ender God somehow, this time the God's with them.
Yeah, but look at Mogo. They're inching in close, and look who's holding the door. No ID, no entry by the players of Craddock Esports as they look to hunt down the players of Mogo. And seems like retreat, he's already started the reckoning. Destro being dealt with, knocked and almost just finished off. Mogo Esports, they have to fight back.
I'm not even sure what's going on with the defending champs themselves. They're taking some heavy blows upon themselves as Craddock Esports. After having that first decent game, definitely they can feel the wind coursing. But Craddock, too, they cannot be over-aggressive in these type of moments, right? They just need to be a little bit more careful. Destro's back up on his feet, so that's a good news for the side of Mogo. Back up with that full power. But if Mogo, they do want to breach inside of the zone, they would need to try and breach through Craddock Esports. It will be a tough one. But looking at Rush, up against the likes of GT, and this will be an interesting fight. Rush has been struggling throughout, and even GT, they have been struggling throughout. Teams on the same storyline.
Yeah, but for Gujarat Tigers, the silver lining is that they are inside the circle. And for Rashmizo, they will have to enter inside the circle. And look at Wixky. Him being taken down, this makes things worse for GT. As one small mistake, and suddenly you could see the players of Rashmizo pouncing on the occasion and getting the better out of the players. As K9, they still keep their dreams alive, still getting a couple of knocks here and there. But a good chicken dinner in Miramar might just satiate their hunger. As now Mogo, they decide to fight their way inside. And their opponents are going to be the players of version 9. Already Infernus done and dealt with, Alien down and out. And K9, they seem to be making the push on them.
Cannot squat from the top. Even Believe is now slowly and steadily closing on up towards that entire pack. You've got version 9. For them, it's going to be an uphill battle. And K9 squad, that's where they get the advantage inside of the fight. Believe now slowly and steadily feel that confidence. And he's also cooking up that nade to perfection. It's going to find the mark and finds a two-piece with that one single piece of util. The same nade being tossed towards that same direction, but unfortunately this time the trajectory is not going to meet its mark as the player repositions. And version 9, within an instance, the entirety of their dreams, they just come crashing down once again. And now it's all down to this last man, Zen OG. As I mentioned, it's an uphill battle, and I don't think V9 can do anything to recover from this spot. Zen OG, for him, the journey's done.
Yeah, and look at this, 14 teams still alive. Stage 5 almost coming to an end, and Franklin just barely making it inside the circle. As K9, they are going to be having that king of the hill situation, and they want to ensure all these frags to their name, all those finish points, quite delicious, and they're going to be taking that with open arms. But for Mogo Esports, they somehow have remedied the hemorrhage there. As Justin Delta, this is a duo that we love and adore, finally coming back to their senses. But are they aware that Franklin is just hiding under their noses?
Not sure, but look at this push from K9 squad. Pushing in like a well-lit unit. And yeah, the one last man can't really do a lot. At least clearing out the backlines, though. Now they need a breach inside of the safer zone, and it's just going to get even more tougher. K9 squad, at least they can get their hands on a couple more utils for the future journey. But now Zap is taking shots against Decent. The man's barely alive on a sliver of HP. For K9 squad, even they lost out in prone return. But Decent, oh, another man out in the open. And luckily enough for him, he's alive. I'm not sure why Zap did not really went for that spray.
I think they're looking at the bigger picture. They have to get inside the circle, considering so many teams are already starting to take that position. With Gujarat Tigers also in the fray. This one grenade, oh, gets oversailed. And now for Decent, they need to get the rest back up. Haven't really been quite decent, in fact. They need to bounce back inside of this game. For Gujarat Tigers, The Silver Lining still have a good position inside the circle, but K9 having that higher ground, but they still need to find a way to breach in inside the zone.
Gujarat Tigers from the top now. Looking forward to rain down death and destruction against the foes. Once again for Decent, I don't think so they're going to stand a chance inside of the fight, but still you might as well just go out fighting, right? And just like that, TMG Gaming, they've been eliminated from the game on the 11th spot. You've still got 10 more teams up and alive, and it's the stage 5 of the game. Too many teams in such a small zone. And there's fights happening all across the place. It's such a weird game of Miramar.
Oh, it indeed is. But look at this. Delta having no other options but to somehow still keep things alive. As his partner in crime, Justin, has been dealt with. Just 4 first aids to work around with. As the 6th circle will start to hurt. For Mogo Esports, it is going to be such a treacherous climb. I don't think they're going to be making it, but for K9, they've been absolutely all over these teams, as now the next on the hit list could be the players of Kratik. Little too close for our comfort.
K9 squad definitely starting to feel that wind coursing through their veins. That's Kratik Esports there. What's Thor up close and personal, but then he gets slapped down. Believe, a great way to kick things off in this fight, and Believe has always been the man to Believe to be able to start off the fire. But this time he gets slapped back in return. K9 squad, just like that, Believe has been confirmed too.
And look at this. It is going to be the players of NIY. We're completely playing a spoil spot for K9, as they wanted to deal with the players of Kratik, and now seems like Thor, he's going to get that revive as K9. They have a lot on their plates right now, with NIY, Scorpion and Sam keeping such a close check on what the players of K9 are up to. This is where they really have to pick their fights properly. They have to keep their units tight, and one small move, and it's still 7 teams alive. You're not going to get a lot of position points.
And now why they've got such a big advantage.
Yes.
That is, they've also got the high ground, and also they've got the compound. Everything just aligns. And even the stars are now aligned for that team. All they need to do is just press upon the charges a little bit more and keep on hammering down the players. What was that nade? Oh my god, Dogger Devil finds a 2-piece with that one single util, and now is also looking forward to shut down the last player, and he finds the spam through the smoke.
Oh, that has to be a team wipe and a half. Loved every bit of what NIY did over there. Dagger Devil definitely striking up, rising up to the occasion. But look at Wingod, still they've made it inside the top 6, and next Galaxy could be on their hit list. But they also have to remember, NIY aren't too far away. If they're out in the open, NIY definitely will hunt them down.
Top 6 teams alive, my friend, and Wingod, they're so lucky with the repositioning they're making inside of this map. Just barely tossing those nades, barely avoiding those, but as soon as you say so, one more nade sails in, and it finds a 2-piece once again. A great way to kick things off in the fight, and Galaxy Esports able to find the fantastic opener. Ovi has got a foe approaching him, and he's also got the TPP vision, and there we go! Nicely done by Surya, hands out the final blow.
This is hilarious at this point. 5 teams still alive. Avi, he did not see that coming. Of course, did manage to get that final finish, though. Decent outing. But for Galaxy Esports, I feel like they've finally stitched up their wounds, and now they are ready. THW, they've been spotted out by Galaxy. DP is well prepared for what's coming his way. He needs to just get that revive ASAP, and he's gonna step out of his covers, or maybe not.
THW. This team has got 3-man squad. And if THW is alive to the late game circle, you already know there's a high chance they can be the one to come out on top. This is what they've been waiting for. To have that manpower in the final few moments, and now they've finally gotten so. THW, a team that is known for their disciplined approach inside of the map, but sometimes it does not really work out that well. And THW just constantly tossing in those utils towards Galaxy Esports, but there's no opener being found. And there's also Wixkey alive from GT still.
Oh, that's such an important information there. Gujarat Tigers needed this game, but for now, the stage is really set up for the players of NIY. Have that high ground, have those perfect ridges to play around with, but Wixkey finally, he might get spotted down, and Sam is prepared for Wixkey. But Kyo Lamau opens things up against the players of Galaxy. Evil already being dealt with. There you have Wixky down and out. Now it's just down to the final two teams.
Of course, NIY with the man advantage and also the positional advantage. But then, yes, and as you see so, it's going to be the players of THW swing back to life. And out and over, they just get the chicken dinner. What just happened? NIY, they had the high ground advantage. They also had the man advantage in that moment, but they still somehow mess up.
All the players looking down to the southern side, looking at dealing with Wixky, and THW swing out of nowhere. And Kyo Lamau has to be the hero once again. 6 finishes for this lad. And after a debacle in Erangel, have to say this out, THW, they are back. NIY almost had another one coming in their bags. Stolen away. But still, NIY, a decent performance so far. 2 consistent games reminds me of the players of Rivalry.
But THW, I mentioned this during the cast as well, right? If you see THW with at least some decent amount of manpower alive, there's a high chance they're going to be the one to secure the chicken dinner. And once again, the same thing happens. But it's all because of the players of NIY were distracted on Wixky, and as soon as they looked in the back lines, that's where things just came completely tumbling down. And that's where THW found the exact moment to push up close and personal.
Yeah, they kind of stormed their way in. Nobody was really expecting that infiltration coming like that. They just did not seem to care. Ideally, what are you supposed to do? Throw a couple of grenades, try to flush your enemy out. They just did not care about anything at all. All they saw was, yes, the players were taking down Wixky, one of him being dealt with. And the moment they could really reset, come back, look at what's ahead, suddenly the pieces start falling. And they were just swept like flies. And yeah. NIY, that has to be a tough pill to swallow.
It has to be. I mean, they had all the stars aligned for themselves. As I mentioned, they also had the man advantage. They also had the high ground advantage in the end, but still somehow things just came crashing down. But you know what? You really got to give it to Wixky as well. Been able to squeeze that top 4 position for his team. He's looking pretty fluid for now. Let's just hope for GT the same sort of momentum keeps on forward. But they also need a little bit more of elimination points to back it up with the position.
Yeah, but you know, Necro, one thing you've got to agree with. I think Johnny is going to be pretty happy about that. Look at those circles. What are these zones?
It is.
When was the last time we did see these circles? And Johnny, on the sidelines, he was jumping with joy because this is one of those circles I've not even seen once in my entire journey of BGIS. And I don't think we've seen this circle for quite some time. So many teams were thrown in for a toss. Nobody really knowing how to approach this. It all pretty much came down to luck. Let's be, honest over here. NIY, they were just keeping their fingers crossed. Yeah, hopefully the circle just lands upon them. It did. But THW, out of nowhere, look at this moment. They just don't seem to care at anything at all.
Yeah, I mean, Kyo Lamau, look at this kickoff, right? 2 eliminations easily found. And as soon as he found those 2 knockouts, that's where everything just swung in the hands of THW. He single-handedly shut down the entire team. It was a 1v4.
Oh, indeed it was. Yeah, a little bit of assistance coming here and there. The numbers still adding that little bit of that extra pressure. But that 4K coming in from Kyo Lamau. I mean, it really goes out to show that THW, they mean business tonight. Because, again, they've got so many of the supporters really hoping that they make it into the semis. Also get to see them on LAN once again. But when you look at the bigger picture over here, K9, a really commendable performance. But hey, who did not perform? Mogo Esports.
The defending champion struggling still, but K9 squad, as you mentioned, a really good wave being made from them inside of this game. And now they just move on forward towards the map of Sanhok, and expectations, they rise up even more. But you still never know, man. K9 squad at this point in time, can you really rely on top of them?
I mean, K9, I have my fingers crossed. But again, when we've been talking about the best player inside the lobby, has to be Kyo Lamau.
Yeah.
Because the heroics towards the end, getting those 4 finishes for his team should be enough to make him the MVP, as the stats will be in front of our screen right now. Is it gonna be? No. Dagger Devil. Oh, that grenade against Craddock, if you remember. And even he managed to get that final finish as well. So 6 finishes for this lad. Even in the previous game, he was in the top 5 performers.
1,100 damage dished out, 1 headshots, and you've also got the survival time of 27:52. Dagger Devil, as you mentioned, that one single nade sort of just brought him back in the race of the MVP of this match, right? And then moving on forward towards the top 5 performers, this is where we're going to see the usual suspects, right? As we expect Kyo Lamau to be over here on the 2nd spot, and yes, there we go. With 6 finishes, he only got 592 damage dished out. That's why he was not there on the MVP, but still you can't say the conversion rate from Kyo is much more precise.
Yeah, considering his endeavors got them the chicken dinner. I mean, stats and figures sometimes are kind of different from what really happened inside of the lobby. But for Wixki, again, quite commendable because this player has been delivering every single time. Whilst his assaulters have been going out for a slumber, I do not know what's going wrong with this squad. Gujarat Tigers really have high expectations from the lads. But for the players of Mogo Esports, it was such a tough entry inside the zone, man. They were caught between the players of Kratik and even the players of K9 were causing so much nuisance for these lads. And for Mogo Esports, at this point, you cannot really blame your luck, right? You have to be beating it. You have to be fighting against destiny. The entire world wants to see you fall. As the point standings, they do come up. THW, 19 points, and they're right back inside the top 3. Pretty sure.
19 points, as you mentioned, right? You've also got NY Esports not that far away with 17 points accumulated. You've also got Galaxy Esports with 13. Even Galaxy had a decent game, right? We forgot to talk about this team. Galaxy was definitely able to win some of the funny fights, I'm not going to lie. Then you've also got GT on the fray with 11 points secured, all thanks to Wixki, of course. Then you've also got K9 Squad on the fray with 9 points accumulated, defending champions, just getting 5 points. I'm not going to lie, looking at Raven Esports' position on this previous map of Miramar, I genuinely thought they will be able to rack up a lot more finish points.
I think they're still in the top 3. Let's not take that away from them. And yeah, like you said, they had such a commanding position. That circle shift on towards NIY, that pretty much changed everything. They were causing so much trouble for all the other teams. While they had to come down, it was the teams answering back in kind. But rush if possible, Mizo, just 4 points. Again, really not acceptable. Can't really digest this thing. But for WindGod Esports, they did tend to survive for quite some time, but not enough finishes. I think this is what you've been complaining about, Necro, right?
I mean, WindGod Esports, inconsistency once again hitting them, and this has been the major problem for them, not just over here in this year, even in the past year. The same thing has been happening with this lineup, and I really hope in the future game, which is going to be Sanhok, that's where WindGod Esports can sort of get the flow back in their hands. And actually, WindGod Esports, they do thrive on the map of Sanhok, so maybe you can't say back on the home ground. Let's move on and look at the overall standings, because enough point standings for now. There's so many teams on the latter half of the board who were not able to perform, and in the overall standings, and why? Because of their consistency, they're going to keep themselves at the top with 36 points. THW Esports, look at that catapult.
Indeed, but NIY got above the rest. Nobody is really even close to where they are. So a dream start for them, and they would be hunting for even more. Considering how the cutoffs have been, 41, 42 so far from what we have seen. NRY, they're on the right track. But for WindGod Esports, I think one more good game, like you said, in Sanhok could change their fate. But Gujarat Tigers, K9 Squad, and Mogo Esports, so many of those big names. Let's not even forget Rush if possible. Mizo, 2 matches over, and just 4 points. Really unacceptable.
Rush if possible, Mizo. I mean, as I mentioned, it just does not seem like the same team playing in here anymore.
Heroes Gaming also.
Heroes Gaming too, a big dip in the performance, even new version, not able to play that well. Kratik Esports, look at their performance in the grind and now compare it to this wildcard performance. Not even close. So many of these teams are not even close to the performance that they showcased in the grind or in the previous round. Mogo Esports, the defending champions. Last year, they were the winners of this tournament, and now look at them, struggling to even make it towards the semifinals.
But you know, they've been in this position before. A little bit of a copium for us. Even in the grind, we all thought that they're not going to be sailing through. But in week number 2, they come out of nowhere. But this time, they do not have enough time to reset. And if they still want to be in the race, if they still want to keep their boat afloat, you're seeing all those leakages in their ship already. They need to do some heavy patching quickly. Because if they do not do so, imagine entering into a grand finals where, I mean, this has so far been the storyline, right? If you talk about 2021 BGIS, Skylights Gaming, Somraj wasn't even inside the grand finals. Now Destro, having won the second tournament, he was the only champion to return back, and this was supposed to be his three-peat. If Destro would have won it, could have been a hat-trick for him, a record that nobody has to their names. But with the way things are going for them, I think things are looking pretty stark.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what the future holds, right? But one thing we definitely know is that the Grand Finals is going to be a land in Hyderabad. And ladies and gentlemen, we've also got some premium tickets available. And if you do manage to buy those, all that money that will be accumulated from the premium tickets will be used for a good cause.
It certainly will be. And the tickets are going to be out soon. So do keep a close eye on our socials, Crafting India Esports on Instagram. Do follow us over there. But now coming back to business, right? We did talk about Mogo Esports. They're in a whole world of trouble. But Negro, honestly, now imagine let's picture it. You're the coach of GT. What would be your next call out?
I mean, at this point in time, it's too late to try and make any type of adjustments. I would just say stick to how you're playing, stick to your comfort zone. Do not care about being kicked out of the tournament. Just try and play with a complete free mind, because we know what GT's capable of. They do pack a lot of punch. They have the experience as well. What exactly is holding them back is the fear of being eliminated from this entire tournament. So GT, they just need to take a deep breath and be back in the flow of things. But ladies and gentlemen, there's so much more to talk about. Let's move on and look at this promo for now.
Make sure they know with a new Royal Pass. Get epic skins, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
Alright, the Endless Sand Royal Pass finally coming to an end. Like Necro, he's gonna get it tonight, and if you haven't checked it out, make sure you do so, because again, those extra RP points does help you in getting those material pieces, those spray cans, a lot of those crazy emotes. Some of the legacy skins are also out there. So what are you waiting for? Check that one out. But coming back to business again, Necro, the final game of the evening, and it is gonna be in Sanhok. And always coming into Sanhok, we have our hopes high.
Exactly. Variety is going to be there in the winners this time. Maybe a known team can be the one to come out on top, because so far it's been the undergods just thriving, right? Even THW can sort of say they are the undergods, but yeah, recently they have been making known for themselves. That's a whole nother thing. But so far, NIVI is doing really good at the top of the table. It's a team that none of us expected to be there in the first place. K9 Squad slowly and steadily stepping things up. Maybe K9 Squad as well can have a chance. Even GT, they can definitely play pretty well.
You know, this tournament has been filled with all sorts of uncertainty. Nobody really thought that even in the first group, you would see the other teams rivalry dominate. And the Carnival, yeah, they did manage to make a comeback. But this time around, even Raven Esports, they've been on a swing. Even the players of NIY, they've also been guns blazing. But let's take a look at the schedule for one last time. And before I head out, I certainly want to know your predictions. Where do you want to see the circle in the final game of Sanhok? And over to you, Johnny.
Ooh, I mean, Sanhok, as we all know, we're expecting quite a spicy start for this entire game. But so far, things have been quite slow paced, so you never know how the ending's going to look like. But at the end of the day, in the map of Sanhok, there's going to be so many of these teams who are going to be looking forward for a decent ending to the day. And if that's not going to be the case, well, then the known teams will definitely be taking a big tumble. So far, the defending champions struggling through and through, and even they're looking forward to finding that momentum. And at the end of the day, if they do get that, well, it's definitely going to be a good night's sleep for them. And now it's Johnny joining alongside with me on the panel for this last game. Johnny, last game of the day, as I mentioned, right? Sanhok.
Ooh, this is going to be intense. I mean, the previous Sanhok we had was something else as well, and I think that kind of displayed what the mindset can be of the teams, especially when they are struggling. But if you might have noticed, I mean, NIY is one of the only consistent teams in this particular group between Game 1 and Game 2, and everyone else will still look to bounce back, because the gap between the second and even the team placed on the 8th position, 9th position, it's well, basically nothing, yeah.
Yeah, it's not a lot, right? There's only 20 points at the top, and all you need to do is just cross that 20 points marker. Even GT, they stand a solid chance. All they need is like 9 or 10 points to be there. But at the same time, they need to cross their fingers and hope the teams in the top 3, they do not play well. Or at least in the second or the third spot, they do not play that well.
I think you just hope NIY get taken out early, because as long as they are out, I think there will be enough bodies left for everyone to capitalize upon. So I think that is the one big threat for everyone else. Other than that, I mean, I'm just upset I missed that previous game of Miramar, man. I wanted to cast that Northern Zone.
I mean, Kiolamau getting that 4K in the end to close things off. There was just like a cherry on top of the cake. Honestly, I wanted to see that Oasis Circle. It's been a while, right? I mean, it's been ages now since we've casted that.
I've only done it once in my entire career, yeah.
I think so, the same as well. Even I've only done it once.
I think you and I were the ones
we both were actually doing that. But you know what, Johnny? Still, hopes are going to be high from teams like Kratic Esports, where we saw some big waves being made. As soon as we saw them for the first time in the grind itself, the same thing can be said for Rush if possible as well. And these two teams are not able to showcase their dominance at all.
At least Kratic had a great start to the day, so the ball was fumbled later on. Rush if possible. That first game not really working out too well for them. That game of Miramar also not really working out. I think in this game of Sanhok, just go absolutely YOLO. That's the only approach. Just put it down all on the line, go
Yeah.
for a big drop clash. Either you win that fight or, well, you're already struggling on the points table.
I mean, in general, it's all about being able to let that pressure free, right?
Yeah.
It's all about getting that pressure subsider inside of the game. And Fix is asking me the same question. If you're the coach at GT, what exactly you would say to the players? And I would just say, you know what, guys, stick to the basics. Do not really try anything new inside of the lobby. You like to focus on the firepower, do so. Focus on the firepower, try and take down teams just completely based on your firepower. But you know what? Enough talks about GT.
Yeah.
Let's move on towards the last game of the day as the plane flat path's going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Hot Din towards down south, which is going to be Kampong. Now, the plane flat path is tilted a little bit to the right side of the map, but it's completely fine. It is the map of Sanhok. You can easily trail wherever you want.
That is very true. But let's see, are we going to get any early drop clashes in this game? And of course, in the previous game of Sanhok, we had that amazing northern circle, which had like 50% water right off the bat. So I would love to see one of those shoreline circles in this game as well. Although the one thing that I would change is I would want it towards the south this time.
Ooh, a southern circle?
Yeah, southern
Towards
shoreline
docks?
circle. Towards docks, towards Tampang, Nakham, Sami, Camp Charlie, Bantai, anything works.
I want to see a cave circle. It'll be so fun to witness. Teams inside of the cave, above the cave. It'll be an interesting terrain to witness, but looking at the players of HE and GT off the rip, just facing off against each other, and I'm not sure what they can do inside of this fight, considering GT is able to do a lot of damage against the side of HE.
Yeah.
And right now, HE, they're in quite the desperate shoes.
And both the teams are, even Heroes Gaming are not having a fun time today. Gujarat Tigers. But this is the problem, right? Gujarat Tigers, the players extremely talented. And in a position where they're desperate for points, desperate for that win, they get extremely deadly as well. And they're used to getting drop clashed in boot camp in this map of Sanhok. This is their comfort zone. They always expect this to happen. The only problem is, how much utility do they have to actually find an opening against Heroes Gaming this time?
Yeah, a lot of teams do try to contest against them, and GT right now facing off against Heroes Gaming. For GT, as you mentioned, this is supposed to be their comfort zone, but you never know.
Yeah.
Tables can be flipped against them. Both the teams are still in a big world of trouble. Heads on the swivel for both of them. And you never know. All it takes is one single string to be pulled. Gujarat Tigers just waiting for the opponents to make one single mistake, but no one HG. They're not really making a lot of moves on the board.
Let's see, still looking for gaining that first frag, Gujarat Tigers. But with how they are moving around, it seems like they are the ones who are getting way too eager to step into the action and take this fight. Look at that, Mogo finding the first opening knock of the game against the players of Rush if possible. That nade does nothing.
Even TMG's taking a fight. I love to see the early collisions, right? Big
Yeah.
fan of those. TMG, they also do get a return knockout against Galaxy Esports. And Galaxy slowly and steadily starting to face the brunt. At least that's what we see in the elimination feed. But they also do get the return knockout against the foe.
Ooh, that's a very tight angle. Does he
Yeah.
find it?
I mean, Shadow has got a really good angle, that's for sure. But I think Sir David has got the knowing of exactly where Shadow is, too.
Yeah, he can exactly spot the head. And if his crosshair placement is perfect, it's not going to be such a tough shot for him to connect as well. The only problem over there can be the difference of weapons, because the other player, Shadow, has the AKM, while the lad from the side of Heroes Gaming has a UMP and a Vector to work with.
Weapons that can help him up close and personal. Galaxy Esports against TMG. This fight's finally over here in front of us. As one of the men still knocked out, bleeding to his death from Galaxy. And now, OP. He had his hands on the DBS, but not for long, considering his lifeline's been stolen away by the foes. And TMG, there we go. Already making sure Galaxy Esports are going to be taking this early exit inside of the lobby. They've still got two more players up and alive, but Galaxy Esports, yeah, I mean, they can't really do a lot with the two players.
Yeah, one man who was knocked out has been brought back into the game now. Sort of an evil. This is such a big task, such a big ask from them. Shivam, it looks like he's the one who's being a distraction to the players of Galaxy Esports, and now they've been baited into the line of fire of 3 other individuals from the side of TMG, so the setup is perfect. But Evil, does he survive this?
Oh, it's rough to go for that peek around the corner. And as I mentioned, Evil does so. Should not have went for that peek, and even Sorov now is taking too much damage. He's trying to back away from the fight, but it's a little bit too late. All it takes is one single bullet to the face, and that's it. That's what exactly is going to happen in TMG. What a flawless squad wipe that was.
Yeah, it was flawless indeed, because they could have lost Shivam, but that flank cover from Franklin just saved them all. And look at this. This is what I was talking about with Fixes a few moments ago. I would like to know your thoughts on this. The TMG are too reliant on just one individual from their side. Franklin, he has been giving it everything that he has, game in, game out, and getting all of those finish points. Well, majority of the time, not always. His teammates do step up every now and then.
And honestly speaking, a lot of these teams are relying on those individual players, right? You also talk about Reaper from the previous game. I mean, the only reason why the team was even there in the top 3 is all thanks to Reaper. So yeah, I mean, Raven, look at this. As soon as I mentioned, right? Aim God and Hanzo knocked out. I don't think so a lot can be done to try and recover from this entire fight unless Reaper's going to be there to save the day. But at this point in time, to chime inside of the fight would be stupidity, and that's why he's not really doing so.
He's too far away. The players, Aim God and his teammate, they were caught off guard. Mid-rotation, I believe, and K9 squad. I think the timing of it all was perfect. That it was a 2v4 they engaged in, so they do quite easily come out on top. Then again, this position not too far away from boot camp, and there was a lot of commotion happening on the other side as well. There's an opportunity for them to actually catch the players of Heroes Gaming and cause some trouble for Gujarat Tigers as well. But look at that finish feed. We have 4 King Esports going up against Decent. And that fight is happening all the way in Camp Alpha.
A weird terrain to have a fight on.
Yeah.
But yeah, for Decent officials, and even for 4 King, both the teams are way too desperate. And look at what AT is doing. Pushing up close with that DBS in the hand. And finally now the battle breaks out.
Oh, he's
Decent
done.
AT's taking too many shots even from the back lines. But luckily enough, he hasn't caught a single bullet upon himself. And eventually it's going to be that player close and personal to hand out that blow.
Man. I don't know if I should laugh at that moment or be impressed, to be honest. But I think the shots were there from the man up top, but now I think Goten is stuck because the two players, Genji and Rahul, will have a line of fire to pick off Goten unless Thunder can actually strike Thunder from the top of this hill.
So now this is where they can be on a rescue operation.
Yeah, they need to move now though.
Yeah, one of the players can be on the hilltop. Another player can go and try and pick up Goten. That way they can provide that cover fire. I'm not even sure what Decent officials is doing. Before now, Decent themselves are in a big world of trouble. Util being tossed up in the front. I don't think so it's going to find the mark. And it does not.
Oh, they close up. They are looking for those frags, those finishes. Quite hungry.
Not a big fan. Oh my
that
god!
was so lucky.
Just on the opposite side, and things could have been way worse. 4K. Oh, there we go! As I mentioned, not a big fan of what's going on currently on the screen. And exactly what Decent officials need to try and break free from this entire lock that is there. This deadlock from the opponent's 4K was really good, but unfortunately for Thunder, he pushed up close and personal too much.
Yeah.
He chewed on the pill that he cannot really swallow on.
Well, let's see. Can he get a painkiller though to save him?
Oh,
Cordless is going for a revive, but Genji goes to check the corner. Good cover coming in from the side of 4 King Esports, but that might be the time for them to move in with Genji dropped to half his HP, almost half his HP.
I mean, for Decent officials, I'm not even sure what these guys are doing.
They're wasting so much time.
Yeah, it feels like Decent, they know their game is done for.
Yeah.
At this point in time, they're just trying to do as much damage as possible against the foes, right?
I think they're hoping they can find like 1 or 2 points off of this. Do not want to go back empty-handed.
Makes sense, too. Decent officials, if they do manage to hand out a clear-cut blow to the opponents, that's just going to be the icing on top of the cake.
Yeah.
Even somewhere else on the map, you do see the likes of Raven Esports taking a fight against Kratic, but focusing once again on this fight, it's being elongated too long.
Yeah, this has been going on for a while. And I think one of the players from the side of Decent actually did get knocked out. They wasted a lot of time getting that recovery in, but Rahul, he's hiding behind the door. Although his position is compromised. This is going to be such a difficult task for this man to survive. He's getting shot at from every single direction, and finally he falls decent down to their last player.
Rahul should have kept on pushing. That was the only way he could have survived that entire onslaught. And Genji now, head on the swivel. Is getting pushed up on by the foes. There's a Molotov right next to him, but he still catches the first. Imagine if we would have found those 2 knockouts in one single pump.
Ooh,
They
that
were
would have been
lined up.
impressive.
They
Yeah.
were lined up.
It would have been very impressive and so lucky of him.
Yeah.
But you know, you can't always rely on luck to get those points overhead in the game. But good job on 4King Esports. They do manage to secure all 4 players from the side of Decent and did not lose out on a single one of their own. Godless, he was knocked out, but he's been brought back.
4K, I mean, as I mentioned, right, it is one of those teams we do not know a lot about. So it's really tough to say what exactly is going on in their heads. But now they have managed to kick things off on a good note. This can also be the pressure subsider they need.
Yeah.
Looking at this fight that happened towards Galaxy Esports and, of course, TMG. TMG had the man advantage in the final few moments. They did manage to take out the first 2 players. But, yeah, I mean, Galaxy, unfortunately, they took too many heavy blows. And then later on, they got entirely wiped out.
Well. This was a valiant effort, though, from Galaxy. They tried to handle the pressure, but TMG definitely quite well versed in those 4v4s. Now we have Mogo Esports on our screens. They're trying to control the eastern edge of the circle. And there's not a lot of teams around them. I think WILDCARD is like 100 meters up ahead, more than 100 meters. I think 500, 600 meters up ahead.
Mogo,
They're still moving forward.
they might just swing back to life for the circle shift. They can actually try and play it from the Paradise Resort side. They like to play it from the edge, right? And there's a high chance the upcoming circle will be shifting up north. Mogo Esports, specifically on the map of Sanhok, though, I still feel like they should be a little bit more proactive, try and capitalize on the zone better. But they're still playing or using the same gameplay, where they like to play from the edges. Maybe they have got a proper set plan, you never know.
Ooh, but look at the cluster that's forming around Bootcamp. You have K9, Heroes Gaming. Gujarat Tigers still in the main Bootcamp compound. WILDCARD closing in. Rush closing in towards those triple warehouses as well. This will get very chaotic in the next few moments. All right, new version arrive as well. That was a very smooth entry.
It was. But you know the sad reality? The circle's not going to be forming on top of Bootcamp.
Yeah, I hope it goes to Paradise Resort. That will be such a big curveball for all of these squads. There's just one team that is playing from the northern edge now. 4K, they are outside the circle. You have THW who are all the way down towards Camp Charlie. Everyone else is playing in the southern half of the current circle. And it's just version 9 who are playing the northern edge.
Looking at AG2 right next to him. After that initial drop collision with GT, AG, they haven't been able to move a lot. And the same thing can be said for the likes of GT2. None of them handed out any sort of blows to each other. Everyone's looking pretty good in the hood. Looking at THW, the previous game was a win. And as we know, they should be feeling pretty good inside of the lobby. All the 4 players in one single vehicle. Not a big fan of this. But there's a high chance they might just find a clean rotation as well. But there's also a chance they might just collide against the defending champions.
Hey, anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
That is why we love Sanhok.
The
TSW,
uncertainty.
I mean, as we were talking about them, they were all the way in Camp Charlie, but now just crossing Quarry, as you can see, the right-hand side of the map. They're going to swing wide around Bhan. I wonder where they are going to enter the circle from. Because you get anywhere close to Mogo, that is it. You're going to lose out at least 2 players.
Now, if I'm Raven Esports, I would try to go for that high ground. They're playing quite scared. Understandable, it's just a 2-man squad. Maybe they do not really have the clarity on what exactly is going on at the top. But still, It's time to be a little bit more proactive inside the map. You cannot just try to play with your heads down. They want to play for the placement, I guess.
Look at this, though. Exactly what I was worried about. THW moving in quite close to the players of Mogo Esports.
THW taking the pit stops, gaining information, trying to gain that control as well. And Mogo Esports, they have spotted out the players. It's not a good news. And look at them popping out the syringes. Because they know soon enough, it's battle waiting around the corner. Mogo Esports, the circle shifts away from them. And Rush, they find themselves in the most advantageous spot as they have taken the compound control. That is quite essential for this zone. Even WILDCARD, they've got a portion of that zone to themselves. But this fight between Mogo and THW, it's quite uncomfortable.
Yeah, it is quite uncomfortable. It's a similar situation to how the game began between Heroes Gaming and Gujarat Tigers. Both of them looking for an opening but unable to find one. But this time things look different for New Version. They found the first knock against Heroes Gaming. But can they convert? Even Kick getting kicked out. In fact, it's Raven from the backlines. And as you mentioned, Necro, they take control of that hill south of Bootcamp. And it puts them in such a wonderful position. Both the points taken away from New Version.
Yeah, 2 free points accumulated. Thank you so much, baby. That's what they're saying at this point. I mean, they did lose out on the 2 players, and now getting 2 points in return, that still, you can't say that can give them that little bit of a mental peace. It's not that big of a setback. Heroes Gaming, David of IT. I mean, Heroes Gaming having the advantage inside of the fight. Now look at them. Everything just came tumbling down. Curran all by himself, up close and personal against that one single player of HG, which is David. And even David cannot move out in the open. At this point in time, this man's in a big deadlock.
Yeah, it's going to be so risky for him. Robin has abandoned his teammate over here. He's just run all the way back to that center building. That's such a big risk for Heroes Gaming as well. But David, my goodness. Raven Esports, what is this? Just a rotation out in the open. They've got the attention of New Version now.
I mean, if they keep on rotating this way, they're going to be getting the attention of a lot of the teams that are there in the front. And 4K is going to be one of those. 4K right in the front. Raven, I'm not sure what the game plan is, but quite an abrupt pause. Quite exposed as well towards the edges. Still not inside of the safe zone, but at least way too close, so you can't say that's a great news. All they need to do is just keep themselves anonymous. As long as 4K does not know there's anyone there in the back lines, Raven, they can still have the advantage. And now look at this push being made from the side of NIY against Kratik. This push can be quite destructive against both the teams. And there we go, Conqueror, at least able to secure that knockout and the finish.
Here's that first frag for his team, but he needs to be careful because look on the radar. There are 2 more squads waiting on the sideline, but Kratik Esports, this time not looking to slow down. They have lost 2 players early in the game. I think the big concern for them is going to be the side of K9 squad, who have an opportunity to move up and actually start blocking the entry for a lot of these teams. But K9 have their own troubles to deal with in the form of Heroes Gaming. What a spray from Dreams. Finds that knock quite cleanly.
Yeah, proning down on the ground gives you that stability, and that's what Dreams is taking advantage of. But now is also quite exposed, so he cannot stay there in the same spot. His position's compromised. Proning also makes you quite immobile. And that's what Dreams realizes. That instant reposition's quite good. But the main issue for K9 is they're still not inside of the zone, right?
Yeah.
They need to move in. Not looking too comfortable in this spot. In a big state of discomfort. And K9 squad in the future, the grounds are way too in the open. TMG taking a fight against WILDCARD. It's going to be a 4v4 battle for TMG. They've already tasted a lot of those eliminations. And now even WILDCARD, they might just be on the verge of being eliminated. But then Max, he catches the foe in a perfect fashion. And WILDCARD, look at the backup. It's perfect. It comes in time. And slowly and steadily, the players at TMG, they're just falling apart.
But inside of the smoke is when things get chaotic. And WILDCARD all of a sudden are in a world of hurt. The third party is also here. And it is in the form of Mogo Esports. Necro, they have found those 2 rocks. WILDCARD down to their last man now.
It's going to be a 1-on-2 where Max is there still behind the vehicle. Even Kratik Esports wanted a little bit of that piece of the pie, but Kratik Esports, they get third party themselves by somewhere else. And look at Mogo Shogun. As you mentioned, it's also 1v1. Max in the back lines, even he's quite chipped up. Shogun patches himself up in return, so that might just give him the HP advantage, but he's taking too much damage, too many shots missed, and he's got one single bullet in the shotgun, but he connects that shot.
What? That is just phenomenal. He was out of ammunition on the AR. He had that one last shell left in the shotgun, but somehow he finds the frag. Or was it taken away from him? No, it was Shogun who was able to clutch out that fight. But in the end, the play zone, that last tick of damage made sure that it was Mogo who was wiped out in the fight as well. What a kamikaze play from Wingard and Mogo.
I mean, it was one of those fights that we knew was not going to be ending in a good fashion for any of those teams, and that's what exactly happened. New version, even for them, things are looking way too dire. King OG is still prone out in the open. His position's uncompromised, and THW, they might just have a snake dissing them soon. King OG, he's moving quite a lot in the grasses, and THW, they're up for a surprise soon enough. New version, the man was knocked out. And looking at King, he finds the man to the front lines, he finds the knockout as well. The second man's running out in the open too, and King, he's got the advantage. He strikes down second man with the shotgun. And King now slowly and steadily closing on up against the foe. He's also getting the confirmations as well in the front lines. Another man in the front from THW. He's taking too much damage. He gets taken down by someone else inside of the zone.
I think he got taken out by the blue zone over there, the last player. And King OG, well, he might not be able to win the game, but he has definitely made sure that THW get annihilated as well. But look at this. It's Gujarat Tigers against Rush, if possible. What an amazing, amazing matchup. And how chaotic were the last few minutes. But we're down to the final 4v4 Necro. Out of nowhere, stage 6, and it's the last two teams remaining.
Yeah, Rush Mizo. Interesting suspect, right? We expected this team to perform, and finally they're here.
Yeah.
All thanks for that compound control they had. But then GT, I think so it's their game. Considering the circle is shifted away from the compound, and for Rush Mizo, I'm not sure how well the repositioning is going to look like, because they would need to push out of their comfort zone.
I think the only thing I'm worried about is utility in this final fight, because the circle is out into the open. And you will need those nades if you are Rush, if possible. You need those nades to be lobbed inside of these dips to try and clear up as much position and take as much position away from Gujarat Tigers as possible. They've laid out the smokes to deny the line of vision. But Gujarat Tigers now, they have control of the circle. Look at that radar. Can easily just play the sidelines and bait the players of Rush to step out into the open.
Oh, I love that smoke trail, though. Rush Mizo, they're trying their best to get things back into control. And look at Chaser, what he's doing. He's just trying to find that flank angle. He does hand out a blow to one player, but that's all he's going to be able to do. Rush, they're taking too much damage upon themselves. Shadow spots out another player. And yeah, right here, right now, it's going to be the players of GT to close things off. One man is still there in the grass, being the snake, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. Just like that, it's going to be GT to end things off on a great note.
Hey man, this is what we wanted, and Gujarat Tigers, they have delivered. But to be fair, not really surprised about this. We knew this was inevitable. Gujarat Tigers, they had a phenomenal run even in the previous round, and this time I think they were just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. And hey, at least the first 3 matches, now at least they've recovered something.
I mean, for GT, it is a sort of performance we have been waiting for from the start. And now finally they do get that performance in the hand. The same thing can be said for Rush Mizo too, right? From round 4, the transition just hasn't been looking that great. And I think so this is the best performance they have had after Grind.
Yeah, but I think we expected a lot more from this team. That is the only thing. Right now, it looks like it's quite decent top 2 finish, but the elimination numbers is where they are lacking. And I think that itself is something that can be a deterrent to them moving forward from the wildcard stages to the semifinals. But Gujarat Tigers, coming back to them, 10 eliminations. I think they have 10 eliminations inside of this game. 20-point matchup. This definitely puts them back in the fight.
I mean, GT, as you mentioned, this is definitely going to propel them in the top 4 easily. It's not going to be that big of a deal. But moving back towards the defending champions, man, once again, a big blunder. I'm not sure what they're doing. Even on the map of Sanhok playing from edge to edge, it's not a strategy that's going to work out that well.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that in the past. And I think you mentioned something about them moving back to Paradise Resort. I think that would have been a much better play, because we saw how much action was there towards the northern edge. You had version 9, you have 4K moving in. At one point, even the players from the side of Raven Esports tried to move towards the northern side. And from there, the pathing could have been kind of adjusted. We have seen them make those moves in the past as well, but unfortunately this time I think they just got distracted by all of that commotion that was happening towards where WILDCARD was fighting, and they just saw a complete three-man squad getting knocked out in the open, one man left alive, and I think they just thought, all right, easy finish points for us. But that fight got delayed so much, and of course kudos to the players of WILDCARD. The way they reacted, they just brought it down to a 1v1, so that was impressive.
That is true. Even THW, they were trying their best to sort of get this game in their hand as well, but then being left outside that zone, and all thanks to Mogo once again, right? It was the players of Mogo just trying to hold them off at bay. They were not really letting them breach inside of the safer lines. And speaking of Mogo as well, the defending champions, the only way they could have actually gotten things under control is that they were just not taking that fight in the first place.
I mean, you got delayed by the players over there. WILDCARD just out in the open, and again, them getting taken out the way it happened last player, Shogun getting taken out by the blue zone. I think it is just lucky that they didn't give the point away, but last few moments of this matchup, and I think Gujarat Tigers, the one thing that played out in their favor was they had that dip to work with, and just a slight edge of the circle was on that dip. So first of all, they took that control, and then as soon as they got the wide flank, they knew they could mark the exits, despite the fact that there was smokes laid out by the players of Rush. So at that point, the smokes were completely neutralized. We saw Apollo marking the right flank as well, so they had nowhere left to go. And once you run inside of those smokes and think you can hide, well, it's just a soft cover, a Molotov, a nade, and you're going to be done.
Exactly. But you know what? Enough talks about the teams. Let's move on towards the individual performer of that previous game. Who do you think is it going to be from GT?
I think maybe Clutch God. What about you?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe Shadow as well. Could definitely be there on the board.
Let's see.
You know what? Let's find out. Let's move on and look at the MVP of that previous game. And instead, it is going to be Thunder from 4K, a complete new prospect. You've got 4 finishes lined up from this man, and then you've also got the damage number of 612.
This is very interesting considering 4K went out of the game quite early. Look at that, 19-minute survival time and he still gets the MVP. So I think it gives us an idea that individually the players, the finishes in fact, were quite nicely spread out even between the teams and everyone was putting in equal amount of efforts. But talking about 4K, loved the way they approached the fight in Camp Alpha over there. That was very impressive against Decent.
Yeah, the players
controlling everything.
The players at the top just holding down the opponents in a deadlock.
Yeah.
And the way they were just able to manipulate that fight in their favor, it was pretty nice. Moving it towards the top 5 performers of that game. Of course, Shadow OG is going to be there on the second spot. Unfortunately, was not there on the first. The only thing is holding him back is the damage numbers.
Yeah.
You've also got Max from WILDCARD. WILDCARD is slowly and steadily starting to make the Cyclone.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. But following up Max, we have Franklin from TMG. Again, he's always there for his team. And then we have one more player from the side of 4K to close things out. It is Goten, who also had an amazing performance. And he was the man who was overextended, in fact, against the players of Decent. And as you mentioned, that cover fire from top of the hill, I believe it was Thunder was one of the players who was holding the top of the hill, and Broken was another player alongside with him. These two individuals actually made sure that Decent never got outside of the main Camp Alpha arena, and they were never a real threat to Goten, who was out into the open.
Yeah, but Johnny, speaking of the teams that were not able to perform consistently, right? And at ESPORTS, one of those teams, the consistency this time missing out, but still they've pretty much covered themselves, right? But you talk about the cushion. And that cushion is already being used. Now, in the latter 3 games, they cannot afford to miss out at all. Even K9 Squad, the consistency not following up. The same thing can be said for TMG, THW Esports as well. You know, the point standings in front of us. THW Esports, I thought things were way worse, but no, instead, they've still gotten 11 points in total.
And even K9, actually, 8 points secured, all thanks to those 5 finishes. And again, I think they capitalized on the misery of others in this game quite perfectly. So K9 Squad definitely are getting that finish-hungry attitude back again into their playstyle, and I think it is going to work out for them if they can keep the average going into the next 3 games. But look at that. What a wonderful game for Gujarat Tigers. Like 1,834 damage dished out, 10 finishes. This was what they were dreaming about.
A nuclear performance we talk about, right? Yeah. And that's what the players of Gujarat Tigers, they've got in their hands. And as I mentioned, this is also going to be the momentum setter for them in the latter 3 games that are left over. But unfortunately, as we know, the latter 3 games are going to be happening after the day, which will be there. So in general, for GT, there will be a big gap. And let's just hope this gap is not going to be playing against them.
Wait, what? Mogo Esports? I thought they capitalized a lot more than this from that fight.
So from what I remember, Mogo Esports lost out on 2 players early because they were moving from edge to edge.
I think there were 3 of them by the time they were able to make that push towards WILDCARD. And out of all of this, I mean, look at that. WILDCARD was still at least on the first page. Yeah, this is just unfortunate. Can they bounce back in the other 3 matches? My goodness, imagine, Necro, what an upset it would be if Mogo Esports are kicked out in the wildcard stages. The defending champions aren't going to be defending anything if that happens.
I mean, he definitely got a point, but then looking at the record in the grind, they made a comeback in the latter 3 games, right, where they got that crucial chicken dinner, and that's where they bounced back.
Revenant Esports was #1 at the end of the grind.
Yeah, I mean, they were, but still, I mean, Mogo Esports, all it takes is you being able to squeeze yourself in the upcoming stage.
Majority of the top performers from the grind are all in the wildcard.
Oh man, Mogo Esports is really tough to see them over here. Raven Esports too, being able to start things off on a fantastic note, and then later on the performance just not backing up. You've also got NLI Esports with the inconsistency. Kratic Esports, game 1 was decent, but then after that it's been complete downhill.
I think NLI is the only team in this entire lot that feels a little bit comfortable, but as you mentioned, even their safety cushion has been taken away from them. But I think it's time to move forward. The matches have come to an end. I think let's have a look at the overall rankings now.
Standings are going to be in front of us, and this is where things will be a little bit more cleared up. NLI Esports still at the top, but look at that catapult from GT.
Yeah. And this is what we were talking about before the match as well. The difference wasn't really there. And to be honest, I think the teams still should be able to recover, but let's not talk about groups in particular, because at the end of the day, the competition is going to be overall. So you need to be consistent as possible. And I think at this point, NIY Esports and Gujarat Tigers and TSW as well kind of have set themselves up for success, because if they can show up again in the next 3 games that they play and put up similar numbers on the board, I think their probability of qualifying, it goes up a little bit higher.
And as we know, right after the day 2, the group's going to be reshuffled once again based on the overall standing. So that's where the real magic lies.
Yeah.
Because maybe you can't say things can be much more balanced for these teams.
They can be. I mean, it can be balanced for the top 3 as well. But again, talking about Raven, WILDCARD, K9 Squad, I think they have these 3 teams in particular from the 4th to the 6th position. They have set themselves up in a position where they can sort of manage to qualify as well. They need that one game where they drop a 20 bomb, just like Gujarat Tigers did just now. But everyone else in this particular group, this is a big sign of concern. And again, the biggest upset of the day, I think, has to be that team on the 13th position, Mogo Esports. 10 points.
Defending champions all the way on the latter half of the board. Now, once again, they would have to repeat the history and try and make sure that they perform in the latter 3 games that are left over. But you cannot really outrule teams like K9 Squad that are way too close. Even Raven Esports is currently on the 4th spot, and I'm not going to lie, Raven Esports is going to be feeling a lot of that heat.
And let's not forget, today we only saw 32 teams in action. The other 32 teams, well, there are a lot of heavy hitters over there as well.
Of course, the heavy hitters will be chiming in soon, and you never know how the cutoff's going to look like over there.
Exactly. Because it is top 16 out of 64.
That's a big cutoff, ladies and gentlemen, but at the same time, it's a big leap that you're taking in the tournament, too. You directly move on towards the semifinals week 1.
Exactly. Just a few steps away from that stage of the grand finale. And of course, it is going to be tough. I mean, why are we even worried about that? But the competition is going to shift. As you mentioned, we keep talking about that reshuffle that will happen day after tomorrow. And I think that will definitely change everything.
Johnny, you know what? Changing things up. This time, we're also changing a lot of things. And you know what? For now, let's move on and look at the plays of the day. I'm pretty sure the play from Kiolamau has to be over here, too. That 4K that we saw from him. But for now, looking at the play in front of us, where we did see a fight between Revenant Esports, and things were sort of taken in quite an unorthodox manner, I'm not going to lie.
Wait, did he just stand still and take that shot? I mean, we get a different POV this time, all thanks to the production. But Revenant Esports now, this was a very critical fight, and again, this was the push that you were very unhappy with, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, Equinox just pushing all by himself, and what is his teammate doing in the back? He's just standing there watching his teammate get taken down, and that's my main question. That's my main concern. Revenant Esports, the team play missing, and this is the exact play that I was super happy to witness. Kiolamau getting that 4K against the foes, where the foes were completely distracted towards Wixki.
Yeah, and he used that distraction to perfection over there. I mean, the push was timed perfectly. It was a gamble the last frag he got, that 1v1. But look at this. This is what we wanted to know, like what exactly happened. And Max, I think, incredible job done. He just made sure that all of that effort from the side of Mogo Esports was in vain. What did you show up for? 1 point.
I mean, WILDCARD, as I mentioned, slowly and steadily, they are making that cyclone. And I'm loving that, right? They've still got 3 more games left over. Definitely a high chance for them to move on forward towards the top 4 if needed.
True.
And for WILDCARD, I mean, it is one of those teams that is really tough to bank up on too at the same time. They're quite inconsistent, I'm not going to lie.
That is true. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just the inconsistency that has us worried. But I think as we were talking about them, they are in the top 6. They've set up, I think, 20 points, something around 20 points in the first 3 games. So there is still a possibility that they show up day after tomorrow and maybe day after tomorrow or maybe at the weekend on Sunday. And whenever they get to play, they still have an opportunity to make a comeback and bounce back in the top 16.
And one thing is for sure, inside of this group, the undergods were definitely performing. They were outshining some of the known teams.
Throughout the day, I think in
Yeah.
both the groups we witnessed today, the undergods played very well.
And wildcard has been sort of like a lifesaver for these teams, right? In general, we wanted to see teams like Revenue Esports make that major comeback, but that was not the case. The known teams, they're still struggling. Even the defending champions still on the latter half of the board. Even Rush Mizo is another one of those teams that did get a decent position in the last game, but that's not going to matter, man.
Yeah, it's not going to matter now. I mean, you will have to have that big
Yeah.
leap, the 30 bomb we keep talking about. Unless that happens in one of the first 2 matches that they play, whenever they play, it is going to be impossible to make a comeback. If they miss out on that first game, then the next 2 games, well, they are going to be tough to recover.
Still waiting for teams like K9 Squad to step things up on a better fashion, right? Considering Vina on day 2, we're going to be seeing the latter half of the board once again playing in
Exactly.
here. So there's going to be so many more mysteries being unraveled in front of us.
Yeah, I mean, but it is going to be exciting to see how that story turns out, ladies and gentlemen. But our show today does come to an end. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow. Take care. Good night.
sure they know. With a new Royal Pass, get epic skills, catch unique emotes, collect exclusive rewards. Don't be default, wear your cred. Battlegrounds Mobile India.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए,
अरे यार, कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। इनका आज का दिन कुछ टफ सा लग रहा है, जस्ट लाइक एवरी अदर डे। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तू मेरी मान, बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
तुझे भी नसीब चमकाना है, बस स्पिन करता जा और फ्लेक्स कर गोल्ड स्पिन का ऑल न्यू लुमिनस म्यूज सूट, अपग्रेडेबल वेपन्स एंड एपिक सेट्स। पहली स्पिन कर 10 यूसी में और बस स्पिन करता जा। लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।